should not have done the squats. All right, we're live here on YouTube now. We're live. Excuse me, live on YouTube. I believe. There we go. Yep. Connection's good. It looks like. Hopefully. Not like how long it's going to load. Okay. Yeah, we are live on YouTube here, guys. We have an active tornado warning for St. Louis. Active tornado warning going live here on TikTok in just a second. Going live on TikTok in just a second. There we go. Okay. I don't really have to change my frame of reference here. Alrighty. Can I delete that source? What's this source? I don't want. We'll change that. Welcome to the stream, everyone. We are now live for possibly 7 hours here. We're ready for a marathon stream. An active tornado warning is in place for St. Louis. And we just as good. This is just trending in the bad direction. So we do have an active tornado warning here for St. Louis. I need you guys to be taking shelter immediately. Take shelter right now. We have an ongoing tornado warning for your region. As we continue to track all these storms, I'm seeing a very concerning trend across the board for a significant tornado outbreak. We've been talking about it for a while. Of course, now it is here. The actual time. To be ready, and looking at all of this stuff generally has just gotten me really concerned about the potential today, because the potential has really started to move in a direction that's really getting me extra concerned. Okay, let me try to refresh the radar. Sorry, it looks like the radar did crash. We'll get that up for you, but as you guys are joining in, let me know what questions you guys have. Obviously, this is a very concerning day as we continue to track these storms. Things are about to really get active here, so that's why we have a little bit of time. Currently, St. Louis underneath an active tornado warning. You should be taking shelter there. But this is just the start. This is just a start, and actually not even the core of the event starting. Look at the live radar. We're on the southern side of kind of a stalled boundary here that some of these storms are latching onto. But then you look out to the west of St. Louis, and man, there's nothing going on, guys. And usually you think, okay, there's nothing going on, right? That's good news, right? There's nothing happening, and everything looks good. That is terrible news. It is terrible news that we have clearing within the western portions of Missouri, and like the western portions of Illinois, just west of St. Louis, and the eastern portions of Missouri, in which we have a lot of clearing. And why that is so bad is because that is building the energy at the surface for storm fuel, and that is the last puzzle piece we need for a full-blown tornado outbreak. And the concern is huge right now. Concern is huge. We look at the live combined radar. You can see most of the convection due to the north, but look at all the clearing within the red circle. We're also going to throw on some mesoscale discussions as well to kind of frame what we're talking about for the next few hours here, guys. Next few hours. So let me answer some questions here as we continue to go on. An active tornado warning is in place right now for St. Louis. I need everyone in St. Louis to go to their safe place again. Everyone in safe place again for St. Louis. But again, this is not the full core risk. There is a lot of clearing going on, and that is why, if you take a look at the SBC, brand new update here by the SBC, take a look at that EF risk for tornadoes. Does anyone see that? Unfortunately, that does say our highest possible tornado risk for today could be up to EF4 tornadoes within this zone. So an EF4 tornado watch is about to go in place for the corners of western Kentucky, western Tennessee, Arkansas, and eastern Missouri. This is a serious threat. So this is just about to go out. Currently, St. Louis underneath a tornado warning. That means you need to be taking active shelter there. We also have a severe thunderstorm watch or a tornado watch being issued for western Missouri. This is going to include Joplin, kind of the navigation, the areas over here that got hit earlier last night. So all of this combining up into a dangerous look is really concerning. So you guys, make sure you drop a follow. We're going to be live for a marathon stream here. Full radar is on YT. You can check the same handle, just if you want the full radar extends a little bit further beyond for anyone who wants that option. And currently just getting all the information out to everyone. But yes, we have currently tornado watch out for southern Illinois as well as southern and central Missouri. That's tagged with multiple tornadoes, as well as the risk of significant to violent tornadoes. And we also have an EF4 tornado watch about to go out for southern Illinois, eastern Missouri, northeast corner of Arkansas, western Tennessee, and western Kentucky. Joplin is about to go underneath another tornado watch again. Just in the next few minutes here as well. Now, anything for Iowa. There's some scattered storms up towards Iowa. You can see there's a 20% chance of a severe thunderstorm watch out in that region. Not looking like a ton of instability. Looks like most of the show is going to stay to your south. Indiana, currently seeing some severe weather through the southern portions of Indiana. Mostly going to remain a high wind risk as the storms continue to push through. Not the huge concerning tornado risk out there. Michigan, city and state, guys, city and state, Springfield, Missouri, underneath a tornado watch. That includes the possibility of violent tornadoes. Just within the next few hours here. You're in the watch. The ingredients are in place. I need you to be on extra high alert there. Extra high alert. That goes for anyone within a tornado watch right now. Anyone within a tornado watch. What are the questions we have? Yes. We don't have an EF4 tornado in St. Louis. We do have a current tornado warning in St. Louis. EF, it's hard to speculate on what the EF is going to exactly is during the event, but you can kind of forecast what the maximum likelihood of the potential is. And if you guys are just joining in, that is brand new information. An EF4 tornado watch will be being issued for the areas of Memphis, Jonesboro, Jackson, and Cape Girardeau very soon. Very soon. This is going to be a long stream here, so get ready to settle in, grab your snacks, have your safe place in mind. As we continue to watch this tornado outbreak start to take shape. Okay, sorry, just getting the updates out online. There we go. Okay, Michigan. I don't think you're going to get too much involved in the severe weather threat. Southern Michigan has a slight risk for an isolated high wind risk. What radar am I currently using? Using Weatherfront. Link is in my bio. Make sure you guys drop a follow. Hit that like button so we get the word out to as many people as possible. This is just the beginning of a severe tornado outbreak here. Let's go back to St. Louis, guys. St. Louis currently has an active tornado warning. And these storms are relatively on the weaker side, but they still have some relatively big hooking. That should be a kind of a hint of what you should be expecting to come here. Weaker storms tapping into the helicity, tapping into the spin already. That is so concerning. If you're in Oregon State, yes, you should be okay. Oregon State. This is not going to involve Oregon. Again, city and state helps me out the best, guys. Anything for Tennessee, yes. Western Tennessee. Eastern Tennessee not going to get involved, but Western Tennessee going to get involved. Thank you, Abby. And thank you, Rebel, and thank you, Creed, for the donations. Appreciate that. If you're within 30 minutes of St. Louis, are you concerned? Yes, because most likely you are within a tornado watch. That tornado watch is given with the details of violent tornadoes possible. Violent tornadoes possible, guys. Middle Tennessee. Going to be right on that border. Depends on how Middle Tennessee you are. You are within a slight risk if you're in Nashville. But here's the current extent of where our new tornado watch we put. I have just highlighted it on your screen there. And just a reminder, that new watch will have the tag of a possible EF4 tornado. Again, an EF4 tornado as the maximum reasonable strength. That really goes to show, guys, what we're dealing with. It's just absolutely bonkers with an EF4 tornado possible. We're not talking about just one here. We're talking about possible many violent tornadoes. Why are things getting so concerning so quickly out here, right? What is going on? We've had so much clearing right in this red zone I'm putting out here. That means a lot of sun is hitting the ground right now, charging up the atmosphere. It's supercharging the atmosphere out there. So, all right, Clarksville, Tennessee is going to be probably within a watch here eventually. You're actually just inside the mesoscale discussion with an EF4 potential tornado. I need you to be weather aware for violent tornadoes here the next few hours as the watch comes out. So we'll see if you get in the tornado watch. Either way, you're likely to see at least some severe weather. Someone said, how bad is St. Louis? St. Louis is currently underneath an active tornado warning if you're in St. Louis, guys. So please seek shelter immediately if you're in St. Louis. Troy, Missouri, currently underneath that tornado watch. Please don't spam chat, guys. Tornado watch. Going to see possible violent tornadoes here relatively soon here, okay? You obviously are getting some clearing in your sector. If clearing continues, the risk continues to build. Looking to be a meteorology with this app would help practice a lot. Do you know the name of it? It's Weatherfront. It's Weatherfront. That's for the name of the app. I don't know how there's a bug in my room. My window has not been open. Okay, Kentucky, Western Kentucky, about to go underneath the tornado watch. Is going to be having the potential for violent tornadoes today. Violent tornadoes within your zone. There we go. Okay, city and state guys and counties I can't really help out too much with. Jefferson City, Missouri. One second. Again, it's a good time to get your questions in right now, because once tornado warnings start rolling out, guys, it will be very tough to keep up with everything. Okay, we're talking about numerous tornado warnings. Jefferson City also included with our ongoing tornado watch. We're keeping all eyes on the radar and all hands on deck for possible violent tornadoes within that region. Depends on where our supercells fire. Look at these supercells. They're all the way out to the west here, just south of Kansas City. Just a new update for you. Joplin, Pittsburgh, that's going to be Pittsburgh, Kansas, and western Missouri has now gone underneath a severe thunderstorm watch for the next 6 hours. That's from sprouting thunderstorms, a little bit less tornadic than our other regions. Still could see an isolated tornado over there. Eau Claire County in Wisconsin, going to see an isolated severe weather risk for later. Could see a storm or two, not a high-end event by any means. London, Ohio, could see similar type of situation, isolated severe weather. Chicago could see a high wind from a lingering storm continuing to push through. Again, city and state, guys, city and states. Southwest Michigan could see some of that severe weather. Isolated risk down there. And I'm seeing some cities, not some states, guys. Please pair state with it. And if you're just joining in, we do have an active tornado warning for St. Louis. Let's take a little bit of a zoomed-in look for that. It's now going to be east of St. Louis, including Edwardsville and Collinsville, as well as Glen Carbon and Granite City, underneath a tornado warning. That means an active threat needs you to take shelter in that region. Appreciate the support there, guys. Estimate time when the tornado might hit depends on where you are. We're expecting just within the next few hours to see a rapid increase of coverage of severe weather, including violent tornado possibilities to increase. And, tornado in Chicago, not very likely. Isolated tornado is possible, but not our core concern right now. And again, you can see the watches are starting to come out. We have that mesoscale discussion. This is 95% chance of very likely tornado watch. It's going to have the tags of an EF4 possible. That really is the thing that stands out to me the most there, is the EF4 possible within this region here. Might even make an emergency update about that one. That's just bonkers. When you see those types of threats with a very destabilized atmosphere, it is a ticking time bomb. Muncie, Indiana. Yep. Take a look here. For your region, you have like an isolated severe thunderstorm risk, mainly concerned about a high wind that's going to be entering the region here in the next few hours, associated with the kind of lingering squall line that's pushing through your region. Isolated tornado risk. Is there anything even close to Davenport, Iowa? Not necessarily right now, no. You have some storms to your west, pretty far out there, but nothing as an immediate kind of lookout. All right, can you guys hear me? Can you hear me? Sorry about that. Looks like we had a internet failure. This will be a very frustrating day if this continues to happen. Hopefully it does not. We streamed earlier and we didn't have a problem, so hopefully we're all good. But unfortunately, we just had an internet problem. Can you guys hear me okay? Is everyone okay? I'm just checking stream integrity real quick. Okay, it seems like we're okay. Yes, okay, thank you for responding. All right, let's get this show back on track here, shall we? All right, here we go. We got live radar up in front of you. We got a couple of the watches in front of you, as well as this mesoscale discussion that I've been talking about here. Let me answer some more questions. City and state helps me out the best, guys. Louisville, Kentucky, just west of you is a severe thunderstorm watch. Some scattered severe thunderstorms are possible to make it out to you within the next 1 to 3 hours. So main core risk is high winds within that region. Farmington, Missouri, I believe that is somewhere that should be where. Farmington is right in smack dab of our moderate risk, 4 out of 5. All risks on the table, mainly concerned for the high ceiling of a violent tornado possible within your region. A violent tornado. So that is what you're dealing with there. That's Farmington, Missouri. Extremely dangerous situation. Please be on your toes, guys. I cannot stress enough. This setup continues to trend in a more concerning direction as we speak. Okay, we have a very destabilized atmosphere that has extremely favorable mechanics for causing violent tornadoes. So I need you to be on your toes for this kind of update here, okay? Cleveland, Tennessee. Yep, we keep going here. Cleveland, Tennessee. You're about to... Oh, wait, what? You're all the way at the east. I think you're okay. You're not going to see severe weather. I don't think it's going to make it all the way over there. Okay, please don't spam chat. Please don't spam chat. Dixon, Tennessee. Again, this is a great time to answer questions. Sorry, there's going to be a lot of questions, obviously, today, if I'm not getting your questions as soon as possible. Dixon, Tennessee is about to go underneath a tornado watch. I believe you're far west enough in which you're going to get involved in this. What that means is you're going to underneath that tornado watch for the ingredients being in place, but also keep in mind the current tornado watch that is about to be put out for the northeast corner of Arkansas, western and central Tennessee, and western Kentucky involves the wording of an EF4 tornado. That's correct. An EF4 tornado is possible within this region. Let's read this together. As a summary, this is by the Storm Prediction Center. I know it's not fully on screen here, but the supercell tornado risk will increase through the afternoon into the evening. A few strong/intense tornadoes will be possible. A tornado watch is likely, and the rest of it's kind of more technical, but there you go. That's the wording out. We probably have an hour or two before that watch gets into place. Maybe a little bit less than that, depending on when the actual convection fires off. But get ready, guys. Jonesboro, Dyersburg, Jackson, Paris, Clarksville, Memphis, Hopkinsville, Madisonville, Paducah, Cape Girardeau. All of these areas are going to go underneath that tornado watch, which includes the tag of an EF4. So that is really, really significant stuff there. Saw a question for Troy, Illinois, just to the west of you. There is an ongoing tornado warning. I'd be ready to take shelter there in Troy, Illinois. If you're in western Troy, Illinois, I'd be in your safe place. An active tornado warning is in place. That means active tornado threat as well. No, did I mispronounce Cape? Okay. I do apologize. It's not a rainy day weather stream without mispronunciation, so we're starting off very strong. Be ready, because today is going to be quick. Obviously, right now we have one tornado warning here just east of St. Louis. But get ready, guys. I mean, we could be working our way into double digits here relatively soon. So that's why I started this stream nice and early, so you guys can get settled in. We can all get settled in together. We can discuss how the setup is developing together. And then once things get intense, I really won't be answering a ton of spot questions. We'll really be just calling out names and town names that we'll be needing to take shelter. So hopefully you guys are hanging in there. Is it Girardeau? Cape Girardeau? Is that correct? Kankakee could see an isolated severe storm. Mainly concerned about anything lingering on the backside of this. Could see an isolated tornado threat. Mainly concerned about high wind and maybe an isolated large hail risk as those storms continue to cross over there. Going to need a clarification on Springfield. What Springfield? Davenport, Iowa, currently not underneath any concern right now. Could see an isolated storm later into the evening hours. Washington, Missouri. Yes, of course. Again, sorry. There's a lot of questions obviously going on right now, so all I have to recommend is if you want your question answered as soon as possible, make sure you like the stream. It does highlight your question in chat if you like the stream at least a few times. As well as it helps us reach as many people as possible to answer your questions. For Washington, Missouri, you're underneath a tornado watch. The ingredients are in place for a significant tornado here within the next few hours. You need to be on high alert. High alert. All right. St. Louis, eastern St. Louis, underneath the tornado warning. That's east across in Illinois. Other than that, we are putting you are also on high alert. You've already received 2 tornado warnings today. And unfortunately, this is just the beginning. The actual real show, the real powerhouse of storms are possible here within the next 1 to 3 hours as these storms start to fire off here. Springfield, Illinois, just outside the current active tornado watch. You can see the top of the screen there. Could still see an isolated storm. Also, like, take a look at here. We got a supercell possibly firing off here. All risks on the table there. I do believe you are still within our enhanced risk. You're right on that border between enhanced and moderate. We'll have to see how much this so there's a stationary, there's like a a gust front that's kind of sat right here. If this thing lifts a little bit further north, this convection stops, and you get some reheating of the atmosphere there, concern really rises. So just putting that out there. Make sure you guys are weather aware. So we're just recentering some things. All right. Also, just quick shout out. Thank you guys so much for the support. We hit 75,000 followers last stream, literally an hour ago. So join the Rainy Day with their family. I guess I should change that goal, shouldn't I? We will be storm chasing in 14 days. But then I continue to answer you guys' questions. It's time to get it in. We'll make it 80,000. We'll see if you guys can whittle away at that goal. And city and state, guys. Seeing a lot of just cities, which obviously there's a lot of repeats. Ohio, Western Ohio has a chance for isolated severe weather. My gosh, the chat is going to go fast today, so I do apologize if I don't get to your question as soon as possible. I can promise you, though, I'll get tornado warnings out as a priority. So tornado warnings will be shouted out as well. Carthage, Missouri. And just another shout out as we have more people coming in. YT, guys, above me. A full radar is on YT for a horizontal view. If you want there. Carthage, Missouri has just gone underneath a severe thunderstorm watch. Ingredients are in place for mainly a high wind and large hail threat with an isolated tornado threat. Piedmont, Missouri. 1 second. What's that? Piedmont, Missouri? Oh, yeah. Here we go. Piedmont, Missouri is in our area of high concern. You're in a moderate risk for significant tornado warnings. You're just kind of clipped by the active tornado watch. You're about to go underneath at least the southern portions of your area, about to go underneath the tornado watch. We're talking about significant tornadoes are possible today, okay? I need you to be weather aware in that region. Please not spam chat. You will be muted, guys. I see some people really spamming chat. It's unfair to the others who are trying to get their questions answered. Farmington, Missouri, underneath a current tornado warning. Could see significant tornadoes here within the next few hours, so please be weather aware. Quad Cities, I don't think... Oh, wait. Quad Cities, Illinois. What is the reference for Quad Cities in Illinois? Is it really called Quad Cities? Or... Oh, wait. I got it. For Quad... Oh, yes. It's the Davenport area, right? The Quad Cities could see an isolated severe thunderstorm. Most of the threat will be remaining to your south. Northwest Tennessee, about to go underneath a tornado watch, a very dangerous one. EF4 tagged. That's coming there. That's for you, Timothy. Please be weather aware here. This is going to be a significant threat. Grand Rapids, Michigan, could see an isolated severe storm, mainly high wind. Louisville, Kentucky, I have storm anxiety. Totally fine, guys. We're here to help you out. I'm not here to scare you. I'm here to help you out through this event. Of course, this is a scary event. This has a very high-end potential. We're going to watch it very closely. For Louisville in your region, be weather aware. A few storms are coming to your region. Could see mostly concern about high wind as these storms progress through the area. An isolated tornado threat does exist. Just have that plan in place if you get a warning. If you get a warning within your area. Truman, Arkansas. Appreciate the questions, guys. Sorry, I'm trying to go as fast as possible. Obviously, it's hard. I do not see Truman, Arkansas on my heads up. I see. I think I spelled it wrong. Yeah, there we go. For your region there in Northeast, you're about to go underneath a tornado watch. That tornado watch is tagged with an EF4 violent tornado possible tag. So I need you to be weather aware for possible violent tornadoes there, Tessa, okay? A very potent environment that is super loaded. It's supercharged for severe weather is in place. Your watch will be put in place here within the next 30 minutes, if not sooner. And then obviously within that watch time, that's where you need to be on high alert to take shelter. All right, Indianapolis. Currently seeing severe weather through southern Indianapolis. Taking a look at the radar here. Bloomington, Bedford, and Linton underneath severe thunderstorm warnings. Mainly derived from, and we'll kind of get over there, mainly derived from high winds. High winds over there. And Tessa, please, I know this is scary. This is a scary setup, but make sure you have that plan in place. The good news is you are now alert. You're now educated on the threat that is huge in protecting yourself. You can protect yourself from these storms as long as you guys have those plans in place today. Kayla's asking about Cape. Geraldo. Oh gosh, I think I said it wrong again. But yes, you're about to go underneath a tornado watch right there, set on your screen. That's going to mean the ingredients are there for significant severe weather. Yeah, I think I think my service is on it. It might honestly might be me for service. So we might have to do some technical changes here. I'm trying to see. Someone says I'm from Antarctica. Is that like? I don't know if that's true or not. Okay, let me know if the stream's bugging out for anyone else. Springfield, Missouri. There's like a bug flying around. This is gonna be a problem, guys. Springfield, Missouri, currently underneath a tornado watch. The ingredients are in place for significant tornado development here. That tornado watch is valid until 9 p.m. local time. Currently, no active storms nearby. However, if something does fire off, it could be very close. All right. Woo. Like 20 different people. Okay. Take a look at this, guys. This is something to monitor. We have some convection firing off in our zone that I have just highlighted here. You can see that. Obviously, we're waiting for a supercell initiation. So, we're waiting for that big storm to fire off. That really goes to show right here. We are right before the moment what's called the cap breaks. Basically, right now, there is an inversion happening above the surface in which is kind of stopping storm development right now. But that cap can be like flopped off, if that makes sense. It can be broken apart. And then if the cap breaks, which is forecasted to do, it will unleash large storms. It will have not a lot holding it back. Large storms will be able to tap into the spinning motion of the atmosphere that is very, very large today. We could see some significant storms, guys. That is what we're dealing with. And we continue to watch these storms. The good news is we're currently down to 0 tornado warnings, but we are obviously monitoring the situation very closely. One thing I want to check here is the satellite imagery. So this is something we really need to monitor here. Look at that. It's very clear. This is not what you want to see, guys. You see this? Look at all of this sun hitting right into our watched sector. The energy is just building right in this region, guys. And there's so much potent dynamics with this area. It is very, very scary to see this stuff. I mean, once the storm gets kind of more to the north of St. Louis is also going to be possibly in a sector that rewarms, it rebounds the atmosphere. And this could have huge implications as this kind of zone drifts more and more to the east. It's a scary look. Not what you want to see. And man, we have to watch this so closely as we continue to watch. Obviously, the National Weather Service is really concerned about all this with that kind of issuance of a mesoscale discussion. Again, this mesoscale discussion discusses the point of an EF4 tornado being possible here in this zone. That is what we're dealing with today. That is what we're dealing with. What other questions can I answer, you guys? What other questions can I answer? I know we currently don't have any tornado warnings ongoing, but I would want to hop on nice and early so we can get them out of the way before things kind of degrade. And honestly, storm integrity is being a little wacky right now. I might debate on resetting the stream. Appreciate the follows, guys. So I might reset the stream just so to make sure storm integrity is good. Pine Bluff, Arkansas. Currently not underneath any watches, but you are in a severe thunderstorm risk. All risks are on the table, so you should be ready to go. You think the PDS tornado watch tonight? I think there's a chance right in this one. This one that's about to happen right here. It does have an EF4 tag. It might go PDS. What does a PDS tornado watch mean? It means the environment is so dangerous that this watch is a significant one. Not only are the ingredients are there for tornadoes, the ingredients are there for significant, multiple, violent tornadoes. It must be long track. I think this might be our first PDS tornado watch of the year. I really think this has a chance of doing that, unfortunately. And that's what this one I'm just highlighting right now. That's the one. You should see the issuance of that tornado watch soon. But obviously, we'll see what they end up doing. Either way, it still is a very dangerous environment. Muncie, Indiana. Yeah, I mean, Muncie, Indiana, an Indiana threat is mainly a high wind threat with some storms pushing through right now. Isolated tornado threat. High-end severe weather threats relatively lower in Indiana. Memphis, Tennessee, about to go underneath a tornado watch. That tornado watch has the tags of a possible EF4 tornado in it. Look at that at the top of your screen. Yeah, not good. Lansing, Michigan, could see an isolated severe thunderstorm. Could be later. Obviously, a lot to watch, a lot to keep track of today, and we got a lot. It's just a concerning environment that's continuing to develop here. Union, Missouri, underneath that tornado watch as well. Could see that significant tornado threat. All threats on the table. Please don't spam chat. You will be muted. Yeah, I'm expecting storm coverage to increase across Arkansas later tonight. But even in like Jonesboro, like we don't have to get all the way into tonight. Even this early afternoon, we could see stuff start firing off there. We could see that happen. A decent possibility. Sullivan, Indiana, another similar situation. Mainly concerned about high wind risk from associated thunderstorms that are moving through some of the area right now. But please be weather aware as things continue across the region. Mainly high wind risk for the rest of your evening, afternoon into evening. With an isolated tornado threat as well. I'm concerned we may see another tornado emergency, especially in Memphis. Well, you got to think of multiple large cities and towns are within exactly the zone we're very concerned about. And that combination of high population and possibly high intensity is very concerning. Very concerning. Let's take a look at how the environment is currently developing by looking at our combined radar. You can see this kind of convection over here. This is really going to limit any significant severe weather across this zone. Let me zoom out a little bit more. And then we got a lot of clearing within this zone right here. So that means a lot of sun, and maybe even over here, a lot of sun happening. A lot of warming of the atmosphere to stabilizing of it. And that's the red circle area is kind of the area we're keeping an eye on for the most significant severe weather for today. Check Joplin. Yes, Joplin currently underneath a severe thunderstorm watch that's in place now. Main risks are high winds and large hail, isolated tornado risk. Does anyone else have the stream lagging on their part? I'm trying to see, where's my stream integrity bar? I mean, my stream, like, integrity is looking okay. I think my OBS is kind of whacking out a little bit. Wait, hold up. I don't know why the frame rate's so low on the camera. 1 second. Let's see if I can bump that up. Match output FPS. For some reason I can't manually change the FPS. Man, I really don't know how to change the output of FPS. Okay. Well, might be a problem for later, I guess. Okay. Sorry about that, guys. Just checking stream integrity as we continue to track everything. Okay. Okay, that's good. Okay. I think we're good now. Maybe concern again for St. Louis because it's clearing. Yes, that's exactly correct. If the storms continue to lift to the north, right here on our kind of stationary boundary that's been formed from the outflow from these previous storms, let's say these storms that are currently there lift to the north, St. Louis gets some sun over the next 1 to 3 hours. I mean, we are right back to this place we started at, in which we have a significant tornado threat to appear, and that is why it's so concerning. Okay, what other questions do we have? Seems like we're hanging in there. Michigan going to be in danger for severe for tornadoes? Not really, no. It's kind of just an isolated wind risk on the southwest corner of Michigan. Again, a great time to get your questions in because it is calm before the storm. At least there's obviously some severe weather going on, but currently 0 tornado warnings. For Alton, Illinois. Ooh, we went to me. Alton, Illinois, currently underneath a tornado watch. That tornado watch has a significant probability on it, guys. Significant tornadoes are possible. We've already had a couple tornado warnings. I don't think if any of those tagged you in St. Louis. But you should be ready to go here, okay? Possibly have our first supercell being formed. We'll see if any of these can break out. Of course, the main thing we're keeping an eye on for you is a possible violent tornado within that region. That is what we're dealing with today. Violent tornado. And see some people join in. Welcome in, welcome in. We are currently live streaming the ongoing setup for this tornado threat that's really increasing here. I mean, things continue to... sorry, I'm just like looking at... TikTok just made like an auto post, and I was like, what was that? Continue to degrade. That means I'm getting more and more concerned about significant severe weather. We're talking about, so just for reference, to match kind of my vibe here, here's a discussion that's put out about 30 minutes ago, in which mentioned the maximum most likely tornado capability would be about 170 mile per hour winds. Or for translation, that is an EF4 tornado. That is our kind of unfortunate expectation for today. Okay, there we go. So I can auto share the recording with you guys. I didn't even know I could do that. Wait, I can do different layouts? What the heck? Okay, I did not know this. I'm like looking through the live stream settings right now because I'm looking through my stream health and I did not even know some of these settings existed. Pretty good to know. Okay. Alright, I think we're all good. Scene transition. Okay, upload quality. I guess the FPS is already 30 anyways, so I think like the FPS output's 15 right now. Okay, I'm back. Let's answer some more questions. Seeing some people join in chat. Again, full radar is on YT right now as well. It goes a little bit extension like that, more classical might be used to. And another, like a chatter who is kind of echoing my point here is clearing, guys. If you are currently in the risk zone for today and it is sunny there, that is not good news. That is nowhere near good news. That is bad news for today. The main reason is we are building instability within our very favorable kinematic area. So if you are seeing sun right now, that is not good news. Let's take a look at a different app that I want to show you guys so we can monitor the atmosphere together. This is really helpful. We're going to refresh it here. Thank you guys for follows. Appreciate that. If you're seeing sun, yep. So what we're going to take a look at here is what's called the SBC meso-analysis. Basically a breakdown of the current conditions, not the future conditions, but the current conditions derived by the Storm Prediction Center. And I really want to show what's been going on over the past few hours here, specifically where my cursor, at least my first cursor, is highlighting. You see this gradient? What we're currently looking at is called CAPE, or basically available storm fuel energy. Look at all the storm fuel here, guys. We have 4,000 joules of CAPE, 3,500 joules of CAPE of energy for Missouri and for Arkansas. That's a very high amount for these storms that are firing off here. But notice over the past, let's go 2 hours ago. Notice how that shifted from 4 hours to 2 hours to now. Look at the surge of CAPE, of available energy, continuing to move to the east. That is a huge concern. So you can see energy is rebounding. The atmosphere is rebounding in this area. And then the last little thing I want to put on here is the photographs. So this is going to be a little kind of view of how the... I can do it again. Yes, let me show you one more time. So this is surface-based CAPE. So here's 4 hours ago. Here's 4 hours ago. Here's 2 hours ago. And here's right now. Now look at the energy moving, surging eastward. Surging eastward. And, that's like the last piece of the puzzle, because if we take a look at violent tornado parameter, this kind of puts everything together. look at all these spots, guys. There are just a huge violent tornado parameter area in which we have a 6 out of 10. I believe this goes to 10, so a 6 is huge. That means we basically have, if a storm formed here large enough, it could produce a violent tornado. And if you look 2 hours ago, it was over the west, and now it's kind of moving in the same area. So look, that entire zone is shifting right into the moderate risk area. As long as these couple thunderstorms get out of the way, we're talking about huge things here. And looks like we just got tornado watch. Let's see if they issued a PDS tornado watch. Boom! Called it. Okay, this means business. So this is huge. I cannot stress this enough, guys. If you do not take this seriously, we are not looking good. So we've just been discussing why this is such a bad situation. We've just been issued a PDS tornado watch. A PDS tornado watch has just been issued. That includes the same area I currently have highlighted on stream. 1 second. I need it to load on the radar. I just got on my emergency late broadcast here. This includes Memphis, Jonesboro, Poplar Bluff, Cape Girardeau. Sorry if I'm saying that. Carbondale, Paducah, Evansville, Madisonville, Hopkinsville, Clarksville, Paris, Jackson, Dryersburg, Ripley, and Atoka. The wording on this is several strong tornadoes are likely with tennis ball sized hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds. This is included as a PDS tornado watch. This includes a particularly dangerous situation tornado watch, which is only reserved for the most potent environments and the most kind of favorable environments for significant severe weather. So unfortunately, we have just been given that. We talked about the clearing happening. That is now in trueness here. Let's see if I can get a force or refresh on the radar here. See if I can give you this breakdown. Yeah, it's still not popped up yet. It should populate here in the next 1 to 2 minutes. But yeah, that shows, guys. That shows this is what we're dealing with. It's going to be valid until 11 p.m. Central Time. 11 p.m. Central Time with a PDS tornado watch. Yeah, good call outs by Cedar with the PDS tornado watch now in place. This is a serious situation, guys. And that is what we're dealing with. That is what we're dealing with. So the reason why you might be asking, why is the Missouri one up here to the north not a PDS tornado watch? There was still a little bit of iffiness on how much the atmosphere is going to rebound here. Now the parameters are still very high. Don't get me wrong for this watch. Over in this corridor. But because the atmosphere was a little bit questionable and how much energy would be there, that's why it's not PDS. But now we do have a PDS tornado watch, which we'll go over very much in depth here once it pops up, once it populates on my stream here. Cannot stress this enough. This is an extremely dangerous watch, guys. It is only used in the rare case of a significant atmospheric setup, in which we have achieved. PDS tornado watch is now in place. So they actually had the Twitter notification out first, so we're waiting for... Did they mess up? Because I see this twice. 3.5, 3.5. I don't know. I think they double. They might have doubled it. Oh, National Weather Service Memphis. I forgot I followed them. Paducah, Kentucky has just fallen underneath a PDS tornado watch. That means a particularly dangerous situation tornado watch. That means the environment there is supportive of numerous violent tornadoes within the next few hours. And there it is. We'll drop our discussions. We basically filled them up. And let's go over this in depth. Sorry, let me just try to drop discussions. Okay. There we go, guys. Here it is. Your first ever PDS tornado watch. Wow, it's not labeled here. I actually thought this would be particularly dangerous situation tornado watch. It's not labeled any different on the radar. That might be a recommendation I make for them. But this is still something that is huge. So here we go. Here are your risks. And man, you do not see this very often here, guys. Take a look at that. an over 80% chance of an EF2 or greater tornado happening. With both the tornado and EF2 tornado being paired as a very likely to see at least a few significant tornadoes with possibly some violent tornadoes within this region. This is a dangerous situation that is only reserved for very rare occasions in which we are obviously going to monitor very closely. And looks like people are discussing a possible high upgrade. Well, I actually haven't looked at the models of recently, so let me look at the models. Again, we're getting to that range in which model kind of usage is becoming a little wacky because we did an enhanced risk issued for tomorrow. Well, there's an enhanced risk issued for tomorrow, if you didn't know that. Really not the important thing to consider here for today. I'm going to throw on the categorical one. Troy, Illinois, I don't believe is underneath the tornado warning. This is all going to start here very, very soon, within the next 1 to 2 hours in some of these regions. Some of the regions are already going. All right, here we go. Here's 18Z. Well, I guess 18Z just ran, so this is going to be important. Okay, so you can see the next few hours. Boom, there's the St. Louis tornadoes we're concerned about. So those supercells there, that's currently modeled on the HER. This is brand new modeling of the HER. If that happens, very bad news. Those could be violent, heading to the St. Louis metro around 4 or 5 p.m. local time. And then behind this, supercells, and in front of it, supercells. Specifically, this entire chain of supercells. Wow, I am not liking the look on this thing at all. It really doesn't really matter about the kind of the helicity tracks, but notice what form the storm is taking, guys. It's not a linear line. It is a line of discrete supercells, an extremely dangerous setup in which you have possibly multiple tornadoes all happening at the same time. Not a good look. Also, maybe a few other streamer supercells that are in front. Ooh, not a good look at all, guys. Which we might see very, very significant setup here. Don't know if they're going to issue a high risk for this one. It's kind of in between, but I think they. We got another tornado warning here on our first kind of supercell storm. If we see like a significant tornado in the next like 30 minutes or something, the next like 2 hours, then maybe. We do have a new tornado warning. We're now starting to get to the point, guys, in which tornado warnings are going to be where they're going to be more significant. So the past couple tornado warnings have been a little bit on the weaker side because of the storm shape. This one is kind of a supercellular structure. I'm going to take a little bit of a deeper look in this one. This tornado warning is in place for Wentzville, O'Fallon, St. Peters, St. Paul, Innsbruck, and New Melly. Now underneath the active tornado warning, I need you guys to be taking shelter immediately. Sorry, I'm just going to change. I don't know how I did that, but I changed like the road size, and I don't want it to be that big. I think I accidentally did that. Shoot. How did I do that? Shoot. Oh, here he goes. I don't want road width to be like that big. Okay, there we go. Please don't spam chat. And goodbye, M2. You're gone. And taking a look at the rotation here together. Oh boy. Yeah, we got some pretty strong rotation heading towards Wentzville. Let's see this kind of movement vector. Heading kind of northeast here, at least pretty rapidly here towards Wentzville. I'm going to need you guys to be taking shelter right now. I don't know what's going on with the radars lately, but is it every radar is kind of having some weird... I might need to put some smoothing on. No, I think it's just the St. Louis radar. It's acting a little wonky. Notice how like it's so sparkly. I don't really know what's going on with that one. Okay, so this is kind of the start, guys. Again, it's just a start. Active tornado warning, kind of about 20 miles to the west of St. Louis. If you are kind of just joined in, we do have a PDS tornado warning, in which I'm going to make a video about right now. So 1 second, bear with me. This is a PDS, particularly dangerous situation, tornado watch. Oh, I believe this is the first time this season. The first time this season this has been issued. It is reserved for the rarest cases in which there is a very, very potent environment for significant severe storms. Alrighty. All right. Let's make a quick video. We use one man show here. We're gonna make a quick video on this one here and post it. All right, here we go. A PDS tornado watch has just been issued. That means a particularly dangerous situation. This is the first time this entire year this has been issued, guys. This is for Memphis, Jonesboro, Jackson, up to Evansville, across western, the southeast corner of Missouri, the northeast corner of Arkansas, the western portions of Tennessee, as well as the western portions of Kentucky, guys. Look at these metrics here. 80% to see tornadoes and EF2 tornadoes plus, and possibly some violent tornadoes within this region here. That's going to be valid until 11 p.m. local time for the next 8 hours from the posting of this video. This is only reserved for environments in which can house and produce very significant weather. I need you guys to be extremely weather aware. I'm going to even zoom in here just so you can be extra kind of safe here. Poplar Bluff, Paducah, Madisonville, and all these towns, guys. Really, please be weather aware. We're talking about life-threatening tornadoes just within the next few hours from supercellular storms. Have not been liking how this has been evolving, and I need you guys to be extra safe. Please share and follow for more updates as we track this storm very closely. Okay. Thank you guys for bearing with me. I'm getting that out. Also, we are going to break out the caffeine. We're going to answer questions just 1 second, guys. 1 second. Bear with me. We do not want to throw in MMRMS. There we go. Okay. Beautiful. There's the radar and how we're dealing with right now. We kind of have storms along this corridor right here. Give me 1 second. Alright, we're bringing out the caffeine. Trying not to lose my voice. I'm like slightly losing my voice. I'm getting a little concerned because I got a long way to go. So I'm going to try to stabilize my voice. How's it going, Zach, on YouTube? Alright, sorry, just getting the warning out as well. PDS Tor... Wait, I didn't say PDS Tornado Warning, right? Okay, good. I was going to say. Tornado Watch is now in place. Okay, let me answer your question. Well, Stacy, thank you for the donation. Cedar Point, thank you. And Gabby, thank you guys. Appreciate the support. Let's take a look at St. Louis. I guess the storm just outside of St. Louis rotation as I'm posting this. Yeah, and this is starting to get a super cellular shape to it. It's kind of a hybrid. Look at rotation here. You know, it's kind of a mixed one here, just west of Wentzville. It's hard to say. I don't know what's going on with the rotation here or with the radar. And is anyone else having this thing where there's so much interference ongoing with the radar? I don't know if it's the tilt. It's a little bit of the tilt. There's just so much like weird interference going on. Either way, pretty strong rotation here. Entering into Wentzville and O'Fallon. It's still an active tornado warning ongoing. I need you guys to be taking shelter. This is just the start, guys. Just the start. Please, please, please. This is... honestly, nowhere near where I'm expecting things to get to. So get ready, buckle up, grab those snacks, have your safe place in mind. And here we go. Just typing out this. This includes large cities of Evansville, Madisonville, Hopkinsville, Jackson, Paris, Dryersburg, Memphis, Jonesboro, Poplar Bluff, and the surrounding regions within these areas. Bro, what? My text to speak, my voice to text did not do anything. It's not working. Come on. Evansville, Madisonville, Hopkinsville, Murray, Paris, Dryersburg, Jackson, Memphis, Jonesboro, Poplar Bluff, Carbondale. Okay, sorry guys. I'm in West Tennessee. If you're in West Tennessee, anywhere west of Clarksville, you're now underneath a PDS tornado watch. That means a particularly dangerous situation. Violent tornadoes are becoming more likely. I need you to be locked in and share with friends and family. This is trending for the worst portion of the outcome we were thinking about tonight, guys. Have to be on high alert. Okay. Tornado outbreak. Alert hashtag weather. Oh, it'll be so nice to have a team in literally 2 weeks. Bloomington, Indiana, currently underneath the severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour winds. Not expecting crazy severe weather. Most of that's going to remain to your southwest. Isolated tornado risk still remains in place. Okay, getting that one out. Getting all the updates out. Appreciate the likes, guys. Try to get the word out to as many people as possible. And obviously, it's kind of a waiting game here. As we wait on the edge of our seats, it is going to be a concerning next few hours. As we continue to develop our storms, it really is all eyes on this sector right here. This sector is just so potent right now. If one storm develops, we are talking about a possible violent tornado within just minutes of it forming. We need to be ready. I don't know, my post about yesterday's Joplin tornado is like going viral right now, and it's like kind of annoying because I've literally said it's been expired. Which you might ask, like, why don't you just delete it? Well, TikTok has a thing, if like you delete it, like your algorithm gets like sacked, and also try to build credibility. But sometimes stuff gets crazy. Like the TikTok. Oh yeah, I was trying to ignore the comments on the Joplin tornado. People get a little crazy on that one. Yeah, sometimes it gets a little crazy, guys. Nowhere near as bad as Facebook comments, but man, some of you guys are crazy. Okay. Any rotation in Wentzville? I believe you're underneath tornado watch. Oh, excuse me. Tornado warning in Wentzville. You should be in your safe place. There is rotation. Oh gosh, like right next to you guys. Yeah, the radar's showing some interference here, so exact kind of conclusion there is inconclusive. But you should remain in your safe place. The rotation, at least, is broadly around you. Kind of watching this hybrid supercell system continue to kind of move to the northeast, scooting past St. Louis. Once the storm moves out of here, if anyone in St. Louis reporting sun yet? The whole thing is a tornado warning, not the thing that's currently highlighted. Just this one right here. Once it kind of loops back around. Yeah, I think the radar. Oh, gosh, I think it's lagging a little bit. This apartment, guys. This apartment with the bad internet. It's not been terrible, but of lately it's been a little bit worse than what's been normal. And man, it's lots of stuff I unfortunately can't control. We are trying our best here. I'm slightly thinking of resetting the setup because I think there might be a hardware issue. But we'll see. Once this tornado warning gets expired, we might do a hard reset. So stay with me, guys. I'll let you know if I do that or not. And yep, just getting the updates out. There we go. When's the line hitting Evansville? There's gonna be multiple rounds in Evansville. If you're in Evansville as well, you've just gone underneath a PDS tornado watch. That's a particularly dangerous situation in which violent tornadoes are now becoming more likely and possibly supported by the environment there. I need you to be extra aware. This is all going to start here within the next 1 to 2 hours, okay? You're underneath the watch right now, so the watch just got issued. That means the ingredients are now in place. However, there's multiple rounds, and the watch goes until actually 8 hours from now. So about around midnight is when this watch is valid till. So a very, very long time to stay high alert. Hello, will it be hitting Michigan? Really depends on where you are in Michigan. Southwest Michigan, high wind alert. Appreciate the kind words. When is the tornado warning expiring? Tornado warning in O'Fallon, which is still ongoing, is expiring in 24 minutes. It's going to be 3:30 on local time. Okay, there we go. City and state, guys. City and state helps me out the best. And okay, great. We got the PDS Tornado Watch alert out to the peeps. Let me update the title. Okay, there we go. I guess the title is still kind of relevant because there's a tornado warning kind of northwest of St. Louis, but we'll make it a little bit more accurate for that sake. Yes. Okay, now we're good. All right. Thank you, Cedar, for the donations. Really appreciate that. It's going straight into the caffeine fund. Speaking of my caffeine, I've mentally prepared today for a possible all-nighter. So we're ready to go. When you get a PDS Tornado watch in place, guys, that's something I will stay up all night for. I do not care. So what happens is this is weather front. Link is in my bio. Let's go to Elkhart, Indiana. Oh gosh, my phone. Elkhart, Indiana, really not in my concern list. You have an isolated severe weather threat, mainly a high wind threat from any of these banding storms that kind of push through your region there. Stay weather aware for any isolated storm. Yeah, this is an app. Weatherfront. Check the link in my bio. What time do you think will be the worst? Oh gosh, it's really hard to pinpoint exactly when, but keeping an eye on this convection here. I think St. Louis next 2 hours from one of these development zones here out to the west. St. Louis next 2 hours. And then beyond that, I think peak intensity probably the next 2 to 4 hours. So 4 hours from now. So I guess around like 7 o'clock. Cedar, yeah, DM me. I unfortunately can't mod during streams, I believe. But if I reset the stream, I will mod you. Appreciate the offer. Someone screamed in chat, what about St. Robert, Missouri? Of course. St. Robert in Missouri here. Currently underneath a tornado watch. The ingredients are in place for significant to violent tornadoes. I need you to be on extra high alert here for the next few hours. Tornado watch remains in place for the next 5 hours and 51 minutes. The risk zones include an 80% chance of a tornado and a 60% chance of a significant tornado within the zone. This is your time to be on high alert. Yeah, I don't think I can mod on desktop lives. Please don't spam chat. We can try. It's kind of quiet right now, so we're chilling. Kind of an early discussion mode. I decided to... Wait, Gabby, you can mod? Oh, Gabby, if you can mod Cedar, if you don't mind. Well, obviously, I'm kind of adding to the moderation team because I already know during the storm chase is going to be most likely pretty crazy on these live streams. I don't think we'll have, especially if we get like a tornado on camera. I mean, like I think it could be easily thousands of people on here. So the more mods, the better, honestly. I appreciate the volunteering. Of course, no like obligation to be on stream, but I mean, if you're already watching and want to help out, thank you guys so much. Appreciate that. Yeah, we do have other mods. It's just they kind of pop in and out. So we build a team, and someone will be on it. Hopefully, all points. At least try to be. Yeah. So really keeping an eye on right here. You see some convection. It's like we're currently watching a boiling pot right now. Okay, there's some bubbles. What we're looking for is a bubble big enough to basically explode the pot. I know the analogy kind of loses sense there. Either way, we have a few of these light bubbles that are trying to make it up to the surface. However, they are struggling. But if one can break through, we've got a huge problem. The kinematics are there, guys. What I mean by kinematics, I mean the changing of wind of direction with height, the wind shear, literally everything is in place to support a violent tornado. I want to go back to our future radar here. I want to take a look at the atmosphere prediction, or at least kind of the verification of how the atmosphere is. You can see like what it's saying right now, what was modeled. Boom, right there. Kind of an upscale growth here within the next, guess 2 hours, 1 hour. 1 hour, it's supposed to look like this. So expect convection to start firing off around here. And then St. Louis, that could be where your supercell comes in with the next hour. So maybe even the next 2 hours here. That's when we start to see things become upscale. Now, what I want to take a survey of is the environment. St. Louis update. Currently, northwest of you, there is a tornado warning outside of St. Louis. And you take a look at the photographs, the lots. Hopefully that loads. Oh, that's really off-center. You can see the curved photographs pretty easily there. Let me see what we got for composite matches. Yeah, it's 2000 May 26th. I don't know if that's a SIG tour. The supercell also matches the analog for 4.5-inch hail. So yeah, that's what we're talking about here. And if you look up here towards St. Louis, which we're gotta watch these bad boys that are possibly gonna pop up. Yeah, not expecting this to be exactly verbatim how the radar is going to look like in the next few hours, but that's possible. And, if you say in the near term here, the next 2 hours, what am I so concerned about? Man, this is just... This is beyond concerning. I'll put it on your center of your screen. This is the light up for a PDS tornado predicted by the latest HER model. And, man, whew. Got some serious things to be concerned about here the next few hours here, guys, as we continue to watch the radars. We flip the switch. We flip what's currently happening. Really looking like we're getting a full-blown supercell trying to form here to the northwest of St. Louis. Keep an eye out for any kind of positioning over here if something forms within that region there, as an easterly motion would happen. What's the site? It's an app, actually. It's called Weatherfront. Check the link in my bio. All right. Keep up the questions, guys. Again, this is a great time to ask them before things get too crazy. Tornado warning remains in place for Wentzville, St. Paul, O'Fallon, and St. Peter's. Still radar indicated tornado. But this thing, again, this storm is really not mature. It's not organized, but it's spinning pretty rapidly. So it really shows, hey, if we get something organized. A lull, someone named lull in chat. It's always something hard. Yeah, love Red Bull. I wish I was sponsored by Red Bull because it's how I'm going to get through this streaming tonight. Joplin, Missouri. Joplin's currently underneath a severe thunderstorm watch. Conditions are favorable for severe thunderstorms. Main concern over there is going to be large hail and high winds. Tornado risk is relatively low there. Guys, we need 5 more followers to cross over that 100 mark within our rounding. We did not spend too much time at 75,000 followers. Again, you have all earned a gaming stream, just not when we have a tornado outbreak on the table. So hopefully you guys are looking forward to that. I know I am. I had fun during our 50,000. It was a gaming live stream back then. This was a few months ago. And I feel like we're going to hit a lot of those milestones. We are on the road as well. Okay. Again, we're kind of like sitting on the... It's like the time right before the movies where you get... oops, sorry about that. You know what I'm talking about? Where like you get to the movie theater on time... but of course the movie theater plays ads for like 30 minutes. I mean, not the worst type of ads to watch. Like there's some movie previews, but man, you're just like sitting there like it's like 30 minutes past like the time you're supposed to be there, and like when is this movie going to start? That's basically what we're doing right now, but with radar. Is we're watching the ads before the actual main event begins. With one tornado warning here just northwest of St. Louis, but I would not be surprised today if those tornado warning that tornado warning count goes above double digits today. What app do I use? Is Weatherfront link is in my bio. Will Monmouth, Illinois get any roofers taking off my roof right now? Oh gosh, well, sounds like you're ahead of the game then. But in all seriousness, in that region, I think you... pretty far north. I still think you have an isolated severe thunderstorm risk, but most of the action is most likely going to stay south of you, so that's some good news over there. That Potosi, Missouri? Potosi, Missouri. One moment. Oh, wait, was that? Yeah, that was Missouri. Okay. For Potosi, Missouri, you are currently in that tornado watch, and you have that significant tornado threat as well. I think this is going to start within the next 1 to 2 hours. You can see a little bit of convection firing off to your west. Keep a very close eye out there. Once that fires off, it'll move to the northeast very rapidly and possibly with a strong and too violent tornado capability. We've had a handful of tornado warnings today. I do not believe we've had a confirmed tornado yet. All right. Is it going to be one in St. Louis, Missouri? Unfortunately, the latest HUR had a tornado bulldozing right through St. Louis. I'm not going to say that's for sure exactly what's going to happen. I can't say, though, that St. Louis's chances of a tornado, well, I drew like a perfect circle there, just to say that. That was impressive. Like, I literally lined that up, like, perfectly. I can say, unfortunately, the conditions are trending in a direction which I'm becoming more concerned for St. Louis because of the additional clearing. If you see that tornado severe weather development to start happening, then we have to be really concerned out here, okay? Louisville, Kentucky, just outside the current watch zone, but could still see some isolated severe weather. Please do not spam chat. Washington, Missouri. Oh yeah, you're in that same place. Washington, Missouri, underneath the tornado watch. Concerned about violent tornadoes possible within the next 1 to 2 hours here. As storms develop, please be really high alert and have emergency plans in place. In Port Iowa, underneath an isolated severe thunderstorm risk for today. Most of the action is going to stay to your south, but could see a storm produce high winds and large hail. Scott City, Minneapolis, not going to see severe weather, I can tell you that. Scott City, Missouri, underneath that active tornado watch, and I believe you are actually within our PDS tornado watch. That means you have the chance to see significant tornadoes. The PDS tornado watch is a particularly dangerous situation in which the environment is extremely potent and able to support violent tornadoes within the next few hours here. Could start as early in the next hour, so I need you to be very, very careful here. Let's take a look at our only active tornado warning here, just north now, crossing across O'Fallon. Look at this. I mean, I don't know what's going on with the radar. I think it's a radar thing. Is anyone else having problems with this radar being kind of goofy? Anyways, the hook you can see right here. The hook is pretty far extended away from the storm. And unfortunately, the radar distribution is so bad. I might have to go to a secondary radar to try to get a secondary opinion on this. Trying to recycle again. Yeah, I'm getting concerned about that. Again, it's really hard to develop an opinion when we're... Well, maybe that's a little bit better. But I'll keep a very close eye on that. Again, remain in your safe place if you are within the tornado warning, as moving eastward, kind of scooting by the northern portions of the St. Louis metro complex. Sunshine and rainbows in Wentzville. That's good news. You've just been passed by the tornado. That brings me to my next point, though. Sunshine in Wentzville. That is not good. That is going to resurge your atmosphere. It's going to recharge it and unfortunately prepare it for possibly developing a very large tornado risk here within the next few hours. If you are seeing sun right now, I cannot stress enough how of a bad situation that is. Farmington, Missouri, underneath an active tornado watch right now. You need to be weather aware for tornado development throughout the next few hours here. Okay, could see a significant tornado up to a violent tornado in that region. Says we have sunshine right now in O'Fallon. Wow, I'm actually surprised. The circulation is probably just your east. That really goes to show how isolated this discrete supercell is, guys. At least a hybrid supercell. Man, that's just so concerning. The environment's really shifting right now, guys. You can see it on radar. You can see it on satellite. Get ready. It is probably about to get some pretty intensive here. Pretty intense. Okay. Guys, we're 2 followers away from that 100 round mark. So again, we're kind of just watching, monitoring the situation, seeing how the full system is developing here. Nice Solid Mike Capacha. That's good. Hannibal, Missouri. Yes. Nice and calm in chat right now, so definitely recommend asking your questions while you have the chance before things get crazy. Hannibal, Missouri, currently, you're just inside that tornado watch. We're kind of just right on the boundary of the tornado watch, but I'd say be weather aware. There are some supercells developing in your southwest, so tornado risk is on the table. As well, that could be significant tornadoes as well as high winds and large hail. Let's take a look at the satellite imagery again. Dom is in St. Louis. Hopefully no one's chasing the Dom like I saw earlier this week. Not a good strategy in my opinion. You're chasing in a vehicle that's not built to sustain a tornado, and the vehicle is famously known for moving into a tornado. Yep, I don't. It's a questionable decision making, I have to say. Okay. And there you go. You can see my concern, guys. Of course, we have this supercell firing off in St. Louis. St. Louis is about to get some sun from this cumulus kind of broken deck. I guess kind of this cumulus field, I should say, not deck, cumulus field. This is allowing for a lot of surface heating, guys, in which if anything moves in this region, as we're going to be so concerned about a significant tornado. And just a reminder, here is the section in which we have the PDS tornado watch. This is right here. You can see not as clear as our purple area, but I think the kinematics are more, and it's also been not rained on in this region. So a little bit, it is, I can tell you, higher energy within this region right now. 4,000 joules of CAPE in some of these areas. Let's go back to the tornado warning. I believe it's been extended. Appreciate the callouts. And there it is. A new tornado warning has been issued for the northern portion, the northern suburbs of St. Louis. So this is cool. It includes Grafton, Alton, Brighton, and the northern portions of St. Charles. You're now underneath an active tornado warning. Please seek shelter immediately. Thank you guys for hitting that round number. Boom. 75.1 thousand followers. City and state. Okay. Get that warning out to Linton, Indiana. Linton, Indiana, currently, actually might be in some severe weather right now, I believe. You're seeing some severe thunderstorms right now. Still in a severe thunderstorm watch for the next 2 hours and 30 minutes. Could see main concern over there is high winds associated with the Boeing squall line. Nashville. That's going to be Nashville, Illinois. Yep. Seems like my radar is stabilizing, so I don't think I'll have to restart the stream, luckily. Yeah, because this is looking a little bit better. For Nashville, Illinois, you're currently underneath you're just outside, actually. You're underneath that tornado watch, which, you're just outside the PDS tornado watch. So that means a significant to violent tornado is possible within your region here in the next few hours. I need you to be weather aware, okay? I know it's sunny right now. It might look nice and might feel a little humid outside. But you got a very dangerous environment right over your head. I need you to be extra alert. Alert your families, your friends, your neighbors. This is a significant setup in which we'll start to rapidly increase here. Look at this. We got kind of a congealing cumulo field in which you start to see these little, what I call supercell seedlings. If one of these sprout, guys, we are talking about a possible long track and violent tornado. That's what we're dealing with right now, okay? What's up, dude? How's it going? Good to have you on stream. Columbia, Missouri. One second. Columbia, Missouri is also included in our active tornado watch. Currently actually getting hit by a severe thunderstorm with observed quarter-sized hail. 60-mile-per-hour winds. We're keeping an eye on anything that develops a tornado signature and keeping a close eye on Columbia, Missouri, because right now a possible tornado or a possible supercell developing. You look on the southwest edge of the supercell for possible tornado development, and I'm getting concerned on that one. So I'll keep an eye on it. Of course, Be ready to take shelter. And holy crap. Wait, let's go back to this one. Look at that hook starting to really develop here just north of St. Louis. This is what we're talking about, guys. This is really just a kind of brief introduction into the environment we're talking about. Look at that huge hook that's currently developing. It's heading to the northeast, guys. Please go into your shelter. I don't think it's on the ground yet. Still radar indicated. I'm sure there's a lot of chasers out there as well. I'll let you know if that does get confirmed. Southern Indiana, currently underneath. Well, it depends on how south you are. If you're southwest Indiana, in Evansville, you've just been placed underneath a PDS tornado watch, which means large and dangerous up to violent tornadoes are becoming more likely in your environment. I need you to be extra weather aware. I lost power. My phone's at 5%. Oh gosh, rest in peace, Gabby. You might be losing us. Radar is messed up in St. Louis, National Weather Service, but see something to extend it. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure they have some reports on the ground there. Kentucky, London, gonna have a tornado or a storm today. Let me see. All right, for London, Kentucky, you're a bit too far east. Maybe seeing an isolated severe thunderstorm really late tonight, but I'm not concerned. St. Louis County is still a large risk. St. Louis County, if St. Louis County is just St. Louis, kind of the surrounding area, you are under risk for everything. We're talking about violent tornadoes. We're talking about large hail, high wind, but mainly I'm concerned about violent tornadoes. Going to cover a PDS for Tornado Watch for the first time today since I started streaming last year in May. Yeah, I know this is the first time PDS Tornado Watch we've had. And man, Tufts, this environment is not developing the way we want to see it. Super concerning development on the environment. Lots of clearing, lots of sun hitting the ground. We've looking at the SBC meso analysis, seeing those CAPE numbers slowly drive up. It is, it is concerning, and I think the next few hours are huge. We gotta stay extremely alert in these regions, guys. Please do not spam chat. Obviously, it's pretty tame in chat right now, so I can get you questions pretty soon. For Aurora, Illinois, not really concerned up there. Could see an isolated tornado risk, but mainly high wind risk as those storms continue to develop. All right, what other questions we got? Again, guys, for the full radar, check out the YouTube channel. YouTube channel does have the full radar, like more of a horizontal format. Again, this is not meant to be scary. It is scary at heart. It is scary to see this type of environment. This is the first time this year this has been issued, Tornado Watch PDS. But you are way ahead of the game. You already know. You are underneath the Tornado Watch, or you know your environment. Now you have time to make a plan, and you can protect yourself from these storms. So make that plan now if you've not done it already. What does PDS mean? That means a particularly dangerous situation, which is reserved for watches that have an environment that can produce violent or high-end or severe weather or tornadoes. In this case, it is tornadoes based. That's why you can see on this tornado watch, look at that, an 80% chance to see at least one significant tornado within our watch zone. I think that will be a lot more, unfortunately. Tornado risk time frame for St. Louis. So right now there is a tornado warning just to your north in the kind of far extreme northern suburbs, kind of in the St. Charles and Alton, Brighton, and Grafton area. That's an area that needs to be in their safe place right now. Active tornado warning. However, all eyes are out to your west. Keep an eye out here for anything that develops right there. Within the next, I say 1 to 2 hours. Because if something forms here, it will race towards you. And unfortunately, if you're seeing sun right now in St. Louis, which some areas are reporting sun right now, we could see a violent tornado within your region. So you got to take it extremely, extremely seriously. Tornado warning not going on in Joplin. Nope. A tornado currently Joplin underneath a severe thunderstorm watch. You can see large hail and high winds. If you're referencing the post I made, that was from last night. I can see the sun and very dark clouds in St. Charles. Yeah, exactly what we're kind of reporting here. Obviously, that really goes to show this is going to stay a discrete event for at least a good chunk of time. There's St. Charles, but I'm sure you're reporting on. Do you see any rotation? Because I think you're okay in St. Charles here. Do you see any rotation? And also, actually, if you are in St. Charles too, if you feel comfortable, I'd like to invite you to stream if you can see the storm. Actually, it depends on if you're in the warning box or not. If you're in the warning box, I want you to be nice and safe, but seeing is scooting by St. Charles. Just curious If you're seeing anything on the ground, obviously you should be looking at the dark cloud that is closest to you and look for rotation. That is possibly the wall cloud there with that giant hook that's extending from the main core of the storm. Live in St. Charles. Gosh, yeah, stay safe, guys. And unfortunately, this one storm that's scooting by you guys is really not even the main concern, okay? You got to stay alert. Toledo, Ohio, could see an isolated severe storm, but it's really, really outside kind of the core risk zone. Actually, Toledo, Ohio might not even be in the actual risk zone. Maybe a thunderstorm overnight. Yeah, Missouri's getting multiple rounds of storms, guys. Multiple rounds. Do not be put into a false sense of security once you get this first round of storms gone. Wait until that tornado watch gets canceled because we're talking about multiple rounds of storms today. Can't join, but I don't see rotation, but the clouds moving slower. Okay, good. Thank you for the report. Please stay safe out there. I will gift if you do Bloomington, Illinois. I will. I'm not perfect, but bribes, I guess, will work on me. Even though I don't know if you have to do that necessarily. For Bloomington, Illinois, you are pretty far up to the north here. Here you go. Currently underneath no watches. However, could see an isolated severe weather event here across this region. Could see an isolated severe weather event. I'm talking about mainly a concern for an isolated tornado. You can see some of these storms kind of meandering their way out to the north here. They might make their way all the way to you. So an isolated tornado is possible. Stay weather aware. Highest end risk will be staying to your south here. I want you to stay weather aware. Yes, tornadoes are possible. Yeah, here's Indiana, guys. Here's the radar in Indiana right now. You can see kind of a stalled out boundary that's just convecting like crazy, possibly a flash flood event happening here. Mostly the risk here is just winds. Overall, Indiana could see mostly winds for the rest of the evening. An isolated tornado risk embedded within these storms. Tower getting questions. Same kind of similar story for this region here across I-70, kind of on the western border of Indiana. You got another kind of storm complex moving in, possibly another flooding concern. Mainly a high wind risk, guys. Could see a couple more storms throughout the rest of your afternoon into the evening hours. Sirens going again in O'Fallon. O'Fallon? Really? East of you, that's where the tornado is heading. So if you're in actual O'Fallon, you're okay now. But the actual tornado has been reissued. The tornado warning has been reissued for Grafton, Godfrey, Alton, and Wood River here, just north of St. Louis. It's an active tornado warning. We got kind of our first decent-looking supercell. It's moving to the eastward. Someone said, how big will these storms be in southeast Michigan? Not expecting really any damaging storms in southeast Michigan any severe weather. Blue Time Spam Chat, guys. It's pretty chill here right now. Memphis just went underneath a PDS tornado watch, which means particularly dangerous situation watch. The environment is unfortunately now favorable for violent tornado capability. Need you to be extra weather aware. This is valid until 11 p.m. local time. And I need you to be on extra high alert. We are currently waiting for initiation of the convection. Still has not happened, but it's going to happen in the next 1 to 2 hours. Paducah, Kentucky, same story. You're now underneath that PDS tornado watch we just mentioned. You need to be on extremely high alert and alert your friends, your family, your neighbors. This is one you need to be extremely closely watching, okay? Kankakee, Illinois. Yes, I think an isolated severe thunderstorm over there, an isolated tornado threat. Really not a high threat overall. I'm mainly concerned about maybe a lingering high wind threat as the storms kind of exit the area here. My part of Missouri had 3-inch hail yesterday. Oh gosh, hopefully your cars were okay and everyone was okay there. Your roof, 3-inch hail is pretty major. St. Louis is not included in the PDS tornado watch. However, you are within a moderate risk for today. And either way, you just have a tiny less of a risk for the EF2 plus tornado. But honestly, if you get enough sun, St. Louis, you're just as in much of a risk zone as the PDS tornado watch. So don't want to undersell the risk in St. Louis and the other Missouri region. It's still very dangerous. It's more about confidence about how dangerous the environment can be. And because I'm seeing the environmental trend on this one, I do believe this one has just as much potential as our PDS Tornado Watch. South Bend, Indiana, could see an isolated severe thunderstorm. Mainly a high wind. McKenzie, Tennessee. Let me take a quick gander. I don't know what that means. Okay, McKenzie. That's also another area within that PDS Tornado Watch, particularly dangerous situation. You need to be on extra high alert for the next. Here you are for the next 7 hours. You can see the environment is capable of producing a violent tornado in your region. I need you to be extra careful. Tornado outbreak is expected. So is the whole thing about hiding in a ditch true because there's no shelters here? Okay, Amy, what are you housed in? That kind of helps me out a little better. I did see a very popular Facebook account mention about trying to outrun a tornado when they don't have a basement. That is kind of silliness. I'd like to help you out a little bit more on that, more context. I'm in a cardboard box. And I would seek shelter in a ditch if that's actually the case. Load of sun in St. Charles and no sirens. Yep, don't want sun, guys. A brick duplex. No, if you're in a duplex, I'd seek shelter at the most interior room you have, away from windows. But do not go outside into a ditch if you actually live in a home. Please do not do that. Hopefully no one's told you to evacuate your home and go into a ditch. That is terrible advice. That's terrible advice. Someone just said my box has a basement. Well, Ryan, look, you're well protected then from the tornado risk for today. So there you go. You see something new on TikTok. Chat. Yeah, they got a lot of flack for it. I believe, I'm not going to call them out, but it was on Facebook, of course. Shocker. In which they literally told someone, yes, if you are in a tornado warning, you need to get out of your house and drive to the south, which is just bonkers because if you get a tornado warning, you don't know how close the tornado is, and you immediately put yourself in way much more risk if you go outside in a car, which is one of the most dangerous things to be in for a tornado, and it's just oh my gosh. I can't. Some people are crazy. Greenfield, please. I'm gonna try to guess what state, but please. I'm gonna guess Greenfield, Indiana. And for Greenfield, Indiana, I could see an isolated severe weather risk. Mainly concerned about a high wind risk as the squall lines push through later tonight. People like to underestimate the watches if it's not a PDS one today. Not yeah, that's something that you always think about with the social sciences of warnings and watches. So. I understand the PDS Tornado Watch. I think it's well warranted within this region here in Memphis, in Tennessee, in Kentucky, in southern Illinois, in Arkansas. However, you really have to think about the mental kind of change it might have for our friends over in southern, in St. Louis, in Springfield, in the bulk of Missouri. Because now they might be going, oh, well, I'm not in the PDS Tornado Watch. If you don't know, it's a particularly dangerous situation Tornado Watch. That might make them feel more comfortable. However, currently looking at things, just raw numbers, I believe both areas are kind of equal for having a significant violent tornado threat over the next few hours here. I really think it's very much possible. So I don't want people to detract from the fact that they're not in the PDS Tornado Watch. I need you to take it extremely seriously, okay? Even if you are not in the PDS Tornado Watch, but your current watch still has high potential for tornadoes. That is the exact wording. It has high potential for tornadoes. And it's something I always think about with these types of things. That might be overlaid. Because obviously, if you get a tornado watch, it doesn't exactly say a 60% chance, an 80% chance. But you might see, hey, well, down in the south, they have a PDS tornado watch. Well, no. I need everyone in a tornado watch today to be extremely careful. This is an extremely dangerous day in which, obviously, we're just watching extremely closely. You just have to wait. Well, what's the percentage of a tornado risk in that area? I'm going to need more context, so I forgot where you're talking about. Is it bad if my basement door and is pretty exposed? If you try to be as far away from your basement door as possible, really the big name of the game is being below ground level, because you think the winds, there is an upward vector, but a lot of the vectors in danger are coming sideways at you. So I'd recommend laying flat on your basement floor. And if you want to feel extra comfortable, grabbing like a mattress or something to put over you if you're in a basement as well. PDS tornado watch I'm talking about. What's the percentage of tornado risk? Oh, yeah, in the PDS tornado watch. That is going to be an 80-80. 80% of a tornado, 80% of a significant tornado. Which 80% chance of a significant tornado. That is very rare. I have not really seen that. I believe we saw one of those last year, possibly during Pi Day outbreak. But I cannot remember off the top of my head. It's been more than a year, I can tell you that. It's been at least a year since this PDS tornado watch has been used. Yeah, we're kind of early a little bit on this. The watches are out. I think the watches are out so early as well. Well, the Northern Watch is pretty well warranted. There's ongoing tornado warning. But I think they want to get an extra really long kind of, hey, this is what we're dealing with. Really, it was 2 years ago since we had a PDS tornado watch. Really? Huh. I swear we had a PDS tornado watch last year. Yeah, we're just chilling. And you gotta have the extra alert time. I'm fine. There we go. Oh yeah, for this area, it's been 2 years. Yeah. A PDS tornado warning for this area is not super uncommon. This is basically like a very big magnet for large tornado outbreaks, I'm not going to lie, in this area where it's kind of the Mississippi Valley. This seems to be like the Goldilocks zone for lots of outbreaks. Not a too favorable area to storm chase in. That's why I had a little bit of FOMO from last couple of days of severe weather, trying to be out there and obviously get eyes on the storms for you guys. But this one is something that'd be kind of a mess to chase. So I'm not too complaining here. It's been 3 years since we've gotten a PDS watch in April. Last two were in May. Okay, thank you for that. Yeah, that makes sense. Severe thunderstorm warning for Michigan. Oh, that's a big one. Kalamazoo. What in the world? I didn't even see that. What is going on here? That is an interesting one. I guess that is a really interesting one. Really not a lot of convection driving with this one. It looks like some wind mixing down right in here. 70-mile-per-hour winds, radar indicated. That's an interesting one. This is just a square. So be careful out there. Is Whitewall in the watch for a tornado? No, Wisconsin's not underneath the tornado watch. It's all pretty far south of you here in Illinois, Missouri, including a couple areas. And we look at that, guys. Okay, this is where things are going to start getting intense. Notice all these shapes here. We talked about these storms developing. We now have a tornado warning here for Mexico, Missouri. Mexico, Missouri now underneath the tornado warning. Notice how these storms are really starting to develop into hooks. Boom. Get ready for this, guys. This is going to get intense. Start to lock in. A new tornado warning has just been issued for Mexico, Missouri. I need you to be taking shelter immediately. This also includes Benton and Ox Base, Missouri. Also take shelter. This includes 16,000 people, 8 schools, and 1 hospital. Trying to think of the schools right now. Unfortunately, school might still be in session and maybe after-school activities with this currently radar-indicated tornado. And yeah, things are going to get more and more crazy as we continue to track these storms, guys, very closely. Very closely. So we have a radar-indicated tornado. You can see, looking at the environment here, look at all these storms. Psh, hook right there. Let me get a better color for you. There's a hook right there. There's a hook kind of developing towards Columbia, Missouri. A hook right here. Let's see if we can get better radar. Kind of a hook right here. So every storm is rotating, at least to some degree. And it's just the environment. Schools out there set their kids home early. Okay, I mean, that's definitely the smart thing to do here. A lot of schools are basically very vulnerable to large tornadoes. There's a lot of schools. I mean, at least my school. I live in Pennsylvania, so a little bit different. Like if I think back to my school, especially my elementary, middle school, there is zero safe place in my schools. Maybe the bathroom, but even then, like it's a one floor bathroom in which the roof just gets torn off, and then what do you have? You just have a travesty. So schools are especially vulnerable to significant stuff like this. So you always have that concern. Hopefully everyone did heed the warnings. Obviously not an area stranger to this type of severe weather, so hopefully everyone took the precautions. Same here. Mine's made almost entirely out of glass. Yeah, I mean, I think about it. Who had like tornado drills growing up? Because I was in Pennsylvania. I had tornado drills growing up. Honestly, I had them for like some years of school, but some years I think they just didn't care. And honestly, that's stuff would just not do anything. They put us like in the hallways, and they have us like bring our textbooks and like put the textbooks over our necks. Like, bro, like we're in like a one-story building. Like that roof just gets torn off like a tin can. Things are not gonna go well for the area. So, yeah, they didn't even put us in the bathroom. Like the bathroom, I feel like would be maybe a little bit of a better choice. But no, they just had us literally in the hallway. Like it would be Jover for us. I'm not gonna lie. Went under desks. Yeah, I don't know how much better that is either. It's kind of like when they had nuclear drills back in the day. Not my day. But they had people go underneath desks. Like, oh yeah, I'm going to go underneath my desk, and that's going to save me from a nuclear fallout. No. Currently, we have 2 radar-indicated tornadoes. One just north in the St. Louis suburbs, and one in Mexico, Missouri. Take a look at that nasty hook ongoing, guys. Woo! Show the environment. Get ready to see a lot of this stuff. I hope you guys are ready. I'm like psyching myself up because I know I'm getting ready for this. And yeah, we're keeping an eye on all these storms. I mean, obviously the rotation is pretty evident. And take a look here. Watch out here in Joplin. We got a convective initiation. These storms, if they move east into a very tornado favorable environment, they're going to be very dangerous. They are ahead of our main frontal boundary. Springfield putting you on extra alert here as we continue to watch the storms develop very quickly here. Talking cover, yeah, we're kind of like a side conversation as we're watching this. But man, like look at these storms, guys. Gosh, not good. Possible convection, still kind of just bubbling here. Looking for convection initiation within this zone as well. The HER did model it to happen within the next 1 hour across this boundary. We'll watch closely. I live in Joplin. Yeah, stay weather aware. I know you guys had that storm earlier. If you look to your south in Joplin, you can see the storms are kind of starting to convect here. We'll see if they've become fully severe here relatively soon. And yes, continue to monitor the situation closely. All right, I'm going to step aside for just a second, refill my water. Again, 2 active tornado warnings. One in Missouri and one in Missouri/Illinois and heading. We got numerous supercells starting to start off. Things are going to get intense here soon. Tornadoes have aimbot. I swear Joplin has like a tornado magnet. I'll be right back. I have returned. All right, guys. And okay, we have like there you go. So I just said that we have another tornado warning. So I hope you guys are ready. We're now up to 3, just east of Columbia, Missouri. This tornado warning looks like it's luckily just outside of kind of a core boundary area. This new tornado warning is for Boone County and Missouri until 4 p.m. local time. Storm is associated with another kind of neighboring supercell. No, we don't need you, Siri. Right here. This is kind of heading right in the tracks of our other tornado warning and continues to move northeast. I see our motion vector today, I believe, is 35 miles per hour to the northeast. So a new tornado warning, 3 tornado warnings now in place. I need you guys to be taking shelter immediately. So hopefully you guys are gearing up here. We got 3 tornado warnings ongoing from 3 separate storms. And this is just the beginning. I'm expecting tornado count to get possibly up into the double digits today. I'm slightly thinking maybe we can think of my tornado counter somewhere. Looking for my code really quick. I think it might be helpful out of a tornado counter today. Would you guys be interested in me pulling that file real quick? I have the code somewhere in my laptop. All right, bear with me. I'm going to put the tornadoes on screen for you. Let me see if I have questions while I try to organize this. Give me 1 second. Get through all my files. So my files are a little disorganized. Graphics output. No, that's the SPC. Where did I even put that code? Maybe it's just on my desktop. At least it's not bad as 15 years ago. Yeah, well, don't say something like that. No, well, I don't think the environment's that poised to do something like that. You need a very, very specific, obviously, set to have something like that. Back in 2011. But you know, obviously, it only takes one to change lives, so that's why, you know, we try to cover them very closely here. What is going on here? I'm like scrolling through my files. Now I have the poll overlay when we did a poll. We did a bracket. Dang, why can I not find this? Shoot. I can just vibe code it quickly. What area are you going to chase in? Gabby, wherever the storms go, I'm going to favor Central Plains, especially first off. But we have capability to chase basically anywhere, unless gasoline or like extreme movement is a problem. Yeah. So that's kind of what's going on. Chase will be happening, guys. If you're wondering like what chase he's talking about, storm chase is happening in I thought I found it, in 14 days. Currently, tornado warnings in Alton, Illinois, as well as Mexico, Missouri. Some people go in specific areas. Yeah, like I'm not doing a storm chase around my home. That'd be pretty boring because I live in Pennsylvania. So we're just going to be on the road for like 50 to 70 days. So it'll be a lot of hotels this summer, which is fine. I lived out a lot of hotels last year with my storm chase research team. So pretty exciting there. Dang, I cannot find this. Well, should I just vibe code it real quick? I'm pretty sure I could like just hire ChatGPT to be like code this really quick. Okay, we're gonna go on a quick coding adventure while I'm answering some questions. Yeah, there's been a lot of snow back home. That adds up all the National Weather Service tornado warnings and displays them ready to be captured on stream. Okay, we're doing a quick coding adventure as we're continuing to watch the tornado warnings. Let's go with tornado warnings while I hire my personal assistant to get that done for me. Tornado warning remains in place here. Entering Illinois now for Godfrey, Brighton, Alton, and Wood River. Please remain in your safe place. A supercellular storm is producing a radar-indicated tornado warning. Switching over to Missouri here, just east of Columbia. Active tornado warning. 2 tornado warnings associated with 2 different storms. This tornado warning is just east of Columbia. Not for any towns listed, but to the east here, we have a tornado warning for Mexico and Benton City, as well as Oxbase, underneath the tornado warning ongoing. Not expected to hit Alabama. Maybe the northern corner of Alabama could see some isolated severe weather later tonight. Is northeastern Illinois could see some severe weather involved. So I'm just checking my code. Oh God, what is going on? Isolated tornado risk in northeast Illinois. Mainly concerned about high wind. We're really gonna see if this is gonna work or not. Hopefully I don't have to like download anything. I'm pulling up Spider right now. What are the odds this works first try, guys? Put it in chat. Chat's been pretty good at code of lately. Looking at this code though, I'm not too sure it's going to work. Yeah, if you're wondering like what am I coding currently, I'm currently just vibe code. I know I have one somewhere on my computer, but I cannot find it. Currently vibe coding a tornado counter. We will see if it works. Spider is asking me to donate. I don't think so. Gotta save that money for gasoline and storm chasing. And caffeine, actually. Gasoline and caffeine. This really going to be my top 2 expenditures of the year. And, of course, I don't have an import that's... Oh, my gosh. Shoot. Okay, well, I think I'm going to try to go to that length to figure this out. Well, rest in peace. No vibe coding today. Well, let me check one last thing before I give up. Where is it? I just... Tornado... Wait, I have a file just named Tornado. That might be it. Oh, what does this file do? This was made last year. Okay, guys, we might have it. This is such a distraction. I do apologize. I think the tornado counter will be very helpful because I think we're just going to shoot up in tornado warnings here very soon. Do you think we'll see an EF3 tornado plus possible? It's very much possible. The watch, that's the PDS tornado watch here across, Tennessee, Northeast Arkansas, Western Kentucky. That is tagged as an EF4 possible tornado watch. So that is what we're dealing with today. Okay, let's see. Let's see if this works. No, also did not work. Okay, well, rest in peace. I tried. Maybe next time. I am gonna work a lot more on the infrastructure once I get back home for the storm chase. So it should look nice and pretty for when we get that involved. Okay, we should be back on the topic now. Yes, the PDS Tornado Watch is indeed for Western Tennessee, which means particularly dangerous situation tornado watch. We have environment capable of supporting violent tornadoes. Southwest Michigan could see a few isolated storms produce high winds. Not necessarily tornado risk, though. Let's take a closer look at the rotation involved within our tornado warnings. 3 of them right now active. Oh gosh, okay, so it's a pretty strong rotation on this one down here. Let me zoom out a little bit more. Just northeast of Columbia, Missouri. So that is a radar indicated tornado, but looking at the actual current rotation estimate, looks pretty potent. It's pretty potent. Yes. Please be weather aware. This is a very serious situation. Mexico, that one's a little bit less. And switching over to our one that's entering Illinois, also still, maybe right there. Actually, might be having it right there. Let me cross-reference with real radar. Yeah, pretty good spin here just north of Alton. And now crossing over into Illinois. So I might see a reissuance of the tornado warning right on the edge of the active tornado warning. I might see another one here. Currently, 3 active tornado warnings in Missouri and Illinois, guys. Just the start, as we've been continuing to say. Any tornadoes yet? Nothing's been confirmed, but we currently have 3 active tornado warnings ongoing. Okay, let's take a look. I do have something I really want to take a look at that I've just kind of spotted. So let's take a look at future radar. We're getting to that point which future radar might not help that much, but it kind of might give us a clue of what could happen. Let's go to 19Z. Yeah, I mean, you take a look at here, and I see just a huge couple of problems here. This is at 3 hours, or this is 2 hours from now. So let's fast forward 2 hours here. We got 2 conga lines of discrete supercells, guys. Not a good look. Every single one of these could produce a tornado, with some of them producing violent tornadoes. And that's why I was trying to get the tornado counter ready. It's because if this happens, we might have like 20 tornado warnings at the same time here. And that's probably the next 2 hours. That's why, we gotta stay on top of this. Convection is just starting to pick up in intensity. And things are gonna get busy. It's hot and humid now. It's cool with a slight breeze in St. Charles. If things rebound, so if you get, obviously this storm's moving out of your way. If you get some sun on the ground there, and you feel warmth on the ground again, that means the environment will rebound. The bad news is, it seems like there's going to be plenty of time for sun to at least stick around for a little bit. We will see. I'm seeing some convection possibly trying to get started off to your west. Every minute the sun is out in St. Louis, the more concerned I get. Take a look at our convection initiation happening here just east of Joplin, Missouri. Look at that. Already some turning severe thunderstorms that are not severe thunderstorms yet, but you can see they're already curving. Springfield, putting you on extra alert here. Yeah, it's convective initiation happening to your west. You are within our tornado watch, which has the tag of significant tornadoes possible. Alton, currently underneath a tornado warning redacted. I need you to be in your safe place right now. There might be a tornado right over your town as we speak. You can see the hook is right over you. That's Alton kind of crossing over into Illinois. That is a radar indicated tornado. Please go to your safe place if you are not so already. Hopefully you are. Be safe. Please be safe. Okay. So I'm just looking at this. Excuse me. Looks like they're going to issue a tornado watch for all of Arkansas here within the next 30 minutes, by the way. Next 30 minutes. Tornado watch incoming for Arkansas. Just seeing if there's any more updates. Okay. All right, there we go. I mean, I'm looking at the environment development, guys, and this is just not a good look. Continues to degrade, and let's take another look at the satellite imagery. Let's talk about it again. We do have active tornado warnings going on, but it's truly not gone to the full intensity that is vastly coming, and it is becoming more and more certain to me that we are going to see a significant severe thunderstorm, tornado outbreak here. I mean, yeah, gosh, it's just the way the environment is evolving here. Look at this. We have our line. This is going to be our line segment. Which is kind of, let me zoom out a little bit. That's going to be closing the door on the event. But if you can see those cumulo clouds starting here. These are going to be supercells. And notice how their direction is really, at least their anvil direction is very eastward. This is going to enable them to stay discrete for a decent long time here. The longer they're discrete, the more likely they're going to produce long track violent tornadoes. So we got that area. And then we put this in motion. Let's see if we can get this to load. Look at all of this clearing. Wow, this entire sector is very, very clear. That is going to enable for a very large rebound of the atmosphere. And also notice our direction of clouds, guys. We have clouds going this way. That's our lower levels are going this way. Upper levels are going this way. Yeah, pretty easy to spot the problems we're going to see here. Huge amount of spinning with the atmosphere. Huge amount of available energy with the atmosphere. Upper level dynamics are extremely favorable for push support. And really can't say is something where I can't say I see something which will limit this event at this point. Everything has trended in the wrong direction for a significant event. And good news is, right now, at least temporarily, St. Louis, the surrounding area, and the areas have been let to expire for the tornado warning that was in place. That will not be the last we hear of St. Louis today. And get ready. Every single degree we rise in St. Louis in the surface, and which actually I'm going to throw those on right now, we increase trouble. So currently St. Louis sitting, the northern portions of St. Louis, look how different this gradient is. So where our thunderstorm was, 68 degrees. Just south in St. Louis, 82 degrees. So if this temperature rises on the northern one, every degree increases the chance of a significant tornado. So really a rebounding environment. You can see right where our Cape gradient is, the more that warm air rises to the north, moves to the north. Gosh, guys, it's going to be a long night. Please get ready. You can see exactly where our concern really drops off. Keep a close eye on St. Louis. St. Louis is right on that borderline, but obviously getting clear air is going to help rebound the atmosphere. And we're going to shut that off here. Tornado warning continues so we got one tornado warning left here for Mexico and Benton City in Missouri. How's Bloomington, Indiana looking like? Currently getting some sub-severe thunderstorms. Could see high winds throughout the rest of the evening. Isolated tornado risk on the lower end of all the risk zones for today. How bad is Farmington going to be? That's an area where I have core concern for a significant tornado risk there. significant tornado risk. We talked about the clearing. We talked about the ingredients. They're all in place. You need to be on extra high alert today. We're talking about violent tornado support today. St. Louis is already 81 and it's 82 in Pine Bluff with no rain today. Wow. Yeah, and in the northern portions of St. Louis, currently is 62. But again, if that warm air just moves to the north and obviously there's sun on the ground, it's not going to take much time for that sun to start warming the environment. Just a reminder, guys, seeing a lot of people join in. Paducah, Kentucky is currently underneath a PDS tornado watch. PDS tornado watch. That means particularly dangerous situation tornado watch, which is supportive of violent tornadoes today. Within the next few hours, it needs you to be on extremely high alert. Poplar Bluff, Missouri is also an area that's included in our PDS tornado watch. Same story. Matthew, you need to be extra careful. Where's Mexico, Missouri tornado going? It's going to the eastern, kind of an eastern direction towards Ladonia, eventually heading towards Vandalia, Middletown, and Bowling Green. Those are all downtown or downstream of the tornado warning that's active, so be ready to take shelter from that storm. If you guys hit that like button and follow the Rainy Day with our family so we can get the word out to as many people as possible. With an increasingly volatile environment here, we do not have much more time until things, I believe, will start to really become intense. That Cape is really starting to get together. Yeah, we can take let's take a gander again at the meso-analysis. Again, this is something I do a lot while chasing. You can see storms really starting to gather here in Columbia. Columbia, be careful here. Let's take a look at... Trying to see something that might be helpful right now. Let's look at violent tornado parameter. Oh my gosh. Well, that's not good. There's a violent tornado parameter of 9 right now in Missouri. Just east of our ongoing supercell, east of Columbia. Wow. Ooh, that is not good. And then looking at the resurgence of Cape, you can see where our Cape kind of drops off, kind of east of... Oh, look at this warm sector kind of rebound up here. Of course, the most potent warm sector is here as well. So people are trapped in a bus in Michigan? What's going on? What time should we look for in the St. Louis area? Another round could be as close as within 30 minutes if something convective initiates. Really, you should just be on your toes right now in St. Louis. Okay, try to see if there's anything else that might be interesting to look at. We can look at, wait, one more time. Wait, no, that's QT. I want hodograph. So this is going to look at wind shear. Every single area you see blue has at least some significant turning of direction of wind with height. Wow, and some of these photographs are pretty spooky too. Look at all of this sheer area that is just so favorable for tornado development, especially look in southern Indiana. Wow, look at that photograph. Huge turning direction, southern Illinois, right in this keystone of all the areas, guys. Psh. Again, we're just mere minutes from things continuing to accelerate into a more and more dangerous conditions. And I appreciate you guys watching here. Obviously, we're tracking very closely. We still have an ongoing tornado warning here for Mexico, Missouri. That's about to exit the area with a kind of an easterly moving storm. Take a look at this storm here. This is catching my eye just south of Columbia. That storm is warned for 60 miles per hour in a tornado possible attack. Keep an eye on that one. Kind of a supercellular shape. If it gets clear air around it, maybe could produce a significant tornado. These two storms right here, they're kind of two embedded tornadoes. Or, excuse me, two embedded supercells. They look very similar to our HER model, which ran like 30 minutes ago. Now let me answer some questions. I know I've been kind of breaking down the environment a little bit. I'll throw on the big radar and boom, look at this. We already got a large supercell ongoing here, Joplin. 1.75 inch hail, 60 mile per hour winds. This might develop a tornado soon if it moves towards Springfield. Central Mississippi, I don't think is getting involved in this severe weather. It might be seeing an isolated storm. More towards the northern portions of Mississippi. Predictions for Wentzville, Missouri. Unfortunately, you are within that significant tornado watch area, okay? You need to be weather aware. I know you've already had a tornado watch today. That was not anywhere near the concern I have for these next coming storms incoming. Central Illinois, depends on how far south you are. The further south you are, if you're towards Springfield and Champaign, which actually have just been added to a new tornado watch, Look at that. A tornado watch is actually relatively new here. This is because we're getting some more clear air to your north. Tornado watch actually is a lower tornado risk, but more of a high wind risk. Still, stay weather aware for all threats on the table. Springfield, Champaign now added to the tornado watch as storms continue to move there. So that's for Wentzville. Be ready for significant tornadoes. Virginia not going to get involved. City and state, guys. City and state. Alrighty. So now we're going to have kind of two main areas to watch. We're going to have this zone developing here with across our frontal boundary. And we're going to have anywhere kind of in between here, which is going to develop our kind of prefrontal kind of warm sector supercells. Guys, please do not spam chat. Illinois, Kankakee. Could see an isolated severe thunderstorm and with a chance of a tornado. High wind is your main concern up there. Again, guys, spamming like a town. I need city and state, please. As we continue to track these storms closely. Let me bring up my tracker. Seems like we're gonna get another tornado warning here. Oh yeah, look at that, another tornado warning. Whoa, this thing's really starting to get shape here. Look at this supercell, guys, right here. This is now a new tornado warning for 17,000 people. So this includes Landonia, Vandalia, Curryville, Bowling Green, and Middletown. That is going to be Missouri. Now underneath a new tornado warning issued for this breaking away supercell. Kind of a right-moving supercell, which has the risk of a tornado. And honestly, we're starting to get to the point in which the environment is becoming conducive to significant tornadoes. So I needed you to take these warnings extremely seriously, guys. Extremely seriously. We're moving to a time in which if you get a warning, it is going to be go time. There is no time for delay. Please do not try to visually confirm these tornadoes. This one's a classic supercell hook heading northeast at 35 miles per hour. There we go. Reds and greens right next to each other. Boom. We got the hook in place. And there you go. You can see it right there heading northeast. That's pretty much as textbook as it gets for active tornado warning. You're not good at 100% in Kankakee. Could still see a tornado there. I just say tornadoes are very much possible, including violent tornadoes in Wentzville. I need you to be ready for severe weather, including violent tornadoes here very soon. So we got two supercells breaking away here in kind of the northeast corner of Missouri. Keep that in mind, guys. These can be significant now. We're talking about significant. My son is enjoying watching this stuff. That's good to hear. As long as it stays hopefully chill here. I mean, obviously things are going to get crazy, so just try to track it as closely as possible. Is a supercell moving away from Columbia, Missouri? Yes. However, there are a couple of supercells surrounding Columbia, one to the south, one to the north, that are scooting by you. Columbia is underneath a severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. He's two. Okay. Oh, gosh. What other questions we got, guys? And things are going to get really fast-paced here soon. So the window for asking questions and me answering them are starting to close. That's not because I don't like you guys. It's because we'll favor tornado warnings here. Thank you, Michael, for the donation. Appreciate that. Thank you, Abby, for the donation. Future meteorologist. Excuse me. That's funny. I wanted to be a meteorologist since I was in third grade, so it's kind of crazy. Sometimes it's very common in the field in which people want to do it. Want to be in the field. St. Charles, Missouri. Sorry, I'm getting distracted. You can see currently active tornado warnings here for Bowling Green. For St. Charles, Missouri. Yeah, you're in that tornado watch, guys. Should be becoming sunny in St. Charles. I'm very concerned about a possible violent tornado possibility within your area from these supercells that are developing to your west. They're going to continue pushing to the east. And any supercell that can break away from the line or become discrete will have the chance of being violent. So I need you to be extremely ready for severe weather, okay? Extremely ready. Which direction are these moving? I'm between Cincy and Columbus. Curious. Yeah, I don't think they're going to be... It's more of a high wind, isolated high wind threat all the way over there. These aren't going to be significant once they get to the point over in Ohio. Alrighty. The central Indiana half threat today. A high wind threat. Isolated high wind threat. A very isolated tornado threat. Most of the activity is going to be happening to your west. It's an all-electric house, so the winds can be a mess. Oh, gosh. Indianapolis, please. Yes, currently Indianapolis is underneath a severe thunderstorm watch. Could see a severe thunderstorm over the next 2 hours. Main concern is a high wind threat. Isolated tornado cannot be ruled out. Rockford, Illinois. No, not too concerned up there. Could see an isolated severe thunderstorm for high winds. And look at Michigan. What is going on here? It's not even raining in Grand Rapids, but you're underneath a severe thunderstorm warning with 60-mile-per-hour winds observed. Wow, I stand incorrected. This is really not convecting over here. But I guess winds are mixing down to the surface. That is really whack. That is really weird. It really goes to show how strong our system is. It's mixing down 70-mile-per-hour winds without even trying. It's kind of crazy. Mexico underneath the tornado warning. Oh, yeah, look at that. Look at these two supercells are holding hands right now, guys. You know, I have extra concern for this supercell here because it has that west nudger, as I like to say. Sometimes when the downdraft can interact with the rear flank of this supercell right here, it can enhance the spin of that one. It's actually a very classical setup in which you look for violent tornado possibilities. So supercells on their own, they can produce tornadoes, they can produce strong tornadoes, but for the highest percentile tornadoes, there usually is an interaction between multiple supercells. And that positioning right there does have me concerned for something significant setup. So continuing to track this towards Vandalia, Londona, Curryville, and Bowling Green, Missouri, you should be in your safe place. Be extra safe, guys. The environment is already supportive of violent tornadoes. This is correction, just to let you know, this is Bowling Green, Missouri, by the way. Bowling Green, Missouri. Important thing to note. For my friend who is in Bowling Green, Kentucky, you're just currently outside the tornado watch for right now, but I am expecting severe weather to get to you later tonight. Good to see all threats on the table. Tornadoes, high winds, and large hail. Okay. Keep up the questions, guys. Again, 2 tornado warnings active across Missouri. Hopefully you guys are hanging in there. Join the rainy day with their family. Storm chases in 14 days. And things are really starting to develop quickly here. So buckle up. And boom, got our first hook again in just kind of east of Joplin. This is moving east towards Springfield, guys. If you are in Springfield right now, this is an extra heads up alert. You should not be out right now. Come home in Springfield, a developing supercell in which it's moving into a very favorable environment for tornadic ability. You should be in an area, if you are in Springfield, Missouri, you should be close to your safe place. This is an early alert. There's no tornado warning right now, but I don't want you to be caught in a place in which you have a low reaction time ability to this. I want you to be able to get to your safe place quickly in Springfield, Missouri, and the surrounding communities because of this developing supercell threat. Will storms reach Michigan? So that's an interesting question. There are severe thunderstorm warnings in southwest here in the Michigan area, and there's actually not a lot of convection with them. All these severe thunderstorm warnings are associated with the wind. They're not really convecting a lot. So yes, there is wind risk in southwest and central Michigan associated with this kind of front pushing out, but actual convective ability, not really. Your trash can might be blown down the road, so if your trash can's out, secure those. But other than that, guys, oh gosh. So let's look at this stuff here. We got a few supercells that are breaking away. This is really starting to look like a serious day. I mean, you can see just look at the view here. You got multiple supercells embedded, and we got some supercells that are really hooking onto the upper levels and just throwing themselves really far to the east. Please get ready. Still waiting for convective initiation across this region where we have our PDS tornado watch. Right, it stands for particularly dangerous tornado watch. Continue to watch very closely. All right, fluorescent Missouri. Oh gosh. Buckle up, guys. Fluorescent Missouri should be concerned about obviously significant tornadoes today. You are within a tornado watch. Currently, I believe you have sun in the area right now. If you have sun and it's starting to heat up again, that is a not good sign. I want you to stay extra weather aware. And then your watch continues until 9 p.m. local time. Really, what the thing you should be concerning your watch and your time about is any storm that forms, to the west may grow up scale into a large supercell and possibly produce a dangerous tornado. And in Ohio, western Ohio could see that high wind risk continue from any storm that makes out there. Is it possible to get bad in northern Illinois, like by Rockford? I think a resurgence in energy might allow for some isolated severe weather, mainly concerned for high wind and isolated tornado, but significant severe weather seems unlikely within that region. Yeah, Warren, Ohio, I mean, you can see that, the high wind. Isolated high wind damage. Yes, tornado, or St. Louis is currently underneath a tornado watch, with the ability to produce a significant tornado. Iowa, currently seeing a few thunderstorms across the area. Sub-severe right now. And thank you, Golden, for the donation. Appreciate that. Oh my gosh. That is a slightly disturbing animation that just played on the stream. We're really talking about tornadoes. I don't know how to feel about that. Thank you, Dinas, for the donation. Appreciate that, guys. Very, very kind of you. Wow, that was a big donation too. Really, really, really appreciate that. I'll be going right into my caffeine fund, and I hope you guys. Part of your, I can't even. Am I the one who sets the gift gallery? I don't think I'm the one who does that. Or sirens went off this morning, but it's sunny out. Yeah, if it's sunny out, guys, right now, it's not a good sign. It means the atmosphere is recharging. Thank you, Golden, for all those. Appreciate that. And here we go. Bellevue, Illinois. What time and how hard? 1 second. Bellevue, another area I'm concerned for significant tornadoes. You are within the watch zone. That's going to be valid until 9 p.m. local time. Looking out to your west. Storms at the very latest are going to come within the next 2 hours. You can see from this line, let me zoom out a little bit, this line to your west. Now, I think a storm in front of this line is very much possible. You look at, there's some convection happening right between here. It's not that strong, but if anything fires off and become upscale into a large supercell, we're talking about a violent tornado risk for today, okay? Please be extremely alert. It's automatically set, but if you feel it weekly, you get a bonus. So I didn't even know that. So yeah, aren't I an amazing TikTok streamer? I don't even know how the gifting works. I've been streaming on TikTok for literally over a year, and it's not my priority for gifting or whatnot. So it's okay. I really appreciate it though. I was saying it earlier. This area in northern Illinois, oh my gosh, Kankakee, there we go, is just outside kind of our core tornado risk as we continue to watch these storms develop. I do believe an isolated tornado is possible, mainly concerned about high wind from a squall line that I'm assuming, kind of predicting is going to form as this system exits to your east. And we've been streaming for about it was a total of 4 hours so far today, so I think we're hanging in on there. Again, we're pretty early the party here, but man, look at these storms really firing off here. Look at this bad boy. Classic textbook supercell. Pretty large hook, got that ball right there. And we take a look at rotation to see how we look. Still radar indicated tornado. Yes, actually still broad rotation. The wall cloud's rotating. Nothing's made it to the surface yet. Please don't spam chat. You will be muted. Springfield, Missouri should be on high alert, actually. Springfield, I'm actually concerned about a supercell just developed to your west. It's currently just 20 miles to your west, producing, wow, that is going to be baseball-sized hail. It's moving towards you, and unfortunately, it's moving into a more favorable tornado environment. So my recommendation for Springfield is to be near your safe place. You should be able to take cover from a tornado within 5 minutes of getting a tornado warning here, okay? You should not be out on the roads or dilly-dallying. This is an anti-dilly-dallying rule or advice for Springfield, Missouri. So please be ready to go within that area. We're talking about, unfortunately, a high ceiling today of violent tornadoes. All right. City and state, guys, keep them coming as, things are going to get upscale here. Currently, 2 tornado warnings active just in Missouri. For Juliet, Illinois, that's an area where we think high wind risk is possible. High wind risk is my main concern. Isolated tornado risk associated with this storms. Mission in. Where's the tornado is going to happen at? Well, here are your two tornado watches. I guess it's hard to kind of pin them together. I'll kind of loop them all together in your screen here. It includes the states of Illinois, southern Illinois, southeast and central Missouri, western Kentucky, western Tennessee, and the northeast corner of Arkansas. I do believe Arkansas is about to go underneath a tornado watch the entire state. Throwing on the total radar, you can see how our boundary line is kind of sitting right here. Let me zoom out a little bit so you can see I kind of made like a little flag. This boundary line is going to have a tornado threat within it as it moves to the east. And then anything that develops in our warm sector that I'm also highlighting here could also produce a violent tornado. So there you go. Complicated setup. A lot set. The intensity is rising rapidly as we speak. Nashville is just outside the current tornado watch. The tornado watch just to your west, though, is a PDS tornado watch, particularly dangerous situation, reserved for areas that have high concern. Got hail damage in Farmington, Missouri. Oh gosh, in Farmington, Missouri is smack dab in our tornado watch as well. Guys can't get a break. Jerseyville, yes, Jerseyville in Illinois is currently underneath a tornado watch. The ingredients are there for significant tornado development. Need you to be on your toes for the storms that are moving into your region. Significant tornadoes are possible. That's going to be valid for the next 4 hours and 30 minutes at least. Might see an extension on that. Please be weather aware. St. Louis, same sort of story as Jerseyville. It's clear skies right now in St. Louis, I believe. We take a look at the satellite imagery. Clear skies, you might be wondering, oh, the storms are gone, right? I don't see any clouds. Not good, no. If it's sunny there, you are resurging. There's still sun on the ground right in the corridor. This is a little right there. You got some pretty good sun with south of this line. That's going to enable the energy to resurge within this area. So, significant tornado risk building within this region. Again, please don't spam chat. Also, see someone requesting to join the live. I don't really know why you want to. What are you going to do after you graduate? Like, you're going to get a job as a meteorologist? Actually, I am planning on doing rainy day weather as a full-time job. I've been so fortunate enough to have so much support on different platforms. Oh, gosh, I'm dying. On TikTok and Facebook. And that's why I've hired my own team for this summer. And after graduation next year, I am anticipating to do this full-time. It's kind of crazy. All you guys' support really directly helps me to achieve my dreams here. Kind of a new thing that's really happened. A kind of digital meteorologist focusing on, obviously, rainy day weather as a media company, LLC. Yeah, it's been crazy. Crazy ride, and man, the summer's going to be crazy too. So if it gets cloudy then sunny again, that's not good. That's correct, Lambo. Riverdale, Illinois. 1 second. For Riverdale, you're kind of in an area where I think there's more of a high wind risk and isolated tornado risk. Actual high-end threat is not very likely. You see there's some clearing, though, within this region. Maybe a resurgence of some energy. Isolated severe thunderstorm or two. Definitely possible here. Let's go back to our radar. Alrighty. Hold up. Okay. Let me go get some electrolytes. 1 second. I'm trying to balance my caffeine with electrolytes today. Not totally trying to destroy my brain tonight. I do realize with this type of severe weather, it might put me in a position which I might need to pull an all-nighter. So that's why we've got plenty of electrolytes and snacks to help us through today. If you guys don't know, I'm currently studying in Madrid, so that's why an all-nighter is ever so likely. I'm hoping that doesn't happen because, of course, if an all-nighter happens, then most likely we've got some pretty significant severe weather going on. See if I can open the Powerade. Oh, gosh. The Powerades in Europe, they make them so hard to open. Like sometimes they explode on me. All right. Let's get back to business. Why do storms always miss me in northern Illinois? Consider yourself lucky missing this setup. because the significance is really high on these ones. We do have 2 tornado warnings active, guys. This one down here to the west is pretty much over for right now. That storm. Vandalia and Bowling Green in Missouri are underneath a tornado warning. That's a radar indicated tornado, valid for the next 29 minutes. Springfield's storm looking scary coming to Joplin. Yeah, let's take a look at this. Don't want to forget about this one. This thing is obviously becoming pretty upscale. Currently producing a lime-sized hail. Heading into Springfield. Let's take a look at rotation. Yeah, seeing some broad rotation, at least a little bit of weak rotation heading into Springfield. Notice we put on radar. The current storm is in a watched area for severe thunderstorms, but it's about to enter. Springfield into the warning area, or excuse me, the watch area for tornadoes. So it's going into a more favorable environment for tornadoes. And I do believe a new tornado warning is about to be issued here. Okay, yeah, there we go. Whoa, this is a lot of people, guys. 114,000 people just went underneath a tornado warning. Jefferson City, you are now underneath a radar-indicated tornado warning. This includes St. Martin's, California, Fortuna, New Bloomfield, Ashland in Missouri, Central Missouri, now underneath an active tornado warning. Please seek shelter immediately. This is an active tornado warning for 114,000 citizens, 41 schools, and 3 hospitals. Please seek shelter immediately. Also includes smaller towns of Russellville, Latham, from a radar-indicated supercellular tornado. I need you guys to take this extremely seriously because it is all on its own, moving into an extremely favorable environment for a violent tornado capability. Also, putting this kind of on everyone's radar here. This general zone is heading towards St. Louis as well. So St. Louis, now we're talking about your environment becoming more and more favorable for tornado development. This line, if it stays discrete, stays all on its own here. That's where we're going to see some tornado development. And seeing some people join in, seeing the chat start hooking on. Guys, welcome in an active tornado warning for over 100,000 people. That means 100,000 of you, if you are within Jefferson City or Central Missouri, are now underneath a tornado warning. You need to take action right now. Seek shelter. Lowest level of your home. A basement is best, but if you don't have one, that's okay. Seek an interior room away from exterior walls and windows. These types of storms, guys, are moving into a very favorable environment for significant tornadoes. We haven't seen one yet, luckily, but we're very early on. It's moving into a very favorable environment, so I need you to act immediately. Immediately. Please do not spam chat. Please put your city and state. Kansas City, Missouri is okay, yes. And I'm kind of going to go out on a limb here. You might be wondering, well, this tornado warning is really huge. Why do they issue such a huge tornado warning? I think they are very concerned about a rapidly developing significant tornado here. We are far away from the radar, unfortunately. Another radar blind spot, and actually we are right in a radar blind spot. There we go. Look at that. Pretty big rotation on that one. I think they are concerned of this one becoming more and more upscale, in which we might see a large tornado development quickly. So I think they're going to develop. They are going to issue that warning. They're going to issue the warning really far ahead of time, so the areas can get to shelter right now. They're just so concerned, and I'm also concerned, guys. I think that's exactly why the warning polygon is so big. So big. Cleveland, Ohio, okay, you're fine. But now we have 2 active tornado warnings. 2 active tornado warnings. Ugh. Got to hydrate. Jefferson City, Bowling Green, now underneath tornado warning. Seek shelter immediately. That's Bowling Green, Missouri. Both of Missouri. Okay, sorry guys, I'm just like losing my voice a little bit. Anyone in Jefferson City? I'm wondering if anyone's in Jefferson City, Missouri. Again, radar indicated tornado. Guys, unfortunately, the high end capability today are violent tornadoes. Violent tornadoes. All right, sorry guys, just checking online to see what updates we have. Okay. Guys, please don't spam chat. Wow. California, Missouri. You were. I'm trying to remember. One second, I have to see. Oh, California, Missouri. Now underneath the tornado warning. Seek shelter immediately. That's what I'm trying to remember. If you are in California, Missouri, seek shelter immediately. Guys, please do not spam chat. You will be muted. If you don't mind liking the stream so we get the word out to as many people as possible, this event is just beginning. And I think things are going to get upscale really quickly, which we might have multiple tornadoes on the ground and possibly some violent tornadoes on the ground. The yellow markings are severe thunderstorm warnings. The red markings are tornado warnings. And the lighter reds, larger marking is tornado watch, and the larger yellow is severe thunderstorm watch. Trying to mute, but it doesn't work. That's weird. St. Louis is being approached. So here's St. Louis. Your environment has become a lot favorable for violent tornadoes. I need you to be on high alert as these supercells continue to move to the east here. Okay, I'm putting this radar in motion so you can see the radar development. Keep that in mind. If it is sunny right now, guys, if it is sunny, that is not good news. Okay, you have a developing favorable environment. Ozark, Missouri is what? Oh, down the south. Ozark, Missouri is downstream of some severe weather that's beginning. There's a possible tornado associated with this supercell that's going to be happening here. I need you to be on high alert. You're underneath an active tornado watch. Please be on high alert. Watch means the ingredients are in place. Jefferson City News just said it's rapidly intensifying quick. Okay, so this is an extremely dangerous situation, guys. We might see our first significant tornado of the day, and this is not good. A significant tornado kind of eyeing up a major population center. Jefferson City, you're underneath the tornado warning, okay? Let's go over rotation, okay? I'm getting more and more concerned because obviously this is our first storm that's moving into the favorable environment. We take a look at the rotation and see how it's developing. Trying to get it to load here. There you go. Oh gosh, yeah. Just over the last few radar scans, we're seeing some more and more favorable rotation continue to kind of move towards Lafayette in California, St. Martin's, Russellville, and Jefferson City. Need you guys to be taking shelter immediately. This is an active tornado warning for New Bloomfield, Ashland in Missouri. This supercell has the potential. It's becoming a lot more right moving, so that means it's moving more to the east in producing a violent tornado, a large and dangerous tornado. And actually, I'm looking down here. I'm seeing maybe some rotation. Keep an eye on those ones. I'll check on the Springfield one. A little bit of broad rotation on that one. But that one, guys, heading towards Jefferson City, obviously a huge concern, major population center, and moving into an extremely favorable environment for significant tornadoes. I need you to act quickly. Colston, please do not spam or you will be muted for the rest of the stream. Come on. Trying to keep it easy. Hoping you'd be on. Could you please tell me anything about the Horse Cave, Kentucky tonight? Yes. 1 second. Is there like horses and caves there? That's a fun town name. For Horse Cave, you could see some severe weather. You're kind of on the edge of the risk zone. Main concern there is high winds with an isolated tornado risk. And we do have a new tornado warning, guys. Get ready. We have 3 active tornado warnings. This is the beginning of a tornado outbreak, guys. I need you guys to bear with me. We're going to get it very active here. I'm going to start favoring tornado warnings. Someone just called me a weather boy, and I think I am tempted to mute you for the rest of the stream. Quincy, actually, we're moving from Missouri into Illinois. Quincy, Illinois, Payson, Liberty, Camp Point, now underneath an active tornado warning, radar indicated tornado from an associated supercell complex that's kind of embedded. This will be a rain-wrapped tornado. I need you guys to seek shelter immediately. Do not try to visually confirm this tornado. Radar indicated tornado now ongoing. That was Illinois. Camp Point, Quincy, Burton, Liberty, Payson, Mendon, and Mount Sterling in Illinois are now underneath an active tornado warning. Please seek shelter immediately. How are some tornado seasons worse than others? I mean, it's kind of arbitrary at some degree. Enzo phase changes stuff. It's kind of a question for a later time. We still have a continuing tornado warning here for Bowling Green, Iola, in Missouri. And our most concerning tornado warning so far, guys, is, we are so far away from the radar, unfortunately, is a supercell with a radar indicated tornado heading towards Jefferson City, Missouri. Obviously, a population center which has over 100,000 people within our tornado warning. This is Jefferson City, Missouri. You know, if you asked me what I was most concerned about today was a violent tornado heading into a metropolitan complex or a population center. Wow, we really have to be concerned about this one, guys. Because look at the hook developing on this thing. It's all on its own, and the kinematics of this environment are just so concerning. This is exactly why we were so concerned. And man, we really have to hope for something to happen here for this environment to somehow close off this chance here. Because I am so concerned. It's Jefferson City, please get off the streets, get into your safe place immediately. I can tell you right now, it's not violent. I can tell you right now, but it is progressing in a fashion in which I am becoming so concerned. Please, you need to act before this becomes a complete catastrophe-free of a situation. I want you to act. That's why the tornado warning is in place pretty far out in advance. Yeah, we don't like this, guys. I mean, this is extremely concerning here for Jefferson City. This thing's on a collision course. It's becoming a pretty far right mover, moving basically due east, right lined up for Jefferson City. Have to continue to track that one extremely closely. That's why long track and violent tornadoes are possible for today. And man, this would not be a good way to start off the day. Not be a good way. Be a terrible day. Jefferson City said it's very close, being confirmed. Very tight rotation. Thank you for the updates. Appreciate you on that. Mezzing, thank you for the donation. Aiden, thank you for the donation. Appreciate that. Indiana, you can check you quick. Again, 3 active tornado warnings. 2 in Missouri, 1 transitioning from Missouri to Illinois. Here's a live radar here, and we got some flooding going on in southern Indiana with some high winds, 60, 70 mile per hour winds. And Iowa, actually there's one severe thunderstorm warning for Cresco, Iowa. There's a couple storms that are trying to produce there, but a significant severe weather is not likely now. All right, got a question for St. Louis. Yeah, sorry for the delay on that answer there. St. Louis is underneath a tornado watch, and these significant storms are to your west now. They're moving into your area. Within the next hour, you could see a significant tornado risk, okay? You are within that tornado watch. A significant to possibly violent tornado is within the cards here, okay? I need you to be close to your safe place. I need you to alert your family, your neighbors, your friends. Make sure they are all aware about this threat that is building, okay? I know we talked about the potential. We are moving from potential to immediate threat here really soon, really quickly. So I need you to take action. Be ready to take shelter and prepare now, okay? Trends have not been our friend over the past hour or so, over even 2 hours, in which we've had increasing potential here. Do you have a new update here? Springfield now underneath a severe thunderstorm. 60 mile per hour winds and lime-sized hail moving into your region. This supercell also could produce a tornado. I'll let you know if that does happen as this storm moves into a more favorable environment for tornado development. But at Springfield, you should be protecting your cars right now. That is a considerable threat tag on that severe thunderstorm warning ongoing. Paducah. So none of the storms are near Paducah right now. However, Paducah is underneath a PDS tornado watch. That means particularly dangerous situation tornado watch. The ingredients are there for significant tornado development and could support a violent tornado as well. The tags are EF4 plus potential. I need you to be weather aware out there in Paducah, Kentucky. So there you go. All 3 of your tornado warnings are on your screen right there, center screen in those red bold colors. These storms, guys, right now are moving, good point by Dark, are moving into a very favorable environment for extremely significant tornado development. Every time, and these storms are looking pretty isolated. I see some congealing together, which is some good news. But down to the south is actually where our core concern is. And notice how we look at the MRMS data. There are a lot of storms in which they're just moving to the east, and they are not becoming what's called upscale and becoming a line. They are staying discrete. If they stay discrete, we're going to have major issues today. And that was such a big fear, and unfortunately it seems like it's being realized as we speak. Yes, Lambo. So when storms connect, they become less of a tornado threat because they cannot fully tap into the spin of the atmosphere. They become more of a high wind threat. which, high winds can do damage. They still can be dangerous. But, man, a violent tornado is much, much more dangerous than a winds of even like 80 mile per hour. We don't obviously... so it's kind of storm mode. That's what it's called. If we remain in discrete supercell mode, that is where we have the open door to violent tornadoes. Yeah, straight line winds, no joke. Indeed, a good point. In this case, there's kind of more support for violent tornadoes because there's so much changing direction of wind with height. Actually, high end winds are a little bit less likely, even if we form the linear lines. The translational speed does not really happen here. So that's why we want to see the upscale growth into a linear line, because there's not even support for like you think, well, if there's a violent tornado threat, that might be like a derecho threat, right? The high wind threat. Really not the case here. 60 to 70 mile per hour winds is where we're kind of maxing out at. If we get to an upscale motion here, in which we're seeing kind of a mixed class, well, tomorrow will be like this. No, tomorrow is an enhanced risks. It's kind of more in the deep south, but it will not kind of look like this. I don't believe this is the highest end threat we've basically seen. At least the highest end potential threat we've seen all year. Ohio just has an isolated risk of high winds. Heard thunder in St. Charles. Wow, that's actually surprising. It looks like some convection is firing off to your north of you. Atmosphere is extremely unstable, but nothing has become mature or upscale. Yeah, I do think a significant tornado is very much on the cards for St. Louis, unfortunately, because of the clearing, because of the resurgence of the atmosphere. Keep an eye on these storms that are firing in front of our frontal boundary. Those are the ones you have to be concerned about, as well as the one that's entering Jefferson City as we speak. As a radar indicated tornado heading into Jefferson City, Missouri. I need you to be in your safe place here. Let's get rotation again. Yeah, rotation's still there. We are really in a radar blind spot right now, unfortunately. Where's the nearest radar? Yeah, we are really in a radar blind spot. So we're going to have to try our best to watch it closely. Hopefully there's people on it watching as well. Still radar indicated tornado heading eastward towards Jefferson City here. Supercellular storm has the potential to be higher, and need you to take that extremely, extremely seriously. Here is the radar loop for Jefferson City, so you can see. Do people call it Jeff City? So what does a supercell mean? Does it mean it's not connected, but it's by itself? Yeah, it's kind of... And I try not to use the definition. It's a singular cell storm in which actually supercell by definition rotates. So the actual storm rotates around itself. Of course, it only becomes a tornado once that rotation, that circulation, draws down to the ground. No tornadoes have been confirmed, at least warning-wise so far. Only radar indicated tornadoes so far. All right, continue to track these storms extremely closely. 3 active tornado warnings ongoing. Get ready for things to become more and more upscale as we continue to track the storms closely. You can see the clouds moving northeast in St. Charles. Oh gosh. Here's a full radar. You can see how everything's developing. Clarksville, Tennessee, just outside the current PDS tornado watch. Expecting severe weather to continue within that region. We do have an extension on our tornado warning here. This is another tornado warning that surfaces from kind of our Missouri region into Illinois. If you are in Griggsville, Pittsfield, Louisiana, Pearl, and Bowling Green, you need to be taking shelter right now. This is Louisiana, by the way, Louisiana, Missouri. That's the town of Louisiana, the state of Missouri. Pittsfield, Griggsville, and Pearl. Now underneath an active tornado warning, please seek shelter immediately. Not expecting severe weather in Minnesota. I don't think so. I just don't think they're going to... Maybe an isolated storm in the southern portion, but... So we have a tornado extension on that supercell. Excuse me. We continue to watch these storms continue to march their way to the east. All right, what other questions do we have? Why is there towns named California and Mexico? There's towns that really named anything, honestly. There are a lot of towns out there in the United States. Where's the Jeff City one going head to? It's basically heading due east. So that supercell is heading due east. Supercell potential. So you can draw a line kind of right towards the St. Louis direction. And yes. Okay, give me 1 second, guys. I'm going to refill my water. I'm also going to change my charging source for my iPad. I will be literally right back. 1 second. All right, let me grab this. All right, so my charging source for my iPad sometimes can be a little too slow. I gotta bring up the heavies. Okay, I'm back. What do we got, guys? We got 4 active tornado warnings, 3 currently associated with Missouri, and 2 the combination of Illinois and Missouri. Appreciate the follows, guys. Welcome to the Rainy Day with the family. Make sure you drop a follow. Join us. We will be going on a storm chase here in 2 weeks. And doing a hybrid storm chase, so covering live radar and helping you out, as well as showing you on the ground what it looks like. So tornado warning means there is an immediate threat of a tornado. You should be taking action. The only kind of designation you get if you know the tornado is 100% on the ground is a tornado warning with an observed tag. Good question. Either way, if you get a tornado warning, please act. Because sometimes it's really hard to tell if there's a tornado on the ground, if it's rain wrapped. Fluorescent, Missouri. In Fluorescent, Missouri, that's another area we're really concerned about tornadoes impacting, possibly violent tornadoes. Look at these twin supercells trying to fire off ahead of our frontal boundary. Let's take a look at Jefferson City. Again, this is our highest population center underneath the current tornado warning. And we take a look at rotation. Okay, different opinions. Oh, that one didn't load until. Hello. Yeah, I think rotation's definitely still there. At least a few scans ago. It is really hard to tell because we're so far away. But still, remain in your safe place in Jefferson City, okay? Because this thing has potential here for possibly causing a violent tornado and also being a very potent environment. I need you to be taking shelter, okay? Jefferson City, remain in shelter. This is a serious situation. Why are there no radars near this big of a city? Yeah, there are unfortunately a lot of radar holes in some areas. Famously, there's a huge radar hole in North Missouri here. It's not Missouri, Mississippi. That's a huge one, and that's actually a key component of Tornado Alley. This one's pretty decent. You also have a pretty decent radar hole within that circle. So you can see it's not a necessarily radar hole. We're kind of just between all the radars. It's not terrible, but we are kind of stretching the extent of being reliable, I should say. Litchfield, Illinois. Let me take a look. I do like the strategy of being ahead of the game here for the tornado warning in Jefferson City, especially with so many people. For Litchfield, you are in a tornado watch. There's currently a storm moving across there. However, your main threat will be to your west of you. You could see, obviously, a tornado within that region. The app is Weatherfront. Check the link in my bio. Make sure you guys drop a like so we can get as many people in here as possible. Live tornado coverage. We are on hour 4 of live coverage here. I'm expecting to go live for possibly 5 more hours, potentially. Yeah, I'm not looking at the hook development on the Jefferson City one. Obviously, if it becomes fully mature in height, that's where we're going to see more and more concerning stuff developing. Should I be in shelter in Columbia, Missouri? No, you're okay. Jefferson City, Ashland. As far north as Ashland, underneath the tornado warning. You can see the supercells kind of scooting down to your east here. So you do not have to be in shelter if you are within Columbia, Missouri. Do you think it's trying to recycle too? Yeah, I mean, if you look at the last few radar scans, so here is wait for it to focus. Here's it becoming a bean. See, above me is a bean. And then look, boom, we get more of a hook developing in the last few radar scans here. City and state, guys, city and state. So boom, right there. See that kind of hook development within that region here that's kind of just west of St. Martin's. Really hard to tell, though, this far out. Remaining in safe place, active tornado warning in place. Let's do a full radar recap here. Voila. Mohammed. Bronx, you have to be your state on that one, too. I'm going to try, but... Mohammed. I definitely am not saying that right. Mohammed? Illinois, I assume, right? You are currently underneath a tornado watch. Could see a few tornadoes within your region as these storms continue to push to the east. Tornadoes are your core threat with high winds as your next up threat. Someone said they're in Quincy. Well, you just were underneath the tornado warning. That tornado warning has been let to expire. Hopefully you're all safe there. You might see another isolated storm on the rear side of the storm, but hopefully the main threat has started to dwindle within that region. Seems like we're going to get a new tornado warning here any second. Where are you? No, you don't need to go to shelter right now, Bronx. You're okay. You don't need to go to shelter right now. I need you to stay weather aware, though. You should be ready to take shelter throughout the next few hours. If you guys are just joining in, we have numerous tornado warnings. 3, I believe we're about to go up to 4 tornado warnings across Missouri and Illinois as we start our potential tornado outbreak. Make sure you guys drop a like and a follow to join the rainy day with our family. We just hit 75,000 followers a few hours ago. Answering your guys' questions about the ongoing threat, as well as dropping all the towns that need to be taking shelter from this very dangerous severe weather day. 4 active tornado warnings ongoing. City and state helps me out the best. Playing pickleball, I don't know if that's a good idea, especially within that region. I'd be at least close to shelter. Okay. Okay, sorry, just dealing with chat. Okay, sorry about that. All right, I'm back, and high wind within that region, high wind risk. Isolated tornado risk also possible. Bowling Green just issued tornado warning, but it's going over the same area. Oh, okay, thank you for that call out. I kind of got confused. That's why I was like, man, this one looks like that. So Bowling Green, this is Bowling Green, Missouri, by the way. Curryville, Vandalia, just north of Middletown, now underneath a new tornado warning that has been issued. Let's see, you kind of see it right here. Being pretty liberal with these tornado warnings, maybe somewhere within here, kind of moving to the northeast. Associated with this line here, it's heading towards Curryville again. So if you just got a new tornado warning in this region, please seek shelter again. This is a brand new tornado warning. Kind of a conga line of tornado warnings are heading through this sector above me there. Guys, please do not spam chat. You will be muted, just so we can keep chat under control. Appreciate the support. Make sure you drop a follow and like if you want your question answered as soon as possible. We're trying to do as many spot questions as possible as well. Okay. Frankfurt, Missouri. Oh, that's not right. Once we start getting up into the higher tornado values, guys, we'll probably start just doing tornado coverage, like warnings-wise. So make sure you get those questions as soon as possible, or you might not get them answered here. Obviously, I'm looking out for towns that are within active tornado warnings. Trying to locate Frankfurt. Frankfurt, underneath that. Oh, we're really close to this tornado warning. You might actually be in it. Why can I not locate you? Sorry, I'm really struggling to find your town. Just north of Bowling Green. Frankfurt, underneath the tornado warning. Seek shelter immediately. That's Frankfurt, Missouri. Oh, Cedar. No, you're good. You are no problem. Columbia. Yes, just south of you. Active tornado warning heading to your town to your south. Jefferson City, underneath an active tornado warning. Currently, Columbia is just underneath a flash flood warning. Please do not drive through flooded roadways. Cincinnati, Liberty Township, Ohio. What's going to hit us actually going to happen? So I think Cincinnati just has a marginal risk for severe weather. Could see mainly high wind as these storms congeal into one line and into a squall line and possibly produce some damaging winds. Isolated tornado risk associated with that storm as well. Take a look at the storm that's entering Springfield, Missouri. Tornado possible tag on it. 60-mile-per-hour wind and lime-sized tail entering the region. Not like that nudger look. Let's take a look at rotation. Broad rotation ongoing within the storm. Nothing reaching the ground yet. Is Aurora safe? So yes, right now you are. You have a chance for an isolated severe thunderstorm. Mainly concerned about high winds within that region. Okay, let me do Owensboro, Kentucky. For Owensboro, Kentucky, I believe, yes, you are in the PDS Tornado Watch. The ingredients are in place for violent tornado development within the next few hours. I need you to be on extra high alert. PDS Tornado Watches are only issued in the rare case of high-end events and has not been issued since last year. So please be ready to seek shelter over the course of the next 6 hours. It's valid till 11 p.m. local time. Appreciate that, Keem. Welcome to the rainy day with the family. How's Granite City looking like? So Granite City is another area I'm concerned about. These violent tornadoes possible. Any supercell that can remain discreet. Looks like we're becoming a little bit more linear up here in the north, which is some good news. Of course, that does remain our southern sectors that have our highest concern still up to play for significant tornadoes, and also this discrete cell that's here. Again, the environment is so favorable for tornadoes, guys. Gotta be extremely concerned about possibly high-end tornadoes if they can remain on their own self here. Tornado warning continues for Jefferson City, by the way. This has been reissued for New Bloomfield, St. Martin's, and Jefferson City. Radar indicated tornado warning continues for the next 12 minutes. Please do not spam chat, guys. You will be muted. I have to drive people to St. Louis Lambert International Airport today for work. Oh gosh, that is, if you're driving within the next hour, that is extremely dangerous, as you've already had 2 tornado warnings today. And unfortunately, the highest end threat will be associated with these storms that are to your west entering the region now. Chicago, high wind threat. Concerned about that. Isolated tornado threat as well as we head into the later evening hours. Tipton, Missouri. Hopefully you guys are doing okay. Hope you're having a decent Monday. I guess Tuesday. Wait, no, it's Monday. Not bad. My clock just changed on my end. That's why I was confusing myself. So Tipton, Missouri, underneath that active tornado watch, and we are concerned here. Where are you? You're pretty far north, aren't you? Oh wait, hold up. Why can I not locate? Oh wait, you were just underneath. Oh, okay, you're to the west here, so you have a storm to your south here in Tipton, Missouri. These storms are continuing to move to the east. You still are remaining in that tornado watch, but I think your core threat has started to decrease as these storms move to your east. Yes, Kansas City, Missouri should be good for the rest of the evening, the rest of today, so you should be chilling in that region. Holster, Missouri, let me check. Okay, Holster, Missouri is currently within our tornado watch zone. And mainly looking out to the west of you for possible tornado development within your region. Gotta look for these supercells out to the west. You're in a tornado watch. That means the ingredients are in place for tornadoes. Please stay weather aware. Yes, a lot of storms are moving to the east. Let's look at the total radar ongoing. Really surprised. The HER model had convection initiating across this sector. Nothing has initiated so far across the sector yet. Nothing. So quite interesting. Do not see any convection initiation. That may complicate things as we continue to monitor the forecast closely. The sector will still be nice and warm and toasty. With plenty of storm fuel. Yeah, we still obviously have that PDS tornado watch ongoing. And seeing something. Okay, cool. How cooked is Memphis? Memphis isn't in our PDS tornado watch right now, which means that violent tornado support is in place, and we're keeping an eye on where convection starts. Okay, so the warm sector is really much in place, but you have to see convection initiation for any storm to obviously take advantage of this environment. So we'll continue to watch very closely. And we having more of a kind of embedded supercell threat that's ongoing. Numerous tornado warnings. We got 4, I guess 5 active tornado warnings ongoing right now. This includes Jefferson, the largest population center right now. Is Jefferson City in Missouri. Underneath the active tornado warning, still radar indicated tornado heading up to the north here. Kind of recap. Vandalia, Curryville, St. Clement, as well as Bowling Green underneath the tornado warning. Crossing from Missouri over into Illinois, Louisiana, Missouri, Ashburn, Atlas, Martinsburg, Pleasant Hill, Clarksville, Pearl, Time, Milton, Detroit, Pittsfield, Griggsville, and Eldora. Also underneath an active tornado warning. That's going to be for Illinois. Please seek shelter if you are within that tornado warning as well. Okay. Let me see. What other questions we got? I'm putting this in motion. Yeah, we're really keeping an eye out for any supercell that can break through. Got a couple of left movers here, a couple of left splits from this one over Springfield. I think this is the current storm that has the highest potential here in Springfield. Georgia's okay. LaGrange, Georgia. Yeah, Georgia's not in the risk for today. You're chilling. Yes, Jefferson City is currently getting hit by a supercell. Yes, over here. Jefferson City up to the north. I guess this is kind of scooting by. You can see, look at that, like, jump. It made a little bit of a jump. Maybe even a little bit more of a left mover. That might reduce its tornado threat. We will see. I mean, right now, guys, still nothing that's breaking the cap that's in place across this kind of warm sector. It's such a potent environment if something really takes shape here. Obviously, kind of a ticking time bomb. Thank you, Cedar, for the donation. Appreciate that. Guys, please don't spam chat. You will be muted. We are only 4 followers away from 150 followers on the cap there. Join the Rainy Day with their family. And we continue to track these storms very closely. Looks like we're about to get an expiration on Mount Sterling tornado. This is a good trend so far. I don't want to jinx it, though. I'm not going to jinx it. We don't want to see anything that can really happen in this environment here. Very, very dangerous environment. Obviously, we'll see if something breaks through the cap. St. Charles. Is that St. Charles, Missouri? I'm going to need a clarification on what state that is. If it's St. Charles, Missouri, St. Charles, Missouri is underneath the tornado watch. Thank you, Luna, for the donation. Yeah, St. Charles is underneath the tornado watch. That's correct. So you can see the full development here that's ongoing. Kind of the only convection that's ongoing is associated with our frontal boundary that has developed. Most of our tornado warnings are central and the northeast corner of Missouri, as well as the western side of Illinois. They continue to move to the east here. And Columbia, I would not put you 100% in the clear, but yeah, the significant severe weather risk is really declining. Let's take a look at the latest HER model. I want to see a future radar on how this is going to be solved. All right, let's go to the 21Z. Let's see how this initiated. Initiated decently. Yeah, still Wiley wants to bring in some supercell development across our area. Really kind of a trippy solution on what exactly is going to happen here. Maybe a few more supercells down towards the south here in the Arkansas region. I think it's really becoming a guessing game of how everything is going to fully take shape here with a very complicated environment. And basically everything is heading to the east. That is correct, yes. I don't like it when the weather boys come to my town. That's funny. What about the between Springfield and St. Louis? It depends on exactly where you are. Like if you're in Rolla, you are underneath that tornado watch. You're looking out to your west, guys, for any supercell or storm that can develop and produce dangerous conditions, including tornadoes, high winds, as well. See someone came from TikTok on my YouTube. Welcome. We're also live on YouTube as well, full radar as well. Just if you're wondering if you want a larger radar, have like an iPad or horizontal radar, but of course can't see everything. Dresden, Tennessee. Dresden, Tennessee is currently underneath a PDS tornado watch. That means a violent tornado support is within your area. We're currently waiting for convective initiation. If something happens, guys, which honestly not much has happened in this tornado watch zone, if a storm develops, it could produce a violent tornado. So that's still in place. The current PDS tornado watch is in place. Indiana west of Cincinnati should be weather aware for some high winds and some possible flooding risk. There's a very small chance of an isolated tornado within your area as well. That's going to be over the next few hours as these storms continue to kind of resurge here. Pittsfield, Illinois is underneath a tornado warning. I need you to be in your safe place right now. You still remain in an active tornado warning. This is with an associated storm that's right over you. So if you are in, hopefully you're in your safe place. If you're not, please go there immediately. That is a currently radar indicated tornado warning. Hopefully that expires there soon. And just an update, thank you guys for the updates, is the Jefferson City tornado warning has been let to expire. And we will see on how these storms continue to move to the east here into a more favorable environment to develop. Obviously, I'm honestly shocked we've not seen anything break through. I'm very grateful we've not seen anything break through yet within our warm sector. Obviously, a supercell all on its own right now would be very bad news. It seems like they've been struggling, though, to stay and remain discrete, especially in the northern sector of our zone. There are a few discrete cells, but it also seems like they're struggling to become organized. Okay. Appreciate the support, guys. Elkhart, Indiana could see an isolated high wind risk later tonight. Do you think Pittsfield will get a tornado? Well, it's hard to say right now. It's kind of a mess. With that tornado warning in place, I want you to be in your safe place. There is a chance, obviously, with the tornado warning. If you look at the current rotation, whoa, there is actually some pretty serious rotation associated with some of these storms. Actually, there's two spots just near Detroit, kind of near Pittsfield and south of Pittsfield. Two spots where it might have tornadoes on the ground here. So this is becoming a pretty big QLCS printer here. Actually, I'm seeing numerous areas in which might be producing tornadoes. So, at least the northern mode of the storm is becoming less of a supercellular tornado and more of a QLCS, which stands for quasi-linear convective system. More of a straight linear line storm system that can produce multiple tornadoes all at the same time. They tend to be a little bit more on the weaker side, but still can be dangerous. Need you to be taking shelter within that zone. Peoria, Illinois should be. Oh, wait. 1 second. I think I'm thinking which town you are in, but now I need to confirm. Peoria, am I saying that right? I don't think so. Is currently just outside of any active severe thunderstorm or tornado watch. However, there is a severe thunderstorm warning just to your southwest for radar indicated 60-mile-per-hour winds heading towards the northeast. Yeah, I'm getting like a little congested. So unfortunately, I'm a little underneath the weather. Trying to power through, of course. The weather does not stop because of a little sniffle. Hopefully, we're hanging in there. So far, this has been a lot less than was expected, but man, we don't want to jinx anything. We got a long way to go. appreciate the kind words. Yeah, hopefully this goes way quick. Warrensburg. I honestly do not see Warrensburg, Missouri. I'm not gonna lie. I'm looking up currently. Do not see it, unfortunately. You pick like another close by town. That might be helpful. Appreciate likes, guys, and the follows. Welcome to the Rainy Day with the Family. We've gained over 300 followers today. Wow, that's crazy. We're just kind of taking a look at the TikTok. Yeah, we can show Michigan really quick. Michigan, there's a few severe thunderstorm warnings ongoing where there's like no rain happening. It's just wind down on the surface across Lansing and Jackson, Michigan. One of the most weird severe thunderstorm warnings I've ever seen, associated with some wind that's mixing down on the surface. Pretty crazy out there. All right, new update. Basically, every tornado warning has been canceled except for the one in Pittsfield here in Illinois. As we continue to watch these storms move to the northeast here, Pleasant Hill, Louisiana, Milton, Pearl, and Griggsville also still remains underneath that tornado warning here in Illinois and the Missouri border. Please remain in your safe place. Let's do kind of a general outlook here. Let's see if there's any discussions as well. This might help give insight for how the environment is developing. All right, actually, we do have a new mesoscale discussion for this associated area, including St. Louis. And look at that, the SBC, let me put that in a little bit better color. The SBC is still saying this tornado watch is capable of producing EF4 tornadoes. So that, we've had kind of a less exciting, per se, past 3 hours since we've gone live here. But it says increasing risk for all severe weather hazards this afternoon into evening. So as these storms continue to move east, I'm actually going to read the discussion here. The summary says the threat of all severe weather hazards, including potential for strong tornadoes, is expected to increase into the afternoon to evening. The discussion says, I'm going to try to paraphrase a little bit. Recent trends in surface observation and radar data indicate the outflow boundary south of St. Louis metropolitan area is stalling, with the western extent of the feature lifting north in Columbia, Missouri vicinity. PBL warming, which is like surface warning, moistening of the north of the modified boundary, resulting in a rapid air mass recovery within a kinematic environment. That's what I've been saying. Featuring a locally backed surface winds. And as such, rapid air mass recovery is ongoing along to the north retreating outflow, which is coincident with the corridor of enhanced low-level wind shear of SRH, which is kind of their spin in the atmosphere at the lower levels, of 200 to 300 meters per second squared. Blah, 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 blah. Supercell ongoing immediate north of St. Louis. Stronger. Blah, blah, blah. 60, blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah. Anything else interesting? In addition to the tornado threat, the potential for large to very large hail will exist within a sustained supercell. Isolate damage doing this. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. So there you go. That's basically saying don't be kind of cradled into a false sense of security right now. Please do not be cradled into the false sense of security. Because it's actually, the environment is becoming more favorable as we speak. More favorable as we speak. Storms are trying to get together now at BDS Tornado Watch. Yet we're continuing to watch that, and actually seeing some storms possibly sprout across Arkansas. You can see another mesoscale discussion is also talking about the tornado watch likely within that region. And a mesoscale discussion over here that I guess was probably out there a while ago, but it says monitoring the increasing strong to intense tornado potential across this zone. This was issued about 40 minutes ago, so they're kind of monitoring the situation to see once a storm breaks out within this region, which includes kind of the corridor of the intersection of Illinois, Indiana, and Kentucky, which there's concern for significant tornadoes as well. So, we've had 3 hours of kind of waiting here. I know there's been some tornadoes, but waiting on the significant tornado threat, and unfortunately, guys, we still very much do have a significant tornado threat. And as I look back, here, which we have a couple of these storms, they're still very discreet. Once we're south of Montgomery City, they're discreet, and that they're moving into a more favorable environment with more wind shear. Very much on the table to continue our threat zone. Okay. Be interested in more questions. Sorry for yapping for a little bit there, but I just wanted to kind of give a little bit more breakdown on how the environment is evolving. All right, Arnold, Missouri. Yes. One moment. For Arnold, Missouri, we have... Okay, so you're just in that environment. I just talked about the mesoscale discussion, in which has an increasing potential for significant tornadoes, okay? We need to be weather aware. And speaking of tornadoes, we have a new tornado warning for Illinois. This includes Jacksonville, Bluffs, Litterbury, Ashland, Virginia, and Murrayville. Now underneath a new tornado warning. Please seek shelter immediately. We're just west of Springfield, Illinois. So please be prepared out there to take shelter relatively soon. This is associated with a squall line that's kind of getting some collisions alongside of it, in which could produce quick-hitting tornadoes. Monticello, Illinois. Yes. Monticello, Illinois is also currently within our tornado watch. Could see that tornado kind of threat continuing to push over to the east here. A couple tornadoes possible, associated aligned with our QLCS tornado threat that's entering your region. Be ready to take shelter here relatively soon as we continue to track closely. Yeah, getting some organization here. Again, we'll see what gets discrete or upscale. And, take a look at the radar here. Yeah, we still have multiple discrete cells, so... And I'm just waiting for one to tap into it. Storm's firing up near Evansville. Yeah, up to the north here. Still have this kind of mess, right? That's not going to really produce a tornado. Or at least not a significant one with that mess. But if something can become more of an easterly moving storm, that's where you start to gain more concern. And that's correct. That's the first severe thunderstorm warning with a PDS tag on it for the watch zone. Tornado possible within this severe thunderstorm warning, and probably for this southern one right here. So gotta keep an eye on these types of storms. Can really become upscale quickly. They can become dangerous very quickly, and obviously something we'll keep a very close eye on as we continue the live coverage here. Just had horrible hail, maybe a tornado in Springfield, Missouri. Wow, thank you for the report. That is a unwarned cell, and man, yeah, that is some serious hail. Do you have a size estimate? I did estimate lime-sized hail. I hope you are all safe there. And looking at this, it might need a tornado warning here soon. Right there is my rotation estimate. Yeah, I mean, you have that kind of inflow notch. If that continues to deepen, we might see tornado warning get issued here. Look at that, how long of a heads up they gave on the severe thunderstorm warning for that potential 70-mile-per-hour winds incoming. Dime-sized hail. Okay, thank you for the report. Hopefully you're all safe in there. That's in Springfield, Missouri. It's kind of confusing to have Springfield, Illinois, and Springfield, Missouri in close proximity. What else we got? Yep, southern one starting to develop a hook. Yep. Yeah, I just know the time this is gonna start producing is when it's gonna be very late for me. So it's gonna be a long, long night. Might have a snack here soon. Might take a snack break. Tornado warning continues for Pleasant Hill, Clarksville, Missouri, as well as Nebo, Illinois, till 5:30 p.m. CDT. That's valid for 3,000 residents. Newest updates. Iowa, some sub-severe weather in the eastern side of you guys. You can see where our frontal boundary is kind of leaning right now. Pushing kind of and pivoting around our surface low pressure up to the north. Surface low pressure is associated right over at Minneapolis right now. Sweeping across here, moving to a more favorable environment. Could see some wind damage here eventually. Eastern Iowa, isolated severe weather risk as the storm continues to push to the east. All right, Harrisburg. That's me, Harrisburg, Illinois. And Harrisburg, Illinois is within... Oh, you might be in our PDS tornado watch. Let's see here. Very close to Carbondale. Yeah, you are within our PDS tornado watch zone, in which you should be weather aware. You're also within the mesoscale discussion for possible significant tornadoes. Okay, significant tornadoes up to violent tornadoes Currently, what's going on is there's been a little bit of a struggle of what's called convective initiation on the storms actually getting kicked off. But I need you to be on extremely high alert for possible tornado development within your region. And if a tornado does develop, it might be large and dangerous. South St. Louis, you're being approached by the severe weather squall line that still remains discrete at some areas. A significant tornado remains on the plate, and you can see the mesoscale discussion that was just issued about 30 minutes ago remains the fact that an EF4 tornado is possible. A violent tornado is very much in the cards if we get one of these to organize. Of course, we'll be live covering that the moment that happens. And I'm really hoping we don't see something organized here. These cells, if they remain discrete, really can pack a punch, guys. The kinematics are so much there. If they can just become a little bit more stronger, a little bit more taller, the supercells, a little bit more organized, man, we are off to the races with some serious problems. Indianapolis, Indiana could see an isolated high wind risk and maybe an isolated tornado, very isolated tornado. Main severe weather risk is lingering. Bowling Green, Missouri. I believe you've just been dropped outside the tornado warning. You've been getting numerous tornado warnings as the storm system continues to push to the east. Once this line gets past you, tornado threat will wane a bit. Have to keep an eye out anywhere to the west for any remaining pop-up thunderstorms that might happen. But you've almost made it through the core portion of your risk. There you go. Yeah, see, we got almost this entire line now is at least severe thunderstorm warned and some tornado warned. Is it possible to get a warning? Not likely to get like a tornado warning, but a severe thunderstorm warning. Yes. Yes, could see something like that over the next few hours here. Kind of be like widespread, or more isolated, I should say, more isolated as these storms continue to move to the east. All right, we've been streaming for now 4.5 hours. No, it's kind of a wait and see game. But sometimes these events start out like this, guys. You can really get a good sense of the motion that's all being driven here. Here's the full MRMS data. You see the full storm, our center of low pressure up towards the Minneapolis area, our kind of cold front associated with this, our warm sector in the front. And every storm in between. Okay. Let me take a look at my online sources to see if we've had any. I believe so far we've only had radar indicated tornadoes, so. Okay. Just checking. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it seems like we're still moving into a more and more favorable environment. I know we've been a little bit slow to start off here. However, you just look at the kinematics and still the discussions as are ongoing with the Storm Prediction Center. They still seem very confident in significant severe weather. So, I want to kind of do a little breakdown here of our secondary zone. So we have our frontal zone, which is already ongoing. Got a question for San Antonio. I think you actually are in a marginal risk for today. Could see an isolated storm, but high end threat is not. Let's go to satellite imagery. Kind of break down what's happening. So we'll remain wow, this is interesting. Look, we'll remain here on our satellite, and you'll also remain with the tornado watches. So kind of a little bit of a breakdown here, in which we're waiting. So notice, see if I can get a sector here. One moment. Then I go to Meso. Meso 1. Where do we have Meso 1? Is it still over here? So if you guys are just joining in, welcome in. We're currently watching our tornado threat develop. I know if you've been tracking this with alongside me, or if you've been just joining in again, things have been starting off relatively slower. However, multiple reminders by the National Weather Service. Hold up 1 second. Looks like we're having a little bit of radar problems. Yes, my name's Ethan, student meteorologist Ethan Myers. Here to guide you guys through that. Today's weather risk. It seems like my broadcast just gave up on itself. One moment. Well, I look ghostly. How you guys doing while we're waiting for the radar to get back? You guys hanging in there? What is going on here? Alright. Start casting. Yeah, I mean, okay, so there's a lot of people I'm seeing online already calling this a bust. Actually, I already saw people. It wants me to restart the app. I saw people calling this a bust before the event actually started, and that was concerning. Now, what's been happening, which I'm hoping this turns on here. What are you using? I'm using Weatherfront on my iPad. Ugh, gosh. Connection failed. Come on. What is a refresh? One moment. It's only 6:30 p.m. It's definitely not. Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm just saying. And if you look at just the kinematics here, like, it's in place. Like, we know it's in place. And this is the type of event that really gives me the sense of, okay, like, we're waiting. Obviously, in this PDS tornado watch, nothing has convectively initiated yet, so the environment is unchanged. Why do we keep going off here? Okay, why do we pause again? It says it wants to restart. Okay, I might need to restart my iPad. I do not exactly know why. Ugh, wow, I've not had a problem like this before. Okay, if this does not work, I might have to restart my iPad. I've not had like a radar issue like this before. Anyways, guys, how's everyone doing? Everyone hanging in there? Man, why is this not working? Okay, well, we'll head over here while I restart my iPad. Oh wait, maybe it worked. Nope. Okay, well, while I fix that, let me restart that and let me go to our analysis. So let's go first to our surface analysis for our available energy. And wow, look at that, over 4,000 joules, 5,000 joules of CAPE within the southern portions of Arkansas, and you can see plenty of available energy in front, kind of within that wedge. You see right here, I'm circling with my mouse. That area is where that available energy is really waiting for these discrete supercells to move into. Now let's plot a couple other things, so keep that in mind. We're in kind of that area of Missouri. Now look at, oh wow, I mean, that's a huge story as well. You can see how there's not a ton of tornado support where my cursor is at right now. That's where the storms are currently at, but look what they're moving towards. The more accumulated blue space you see, the more favorability of a tornado environment. And look, the storms currently are not in a very favorable environment for a tornado. They're kind of a favorable environment, but not super. They are moving into a much, much favorable environment for a tornado. That's due to the hodograph turning with height there, the different different wind speeds with different directions of height. And that really tells me a big story here, in which, it's understandable. I mean, even if you look at our current tornado warnings, which have been going off and on, that's where you see the most accumulated blue space, so that makes sense. So it's not weird that there is not tornadoes happening along this line yet. They're just not in a very favorable environment. And, yeah. Okay, radar's back on, so we're all good. And here is your ongoing satellite imagery. So we're looking at mesoanalysis. So we got nice high definition. So we got the line back here that's ongoing, associated with our cold front. We've already talked about that. It's moving into a more favorable environment. But then, I want to look at where there's confluence, which is kind of the stacking of moisture, which you can kind of see it right here. I know it's a little bit hard to see, but like right in here. Like right in there. You see that? There's like some moisture piling up here. That's ongoing. And that has the result in increasing the chances of what's called CI, convective initiation. And look, I love when my analysis line up for exactly what I'm looking at. You see that where all the moisture is piling up? Well, there you go. There are some storms at least trying to get started. As the longer this goes, the more likely storms at least try to become mature, and then obviously the higher chances of becoming mature. We continue to see this kind of play out here, in which if one storm gets fired off here, which we're expecting them to get fired off here, that's something concerning. But even without this, guys, right here, these supercells are becoming really discreet here towards Lebanon, here towards Jefferson City, right there, right there. They're moving eastward, and we just talked about how they're moving into a more favorable environment with the photographs, at least simulated by the latest HER. This event is nowhere near over. Okay, nowhere near over. And anyone who's calling this a bust, I am not a fan of you, because you might be, if you're joking, well, you're joking, but you might be making people not weather aware, turning off their cell phone, turning off their warning polygons, which would be concerning. So yes, that is a breakdown of what's going on. Why haven't we seen anything? Now let me answer some questions here. We still only have one active tornado. We have one active tornado warning here in Jacksonville, Illinois, continuing to move east at 40 miles per hour. Columbia, most of the storms that move to the southeast of you. I believe your severe thunderstorm risk has really drastically started to drop off here. The main risk along this kind of frontal boundary, anywhere kind of the west of there, will be a lot significantly less. I want to plot temperature, see if we can kind of see the cold front. Yeah, pretty evident. And actually, Columbia almost got dropped out of the tornado watch. I don't know if you guys saw that, but the watch got chopped off. But you can see where cold front's driving the storm, but they're still staying discreet, guys. They're still staying discreet along that cold front. And yes. Okay. I'm going to drop that because it's kind of confusing. Is this the same tornado as last night? I don't know what you mean by... It's not like the same tornado, but it's a kind of... It is a kind of a different system, I guess I would say. Different shortwave. Yeah, St. Louis currently underneath that tornado watch. We're talking about the storm. The storms are approaching St. Louis right now as we speak. Cape Girardeau. Trying to get it together. Yeah, again, we talked about the confluence of moisture piling up. And if one thing fires off here, guys, we're off to the races. But we'll see if that happens. You know, I think near term, I'm more confident about these storms that are here along our cold front boundary. They're staying discreet. And that worries me because they're moving into a much favorable environment for tornado development. No, you're so good, Gab. You do not have to apologize. Okay, once I get my step aside, I'll be right back. I'm going to grab a snack. Now I knew this was going to be a long stream, so I'm not too surprised. Stay tuned, guys. All right, we got our snack. Discrete. What do I mean by discrete? That's a great question. A discrete supercell or discrete storm, it means it's all by itself. It doesn't have like a neighbor. It has air between itself and lonely pop-up supercells. This is a great way to put it. It's a better way than I was describing. So there you go. I live in Illinois. Yes. Stay safe out there. Yeah. We'll just put an MRMS data and we'll watch this closely. Gonna stack away. How's everyone hanging in there? I know some people have been watching for a long time on the stream. Appreciate that. I know it's kind of just waiting. We're watching closely as you do. And yeah. I'm doing pretty well myself. I only got 2 more days of class left for my Thai study abroad. I only have class Monday through Wednesday, so I guess 2 more days of class. And then I have finals next week, but I don't have class during that. So it's almost done. My snack today is actually, I don't even think these are like necessarily Spanish, but little gummies, little strawberries. They're pretty good. I have a pretty strong sweet tooth myself, so little candies. Churros, honestly, here have just been so good. It's not. It's honestly my weakness. I think I've had churros like 10 times from being here. Probably, I think around 10 times. There's been a lot of churros consumed during my study abroad. But it is exciting, study abroad has been amazing. But I'm very excited to get home and see everyone and be able to obviously storm chase. It'll be a quick turnaround, but it's 72 hours between landing on the ground and taking the car out. So it'll be fast. Fast turnaround, but I'm so excited for that. Currently located in Madrid, Spain, which I'm currently studying abroad, but not for much longer. Only 12 days until I return. Oh, another exciting thing I should announce, which I'm trying to put hopefully not putting too much pressure on me, is I'm taking my UAS, Unmanned Aircraft Systems, exam, in which I will try to be getting my drone pilot's license. It's a commercial drone pilot's license, in which, if I get that, I'm going to be investing in a drone, in which I'm hoping to be able to fly into a tornado live on stream. I believe if we do it live on stream, it will be the first time ever a live stream has caught a tornado. Someone has flown a drone into a tornado before. Yes, this happened. Research group, actually. But I don't think anyone has ever done it live on stream. So that's my goal. Hopefully I pass. I think I have an advantage because there's a big weather section. Actually, there's like METAR readings and other stuff. And I took an aviation course actually in high school, so putting the pressure on myself. Gonna study a bit. And if I get that, then I can legally fly a unmanned aircraft, which is a drone, for commercial reasons, which would technically be for rainy weather. So we have a new tornado warning and extension on tornado warning here for Alexander, New Berlin, just west of Springfield, Illinois. So watch out, Springfield, Illinois. And the radar indicated tornado continues to happen here. Collision of storms really driving this tornado. And thank you, Broken Knees, for the kind words. Appreciate that. And looks like we're going to have a new tornado warning. No, I think this is for the same one. No, I think this is a different one. I think the new tornado warning is being issued here in just a second. Oh yeah, right there up to the north. Should probably just put it on rotation. Now we have 2 tornado warnings back to back, kind of side by side here. It's new tornado warnings for Petersburg, Greenview, Middletown, Broadwell, Elkhart, New Holland, all in Illinois. Now underneath a tornado warning. Seek shelter immediately. These 2 tornado warnings are kind of side by side. They're embedded tornadoes within these storms. Please do not try to visually confirm them. We take a look at rotation together. Honestly, got some rotation right here. And this other one down the south, I don't really see it too well. Maybe somewhere embedded. This is Illinois, by the way. Illinois. Do I look any of the big time streamers? Honestly, I don't watch a ton of other streamers because usually if there's weather going on, I'm also live. So I really don't have a big opinion on one. As long as people in the weather enterprise or the kind of the social media landscape are helping out with battling out the misinformation, putting quality information. I honestly are really appreciative of any quality person out there giving out useful media information for because there's a lot of bad sources for weather information, but anyone who is putting out good information is just so I really appreciate the mission. Similar mission. Springfield, Illinois. Should be ready to take shelter here soon, guys. You are right on the doorstep of a tornado warning just west of you, okay? Big storm entering the region. Get ready. Please get ready to enter your shelter. Yeah, it'd be pretty exciting. I mean, if we fly a tornado live on stream, and I'm going to do the research too. Hopefully I'm not spoiling this because, guys, you have to promise you don't steal this before the next 2 weeks I'm out there. But I think if we live stream a drone flying into a tornado, that would be the first time ever. I think that would be the first time ever. Now, looking at the cost of this, it would probably be like $500 to do it, but it honestly might be worth it. So we will see. We'll see. That's something I need to pass the test first. So I passed the exam, the UAS exam, the drone pilot's license exam. And then if I do that, we'll open the doors to some fun. I mean, wouldn't it be so exciting? Like, instead of like sitting here in my room, we'll have the live radar. The live radar is obviously exciting. We'll have the live radar, but it'll be like, okay, guys, let's take a break from the live radar. We'll put it in the corner of your screen, and then we'll just show you with me driving a drone right into the tornado. I mean, that would be so sick. That's just that would be crazy. For research purposes. All right. City and state, guys. I think some cities. I need clarification for states. Continue to watch this. See if convection initiation happens in southern Illinois. Still not happening. Just can't get over that hump. Still can't battle the convective inhibition, the sin within that region, preventing the storms from growing into supercells. They're just seedlings right now, I like to call them. Thank you, Luna, for the kind words. Harrisburg, Illinois. One moment. Yeah, this would not be fun to chase because it is just a mess, at least right now. And it's hard to predict exactly where these are going to form. So Harrisburg is currently underneath that PDS tornado watch, in which we have the ingredients in place for violent tornadoes here, and it still continues for the next 5 hours. So we got a couple of pieces coming together here. We're waiting for convective initiation around your region, as well as the secondary line that's already ongoing, crossing to central Missouri into the eastern portions. You need to be weather aware for all risks. Haley, I need a state, please. Oh, Jack. Oh, there we go. Thank you. Read my mind. Jacksonville, Illinois. For Jacksonville, Illinois, oh gosh, you are in a tornado warning. Seek shelter immediately. Seek shelter. Hopefully you are in shelter right now. You have an active tornado warning ongoing. And taking a look at the rotation. Yeah, there's some rotation happening like right over you. It's pretty broad right now. I can't see there's a tornado on the ground currently, but I do want you to be in your safe place until this warning has expired. That is a radar indicated tornado for Jacksonville, Illinois. Of course, stay safe. Remain in your safe place. Louisville, Kentucky. Currently, some severe weather is approaching you. Main concern there is the high wind risk. Isolated tornado cannot be rolled out as the storms continue to move to the east. Washington, Indiana could see severe weather. Main concern there is just a... wait, let me actually pinpoint because... Oh, wait. Washington... Is that Indiana, right? Guys, please don't spam chat. Please do not spam chat. Okay. Okay, yeah. Washington, Indiana... You work your way here. Sorry, I'm trying to cross-reference. Sometimes it gets difficult. There you go. Okay, so you're just outside of the active... yeah, you're actually outside the active tornado watch. You're in a severe thunderstorm watch. Main risk there is going to be high winds. Possible isolated tornado from this associated convection continuing to fire off around there. Appreciate the follows, guys. Make sure you join the Rainy Day Weather family. Evansville, severe thunderstorm warning, has tornado possible tag. Thank you for that. Call out. Yeah, please don't spam chat, guys. Ghost, Decatur, Illinois. Alright, for Decatur, Illinois, you should be weather aware here. You are also within an active tornado watch. You can see here you are. Here's a bunch of tornado warnings just to your west. That means active tornado threat. Once that gets loading, radar is being slow again. Come on. Wow, that's really slow. What is going on? Hello? Earth radar. Oh, gosh. What is going on with my radar? One moment. Reconnecting. Well, technical difficulties have been a little struggle today. All right, we're back on schedule here, and you can see from this radar here, you circled there with the tornado warnings just your west. That's associated squall line moving towards your region. Embedded tornadoes are very much possible as they continue to move to the east. Weird day. Yeah, we have to. Gotta be on high alert as we continue to track these storms. I do want to check again here on these storms here, kind of west of St. Louis. Because these are the ones that are moving more and more into a favorable environment for spinning. There we go. Got some broad rotation happening. Oops, sorry about that. Broad rotation happening in Lynn and Freeburg on that cell. Looking down to the south here towards Springfield. Yeah, honestly, this one's also broadly spinning. So they're starting to feel the effects of the more spin. And they are really remaining discrete here, so. Again, we just checked that meso-analysis in which we saw the further east these go, the more favorable environment of spinning there is. Higher rotation obviously equals larger tornado risk. So, we'll obviously continue to monitor the situation closely to see if they can bring that spin down to the surface. One in Princeton is under a tornado possible tag. Severe thunderstorm warning. Okay, thank you. Yeah, see the one in northern Louisville is also underneath that tornado possible tag. Got just an absolute mess going on. A couple of flash flood warnings, guys. Please do not drive through flooded roadways. I've been seeing way too many videos of people driving through flooded roadways recently. Like, please stop. Arkansas. Arkansas is currently in the same boat as our PDS tornado watch. You're waiting for convective initiation. You see, you have a mesoscale discussion for your area, but we're waiting on storms to actually fire. That's the biggest kind of contributor of just waiting around. And even down towards Texas, in which there's a potential tornado watch, or I guess severe thunderstorm watch, tornado watch. We're literally waiting on something to fire, which convective initiation has been a little bit harder to come by than modeled. Thank you guys for hitting 20,000 likes. Really appreciate that. Oh, Iowa. Yes. So Iowa has one severe thunderstorm warning just northeast of Cedar Rapids. You can see our frontal boundary right here. Anywhere west. Oh, actually, I can draw this a little better. Anywhere west of that line is Drew. All clear. Severe weather is forecast to remain relatively limited over here in Iowa. There's just not a lot of instability, not a lot of storm fuel. Could see isolated wind damage. Ongoing nothing, though. Any tornadoes in Bloomington, Indiana tonight? There is a chance. Yes, there is an isolated chance of a tornado. I'm more concerned about high wind risk as these storms continue to meander their way across the region. Is that a town? Warstocks? Oh, Warsocks. No. I spell it like that's Warsocks, Kentucky. I could not find a town named Warsocks. What is the red circle? This one that is kind of right here is a mesoscale discussion talking about the remaining chance for significant tornadoes, EF4 tornadoes, as these storms continue to move to the east here. Warsaw, Kentucky. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. Yeah, Warsaw, Kentucky. Currently down on the west. Underneath a severe thunderstorm potential. Mainly concerned about high winds pushing through your area. 60 to 70 mile per hour winds with an isolated tornado threat. Oh, the red circle in Iowa. Oh, that's a low chance of a severe thunderstorm watch. 20% chance of a severe thunderstorm watch. Then looking at current radar development, I don't think that one will be getting issued. Kankakee, Illinois, is currently getting some weather, some storms within your region. Sub-severe, I think there's a chance of a high wind threat. An isolated tornado is possible but not likely. Gosh, we got a scammer in chat. We gotta ban them. Ban hammer has been put down. Eddyville, Kentucky. Oops, we've gone to me. Looks like, unfortunately, we don't have any radars near me, so that'll be pretty boring to look at. It's funny, I've done that twice today, but I've never done that before. Eddyville is currently in our area of a PDS. Oh, wow, look at this. This might be something to watch here. We might start seeing some towers throw up. PDS tornado watch, which means the ingredients are there for violent tornado. Violent tornado support. And yes, I am in Cancali. Really? I swear. Yes, I'm studying abroad in Madrid, and not for much longer. I come home in 12 days. So this is concerning right here. Convective initiation finally happening. But kind of getting back to my point here in Eddyville, where you have to be on really high alert here. A very rare PDS tornado watch has been put into place. That's a particularly dangerous situation. That means violent tornadoes could be supported and significant severe weather. So please stay weather aware. We're currently watching for CI, convective initiation. Kankakee. Okay, see, people are telling me different ways for how to say it, and I can never. Said it was trying to fire up storms, struggling. Yeah. So it seems like they're getting a little bit taller. Which is the main thing I'm continuing to watch. And let's look how far this severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for this storm here. Kind of heading in the direction of San Luis here. It's a 60 mile per hour winds, 1.25 inch hail, about quarter-sized tail tornado possible tag. Got a left mover kind of interacting with it. Looks like shape is not fully interacted here, but also keeping an eye on some of these. So some new supercells firing off. Things are going to get really interesting here, guys, as this kind of approaches this sector right here. Keep close eyes out. King Key. Okay, well, whatever. Yeah, unfortunately my radar is being pretty laggy today. I believe my Wi-Fi for some reason is garbo today, unfortunately. It is. It was doing better earlier, but now it's like blah. Hopefully we are okay for storm today. Seeing a lot of people join in, guys. Welcome in, welcome in. We do have 3 tornado warnings here in central Illinois. This includes Jacksonville, just west of Springfield, and Petersburg and Greenville. Currently underneath that tornado warning, all radar indicated. You might be wondering, well, where is the tornado outbreak? Is it in the room with us, or is it not? Well, about that, we've had a few things continue to happen here. We still have discrete cells moving into a very much more favorable environment for tornado development. I can tell you that is mainly based off of the mesoscale analysis by the Storm Prediction Center, which we have more curved photographs, kind of more out to the east where my arrows are pointing. So I believe a significant tornado threat is very much in the cards. As we continue to watch these storms push east, I think that the threat will only increase. And the SPC does agree with me with that EF4 discussion, mesoscale discussion still in place. Kind of switching over to our PDS Tornado Watch, which is another thing which was like, what is happening there? Because we have that out there. Obviously, very rare watch for the region. Really have struggled to see convection start here. We have a couple of areas in which are starting off. Potentially here, kind of at the 3 corners of Kentucky, Missouri, and Illinois. But if these start to get mature enough, obviously the kinematics, the wind shear, very much in place for significant tornado development. Do not let your guard down yet. I can please say that with a huge certainty. Do not let your guard down yet, okay? We got a long way to go, and unfortunately a lower level jet and the nocturnal after the sun sets could be exactly what the system needs to kick into its high gear. So, that's what we got on the plate. Okay, so I need you guys to lock in still. Stay weather aware. I know it's frustrating how these types of events and where you have to be alert for a long time across your afternoon and evenings. That's unfortunately what we're dealing with. Now, let me answer some more questions. We've got a lot of people in here, guys. Make sure you join in the rain day with our family, as well as hit the like button so we get as many people in here as possible joining and alerting them about this ongoing weather. Your alerts are on the map right now. And here to answer you guys' questions. Wisconsin, not really expecting severe weather. A couple of isolated storms possible. Arkansas, I believe, is going to go underneath the tornado watch within the next 1 to 2 hours, waiting for convective initiation in that area too. Is St. Louis going to get bad? I'm concerned right now. You know, you see a couple of storms coming in. The photographs over St. Louis right now, the change of direction with wind are very, very aggressive across St. Louis. As long as there's enough instability, which I believe there is at this point, we could see a supercell get into shape. So I want you guys to stay weather aware, okay? That's not a guarantee. Please don't spam chat. You will be muted. Not a guarantee. I need you to be on high alert. Farmington, Missouri should be on high alert as well. It's kind of a similar situation in St. Louis. Honestly, a little bit more likely threat because you have a little bit more run-up. You've got a little bit more sun on the ground there. Stay alert. Chicago still has a high wind risk and an isolated tornado risk for tonight. Joplin, Missouri, all clear. All clear. Right down. 2 tornado warnings. Yep, that's correct. 2 tornado warnings here in central Illinois. So I don't want a false sense of security here, guys. Please do not get a false sense of security. Similar story out there. Daily bread for O'Fallon. As St. Louis, we got a couple serious cells approaching, which they have that tornado threat. So I want you still to be on alert, okay? St. Louis City, yep, that's the same thing. Yeah, we are hoping this does not get into shape here, but you look at the curved photographs, and I just want to prove it because I know there's probably a lot of skepticism about this. Obviously, we continue to watch very closely, but I want to show you the photographs by yourself so you can take a look. Notice where our storms are currently, where my cursor is. You see that accumulated blue space? That's a kind of accumulated turning direction, the spin in the atmosphere. Notice how as we move towards St. Louis, right over here, that's where we have a lot more turning of winds with height. And even as we head more towards the east and kind of this area too, it only gets more and more potent. And even when you look at western Kentucky and down through Arkansas, we got some potent environments. So don't want to undersell that. And with that, we have a new tornado warning. It's been a while since we've had a new tornado warning region, and this is it. We got a new tornado warning for kind of a frontal supercell that's fired in front of the boundary, Jerseyville. Actually, we've had some in Jerseyville before this stream. So Jerseyville, Otterville, Brighton, Carlinville, and just west of Litchfield, now underneath a tornado warning, radar indicated tornado warning for the next 41 minutes. Take shelter immediately here in Illinois. This is a radar indicated tornado warning. Ohio, not really concerned. In Dayton, you're good. Williamsville, likely get a tornado. I can't say likely for sure, but I can say you need to be weather aware for the possibility of a tornado within the next 30 minutes to an hour. Bartonville, Illinois. Again, if you guys are just joining in, we have 3 active tornado warnings here in Illinois. All in Illinois now. Bartonville, Illinois. Okay, for Bartonville, you're kind of in an area where you're kind of far north of everything getting involved here. Could see an isolated high wind risk with associated some of these storms here, an isolated tornado risk, but most of the action will be staying south of you. You know when the storms are supposed to start in Perryville, Missouri? Let me take a look. Appreciate the questions, guys. We are officially hitting 5 hours of streaming today, and we're still going. Set to stay on at least for a good chunk more of time. That's why I've got plenty of caffeine to continue us rolling on. And possibly an all-nighter up for the tank. We'll see if I can pull it through. Perryville currently within our PDS tornado watch. That's where the significant tornadoes are possible. We talked about the high wind. The ingredients are in place for significant tornadoes. You need to be on high alert there, okay? High alert. Okay, yeah, guys. Montgomery, Alabama has like I believe you're right, sneaking into a marginal risk / slight risk. Could see an isolated severe storm, mainly concerned about high winds. Concerned about high winds in that region. Is there a possible chance a tornado can drop down Arlington Heights? Thank you, Cedar, for the donation. Appreciate that. And I got your message for Arlington Heights. Not likely. Mainly concerned about high winds. And Springfield, look at that. You have a 70-mile-per-hour winds. Severe thunderstorm incoming, and you actually might see a collision going on. Springfield might get a tornado warning here. Yeah, right here. Boom. right there on the southern end. Reds and greens right next to each other. Yeah, that might be really new here. We'll see if they issue the warning. They might go kind of like this. Like that. You might see tornado warning here relatively soon. Reds and, oh wow, actually this is an unwarned tornado right back here. Let me see. Where's our radar reference? Yep, this is counterclockwise spin. I think this is an unwarned tornado on the ground here in Franklin, Illinois, guys. Unwarned tornado. Reds and greens touching each other, heading towards Waverly. If you are in Waverly, Illinois, I need you to seek shelter immediately. This is a unwarned tornado. Please seek shelter immediately, okay? I cannot stress this enough. Taking a look at the radar indication. Right there. Yep, still here. Boom. Reds and greens. We see the reds and greens actually touching each other. We don't have gray pixels between them. That's where you have kind of a higher confidence in developing that tornado concern. So you have that unwarned tornado there, possible moving in that region. I want to take a look at the St. Louis region for possible tornadoes. Oh, look at these. Oh, that's probably another unwarned tornado. What is going on, guys? Okay, yikes. What is going on? Let's take a look at this region. Yeah, right on the hook of this supercell. Tornado warning might need to be issued here. So we possibly have 2 unwarned tornadoes ongoing. And not a good look right now. We need possibly some more tornado warnings out on some of these storms. Let me answer some more questions. We got a couple of storms, I think, that are rotating here. And look at this. We got another really far out ahead of the supercell here. This is a pretty big concern, especially if it drives. So it's going to possibly drive a little bit north, and once it hooks onto the upper levels, it'll be driving more a little bit easterly direction. Keep an eye on that one. That's just initiated. They should be struggling to keep up right now. I mean, they only have a couple of areas to watch. I guess St. Louis, National Service St. Louis does have a lot of areas to watch. So hopefully they get on that. There's a couple areas I would issue tornado warnings for. There's really not too much going on in the east here. Mainly kind of messy convection. Louisville, just north of Louisville, 70 mile per hour winds, tornado possible tag. But tornado warnings remain in Illinois. 2 tornado warnings in kind of Lincoln, Greenville, Petersburg, just west of Lincoln, I should say, in Illinois. And then this kind of newer tornado warning here for Jerseyville, Otterville, Brighton, Carlinville, and Litchfield. Yeah, I do see there's a tornado possible tag, but I mean, looking at rotation here, which we'll take another look at. A little bit less now. But right there, like you see that, boom? There must be someone on them. There has to be a storm chaser who has visual confirmation or is in direct contact, because with that radar indication, I would issue the warning. Okay, appreciate the support, guys. Again, Grove, Missouri. Things are starting to develop here. I do not want everyone's guard to be brought down. He's obviously got a long way to go. For Grove, Missouri. Oh, Ash Grove, excuse me. Ash Grove, Missouri is currently... you actually might be all in the clear. Here. Just west of kind of the Springfield area in Missouri. Most of the line has pushed to your east. You think Springfield will be go? Okay, I need to know what state that is for sure. Springfield, Illinois, Springfield, Missouri. Can you check the weather for St. Clair? City and state, yeah, city and state. It's hard to pinpoint that. Bowling Green, Kentucky. It's so windy. I'm very surprised it's windy out there. No convection nearby. However, tornado watch just to your west and expecting severe weather pretty much a lot later tonight. Mascota, Illinois. Perfect. For Mascota, Illinois, you're currently within a tornado watch, and there's a couple of dangerous storms approaching that kind of region there. Mainly concerned about these supercells that have been traversing eastward, possibly producing more higher end weather. I need you to be weather aware as these storms continue to move eastwards. Guys, we need 5 more followers this stream to gain over 100 new followers for this stream. Join the rainy day with their family. We will be storm chasing here in just 14 days. Continue to answer you guys' questions. Appreciate the support. You've been amazing. I know this has been a busy couple of weeks, honestly, but hang in there. Waterloo, kind of similar story what I was just mentioning here. Dangerous storms approaching here with an increasing tornado threat associated with this line of storms. Staying pretty discreet by themselves. Danville, Indiana. Okay, let me check. Danville, Indiana. I am concerned mainly for a high wind risk later tonight as the squall line continues to congeal and move eastward. Isolated tornado risk can also not be ruled out for late. Minoka, Illinois. Yep. For Minoka, Illinois, mostly a high wind risk, maybe an isolated tornado all the way up there, but mainly concerned about high wind. Wisconsin, okay. Yeah, I mean, Wisconsin, generally the storms have been sub-severe, a couple of thunderstorms. Only thing I gotta be concerned about is lightning within that region, any outdoor activities, but nothing is assigned as a severe storm. Very interesting look, guys. Got a couple of supercells that are kind of dancing all around here. How's Rolla looking? Rolla, just to the west, currently has a severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour winds. Quarter size hail moving into the region. Be weather aware for possible hail as well as the high winds. Possible isolated tornado risk if the supercell can get into shape here. Appreciate the support, guys. One more follower, guys. One more follower for 100 new followers this stream. Who will it be? Thank you, Shauna, for the 100th follower stream. Welcome, welcome. Guys, just earlier today, we hit 75,000 followers. You guys are amazing. Wisconsin, yeah, pretty good. I just answered that. Wisconsin's pretty chilling. Chicago, mainly high wind and isolated tornado risk. St. Clair. St. Clair, Missouri. 1 second. For St. Clair, you're kind of in a similar spot where I'm concerned specifically. Why can I not cross-reference? Specifically about these couple cells that are moving to the area. Tornado risk, high wind risk, all associated with these cells moving into your area. I'll let you know if a tornado warning does get issued. These storms are rapidly developing. St. Louis, being approached by the severe storms, you still have that tornado risk associated with these storms. If one of them can get organized by the time it gets there, you need to be ready to take shelter. Genevieve? Is that St. Genevieve, Missouri? St. Genevieve is south of the storms right now, but you are being approached. Right now. Yeah, so the storms are not ongoing right now, but they are coming in within the next 30 minutes. Could see a tornado risk outside of that one. Silex, Missouri, is also being approached right now. If not, if the storms are already there, I'm trying to see. Kind of north. Even north of Troy too. Actually, you just got passed, right? Silex just got passed by the storm. You might be almost done for today. Most of the storms have jumped over to the east to you. Okay. Continue to watch these storms very closely. Let's do a rotation check on this. I'm really surprised some of these didn't get tornado warned. Still pretty strong. The strongest rotation out of the bunch here is here towards Bland, Missouri, moving kind of approaching the St. Louis region. The rest of these, I'm seeing some broad rotation, nothing crazy. Down on the south of Missouri. See if I can get this to load. Another broad rotation moving supercell, so nothing that's bringing the rotation down on the surface yet. And then kind of going over to our couple of packs here. Oh, whoa. This is Lincoln. Whoa, this is an unwarned tornado. Look at that. Right there next to the radar. Lincoln, Illinois. Please seek shelter immediately. I know you're not on tornado warning right now, but look at that. That's pretty spooky there. We zoomed out a little bit. Tornado possible. I think that is a tornado. We look at those reds and greens. We'll do another closer look. This is a really large town, too. It looks like another QLCS tornado here. I need you guys to seek shelter immediately. If you are in Lincoln, Illinois, I'm issuing. And look at that. I think they just got extended, but boom. We can see the increase of rotation just on the latest radar scan. Heading right for downtown Lincoln. It looks like a little town. At least not, I wouldn't say like a little town, but a town in Illinois in which you need to be seeking shelter immediately. This is your unwarned tornado. which is associated with an embedded circulation here. We're taking a look where this is on radar. And this is a completely rain-wrapped circulation. Completely rain-wrapped circulation approaching Lincoln. I need you to be taking shelter immediately. So we have, obviously, a storm pushing through at the 70-mile-per-hour winds. But there is an embedded rotation within this line. So you will not be able to visually confirm the tornado right here. This is a concerning trend, guys. If you are in Lincoln, Illinois, please seek shelter right now. I know you did not get a tornado warning just yet. Looking at the rotation, guy, this is possibly an unwarned tornado here, and I'm not looking at this. Let's look at CC. We're right next to the radar, so this would be pretty easy to spot. Something were to drop out. Nothing yet. I mean, it's just pretty obvious though if you look at the rotation. Now the actual rotation is about to go right over the radar. The radar actually might get hit here. So here's your rotation. Here's your radar right here. It's like right in the center. Let's see if I can spot it. It is... Should I spot? There it is. There's the radar. You guys see it? It's right here. Boom. And this circulation's heading right towards the radar. Oh gosh, we might lose the radar here. That would not be good. KILX in the middle of Illinois might get struck by a possible QLCS tornado, and that's an unwarned tornado. What in the world is going on, guys? That would add to the chaos that is ongoing right now. Possible QLCS tornado about to cross into Lincoln, Illinois. I need you guys to be taking shelter right now, and it is aiming right towards the radar. So we have the radar being targeted by the tornadoes. Tornadoes are taking it today seriously and taking it personally, that they are attacking our radars. So please, again, this is a unwarned tornado, and I do want people to seek shelter, if you may so please, in Lincoln, Illinois. Okay, what other questions can I have? Rochester. Man, like I know where these places are, but like I forget exactly where they are. Rochester. In Rochester, Illinois. Currently, you have a severe thunderstorm warning for about 70-mile-per-hour winds coming through from this storm here. Yes, literal aimbot. If you're just joining us, a radar is currently being targeted by an unwarned tornado up in central Illinois. That would be a bad radar to lose. That put a giant radar hole within the central portions of Illinois. Right there. So hopefully... it will be impossible to tell if it gets hit unless it goes down. So if it goes down, you guys know why. This is unwarned again. Another unwarned. And it's still right there. You look, it's literally right next to the radar. Here's the circulation. We're literally, we're like feet away from the radar. We're 2.9 miles away from the radar. This thing's aiming right for the radar. You can see it exactly center of the radar. Here's my current estimate where the tornado is possibly on the ground. Yeah. So, please, seek shelter if you're in Lincoln. I honestly do not know how this is not warned. Yeah, I'm quite shocked. I'm not going to lie. Okay, so that adds to the chaos, I guess. Adds to the fun. Let's go to our full radar here. Over here, we got a couple supercells that are popping up here towards Sullivan. Waiting for our first supercell to really take advantage of the kinematics here. We have not really seen that too many tornadic warned storms down towards the south portions of our watched area. Yeah, 5 damage only on the radar, no damage anywhere else. That'd be funny. It's literally just aiming right for the radar. I honestly have no idea how that's not warned. Got me a little confused because even if because the National Weather Service office is probably there, or at least there's someone there watching, but you would not be able to visually confirm it. The circulation is really embedded within the storm. I mean, they'll be the best confirmation if the radar goes down. Excuse me. Little snack time. Pekin, Illinois. We're an hour 5 of streaming. We're doing pretty good. Um, 1 second. So you're in an area in which I'm mainly concerned of like a high wind risk on the backside of the storm. Isolated tornado. Oh, what? They issued a tornado for a different warning that I was. What? All right. Oh gosh. Well, that one's definitely a lot. It's still pretty there. A new tornado warning, guys, has been issued for Illinois. This includes Mount Pulaski, Chestnut, and Kenny. Now underneath a tornado warning for the next 23 minutes in Illinois. Seek shelter immediately. All right. And we have a new mesoscale discussion to go over here. And look at that. They're just restating a EF4 tornado possibility within our mesoscale discussion, within our current watch area as well. Fayette County in Indiana has an isolated tornado risk. Isolated tornado risk. What's up, Jay Ralfredo? All right, let's take a look at this mesoscale discussion. This just got posted by the Storm Prediction Center. And it reads, severe risk is increasing across portions of watch number 162, which is the current tornado watch. Strong tornadoes, very large hail, and damaging wind gusts remain possible. So basically they're saying, hey, like, there's still a chance for significant tornadoes. And that is what we're dealing with, guys. 2 tornado warnings across Illinois right now. And look at this giant severe thunderstorm warning that has been issued for Springfield, Taylorsville, and Decatur. This is for 70 miles per hour, as well as a tornado possible tag from QLCS Associated Tornadoes, moving east very quickly. Northwestern Indiana currently underneath a slight risk for severe weather. Going to mainly see high wind and an isolated tornado risk. Is Central Arkansas good? No. Central Arkansas is still remaining in an environment which concerns tornado development. Still watching out to your west for convective development, convective initiation. Expecting a tornado watch to be issued here within the next 1 to 2 hours. Notice how our line is starting to develop further and further south. I'm actually shocked none of these have developed into a tornado yet. You can definitely see some rotation here across Missouri, Decatur. What radar software am I using? This is a Weatherfront. Link is in my bio. Let's take a look at our max rotations been going on. You can see, oh my gosh, a decent amount of rotation on the northern storms. It's so far down in the south. Not a ton of rotation here. This is kind of a rotation in the lower level. Finder. Quite interesting how everything's developing here. Jonesboro, Arkansas. No, I mean, nowhere in Arkansas is clear. Jonesboro is actually currently in our PDS tornado watch, in which you might see those significant tornado support from the environment within that area. Need to be very weather aware. Yes, I saw a tornado warning. Actually, wasn't the circulation I was talking about, but a tornado warning just south in Mount Pulaski, Chestnut, and Kenny here in Illinois, just southeast of Lincoln, Illinois. Take a look at the rotation on that bad boy. Still ongoing here, right there. And I'm curious if the radar got hit. It's hard to say. Obviously, radars have blind spots around 1 mile around them because they can't really read that quickly. All right. I hope the guys are hanging in there. It has been a bit of a grind. Now this setup here. 2 tornado warnings remain in place. We got still a continued tornado warning here just east of Jerseyville in Illinois, in Carlinville, as well as Litchfield. Still all underneath an active tornado warning. Remain in your safe place. New mesoscale discussion went out for the intersection of western Tennessee, western Kentucky, southern Illinois, southeast Missouri, and northeast Arkansas. That convection discussion talked about how the continued threat for significant tornadoes remains in place. Is Springfield, Missouri good? I believe Springfield, Missouri will be canceled from the tornado watch here relatively soon. Your main core threat should be over now. Congratulations. You've been passed. Again, this has been some really, really good news. Seeing how this has been developing now. Of course, I'm knocking on wood right now. Got a long way to go because our most potent environment actually has seen zero convection in it so far. Zero storms have been able to take advantage of the very potent environment. It doesn't seem like they're able to just get that last little bit to jump over the hump. And we're continuing to watch very closely. Okay, just checking for updates too. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it still seems that we're continuing to monitor this zone here. I'm seeing a lot of doubt online about how this is going to develop, but we'll see. There's still a lot of time. Signs going off in Springfield right now, but there's no warning. So that is because a tornado possible tag with a considerable threat tag, severe thunderstorm warning, 70-mile-per-hour winds crossing Springfield. I assume you're in Illinois. That makes the most sense if sirens are going off. You are okay from being in your shelter, in a tornado shelter. You're okay. However, I would not be near windows as a main squall line, a wind threat has probably pushed through Springfield already, so you should be okay there. When do you think St. Louis will be over with? Within the next about an hour to an hour and a half until this kind of ends for St. Louis. Okay. Alexia, I still have an isolated severe thunderstorm risk associated with the high winds. I'm concerned about an isolated tornado might spin up within that region. Stay weather aware here. You're not in any watch zone, but you're relatively close. And, of course, we're continuing to watch very closely. Blues are producing a pretty large hail, too, so stay weather aware. Do you think you're going to move to... Thank you. I don't know what that is a reference to. You think it's going to move towards... some people are telling me different ways. Kanakaki. I don't think the significant severe weather is going to make it up there. No, I do not. I think you still have a chance for an isolated severe thunderstorm, mainly associated with the winds, isolated tornado risk. Very low tornado risk, but it is still possible. Iowa, currently really not much going on in Iowa. A few convective systems, storms towards kind of the eastern portions, but really none of it severe, so no severe thunderstorms. We have an extension on this kind of ongoing supercell here with strong winds. That's 2-inch hail, tornado possible tag in 60-mile-per-hour winds, considerable threat tag towards Festus. I was about to call that town named Fetus, but I figured that one was wrong. Can someone confirm it's not Fetus? This is not Fetus, right? Yes, that's what we're dealing with, guys. Welcome to the stream. Seeing some more people join in. Welcome in, welcome in. We're continuing to monitor the active tornado threat as we continue to see these storms push to the east. Again, I know it's been relatively quiet over the beginning of this event. However, I do not want to provide a false sense of security because a mesoscale discussion was just issued specifically for this risk zone, saying and reestablishing the EF4 tornado risk remains in place for the intersection of the Tennessee, Kentucky, Illinois, Missouri, and Arkansas borders. You can see that place there. Our current line of storms are continuing to push to the east, associated with our cold front and lifting. There's really not been a lot of forcing or lifting within this region, so the storms have been really struggling to beat the cap, even with about 4,000 joules of energy. They've been really struggling here, which is some really great news, because if they were on their own here and have discrete supercells, however, it is not over, because these have been staying pretty discrete associated with our line, and they're also moving into a much, much more favorable environment for spin. So all those factors together, guys, that is increasing the concern, that is still sustaining my concern for multiple tornadoes today, and possibly some significant. This is the type of event that also would benefit from a low-level jet enhancement. So that means once we have the sun set, it actually increases the winds just above the surface due to the heating stopping at the surface and kind of accelerating them. And that can amplify storms in kind of a final portion of the way, maybe to kick up our storms to the part of where you might be concerned of seeing that getting together. So hopefully that all kind of makes sense there, and you can understand how, obviously keeping a track on all this stuff. We're keeping an eye on all this stuff together. What other questions can I answer? Rockford, Illinois, really not concerned about severe weather now. Let's go. The Penguins are winning. That's good. Do you think something bad will happen in Louisville? Well, I'm not going to say something bad will happen in Louisville. Louisville is currently underneath a severe thunderstorm warning as well as a special weather statement for 60 to 50 mile per hour winds. That's really not super severe, maybe isolated power outages within the region. To continue throughout your night, a high wind risk will remain in place as these secondary storms go through and isolated tornado risk. For Festus, here in Missouri, you're now underneath a severe thunderstorm warning. Severe thunderstorm warning for the next 57 minutes. Tornado possible tag, 60 mile per hour winds and 2-inch hail. Got a report that's hailing in O'Fallon. Thank you for the report. You are underneath a severe thunderstorm warning. What time do you think the Ponto, Arkansas will get hit? 1 second. Appreciate the questions, guys. So Lepanto, Arkansas, currently underneath our PDS tornado watch, which means the most potent storms are possible within that region. The significant storms. The big thing we've been kind of not seeing is convective activity. Main reason for that, lifting has not been the strong suit of this setup. However, from your west zone, where these storms are continuing to move here, that's the thing you should be really keeping an eye on as well. These will be moving to your more favorable environment relatively soon. So you need to be staying where your watch zone continues to be active, at least for the next 4 hours and 36 minutes. What time will it be worse in Louisville? It's going to be multiple rounds. Can't say which one's going to be worse or not. There's one right now and one pretty late tonight. Probably around 1 to 3 a.m. Okay, I have a brand new tornado warning. We had someone from Festus. This might be big. Okay, so I know this has not been a very, very active setup. This is actually one of our first supercells that has broken apart from the squall line and now, has really gotten its shape together. We have a radar indicated tornado warning. This is heading towards Festus. It's going to pop up on the screen any moment. There it is. Festus, DeSoto, and Arnold now underneath a tornado warning here in Missouri, also including Cedar Hill Lakes, Hillsboro, Olympian Village, I-55, Imperial, and the Peverly. We now have a radar indicated tornado. This is just south of St. Louis. This is from a supercell that has developed and now has a major hook. This is what we were concerned about, guys. Something breaking free from the line and finally being, you can really see that full hook develop. Look at this curvature. Holy crap. This is something you don't see something very often. The actual entire storm has turned into a U, an upside down U. That is quite the change. You can see the full directional change of as the convection, the updraft goes up in height. The actual storm is fully rotating, now bringing that rotation down to the surface at its hook. This is an extremely concerning situation. Tornado is radar indicated, but man, this thing has some serious business. It's also producing a left splitter from its top, so this main right mover will be the one that produces the tornado. Continue to move to the east. That is 128,000 people are now in this tornado warning. And this, I do agree. This looks like the most dangerous tornado warning we've had so far tonight. Really hoping this one continues our trend of not holding on for very long. We can see a very developed supercell that has developed a very rapidly hook. And now we have a dangerous situation ongoing, guys. A radar indicated tornado. I need you guys to be taking shelter within this zone, okay? We're just south of St. Louis, too, for reference. We're southwest of St. Louis. Watch how the storm kind of approaches that area. But, of course, we already have 100 plus 100,000 people within this warning polygon anyways. Festus, DeSoto, Arnold, I-55, Hillsborough, Pevely, Cedar Hill Lakes, and all the surrounding other areas. We got Missouri Road 185, Missouri Road 47, Missouri Road 30, Missouri Road 21, and I-55. Also the roads involved in this ongoing tornado warning. So we got to watch out closely here. Take a look at our velocity. You know, kind of messy overall, but man, you got some pretty standout velocity here. Right there. I'd say right there. Where's our radar? Reds and greens. Reds going away. Greens coming towards. Yeah. So we got greens coming towards. Right there. Reds going away. We got a counterclockwise spin. Heading eastward pretty rapidly here. Let's take a look at the motion vector. Motion vector is 50 miles per hour. Holy wow. This is moving quickly. At 50 miles per hour to the east. So not only do we have a radar indicated tornado heading eastward towards some populated areas, we have this storm moving. It's moving at 55 miles or 50 miles per hour, excuse me. So this storm is moving. Sorry, I just saw a bug. Yes, so extreme concern with this storm. Please get to your safe place immediately. Anyone in the warning in chat right now? Anyone in the warning? Again, this is probably the most severe storm we've had. I mean, the kinematics, guys, it was only a matter of time before we saw something like this. Things trying to recycle. We will see. It just had a left splitter, so looks like we just got a new radar indicate or a new radar scan. Ooh, gosh, not a good look. Whoa. Yeah, that is a pretty strong rotation couplet. Now in the lower level of the base of the cloud. A little bit hard to tell. Obviously, there's probably going to be chasers on it at this point. Actually, you can see if there is. One moment. Storm spotters. Wow, there are 0 storm spotters on it actually right now. There's 0 storm spotters. Seems like a lot of people gave up today. And that's so we won't really know exactly if it's on the ground. But man, looking at the actual rotation couplet, looking at the rotation of the storm, I am vastly concerned of a tornado reaching the ground here. So this is a dangerous situation where we have a fully developed supercell taking advantage of the environment finally here. And unfortunately, I should say that this is not something we wanted to see happen. I was really enjoying just being able to talk to you guys with a calm environment. Now we have this radar indicated tornado, so I'm just trying to turn off the spotters. We don't really need them, especially since they're not there. So yes, we gotta track this very closely, guys. Again, this is for Festus, DeSoto, and the surrounding communities, and underneath an active tornado warning here in Missouri, heading eastward for the Illinois border. By the way, Illinois border. This is a radar indicated tornado. What questions can I answer? I'm in Arnold, hoping it doesn't go too crazy. Siren started. Oh, yes. Arnold, you should be in your safe place, please. Especially with a couple splitters coming into your region. I need you to go to your safe place, okay? It's going to be a dangerous one, especially with the potent environment. There is, obviously, from your area, I would not try to visually confirm this either because you're going to be in the rain shaft. But either way, because we're dealing with such a potent environment and with occlusions and stuff like this, I need you to be in your safe place. Stay safe, please. So, again, we have a currently radar indicated tornado continuing to move to the east here, 50 miles per hour. And serious situation ongoing. You get some hydration in. All right, do you think there's going to be tornadoes in Chicago? Possibly, not likely. Actually, a tornado still remains on the table, but mainly concerned about high winds. All right, we are waiting for the new radar scan. Should get a new radar scan here any moment. And obviously, continue to track this. Looks like Mississippi is about to go underneath a tornado watch. Tornado watch is possible 60% chance. Only 60% chance. We'll see if that gets issued. Of course, looking for convective initiation over there. Also, continue to monitor the situation for convective initiation here. Like I said, guys, obviously we're moving into a more favorable environment for tornadoes. Trying to produce something. Okay, let's take a look. So we got that left mover at split. This is going to head into St. Louis, possibly produce some larger hail. Less of a tornado risk on the left mover. The right mover, as I say that, just a kind of reference point. Left movers move more to the north. Right movers move to the east. Right movers are the ones that tend to produce our tornadoes. Left movers are the ones that tend to produce our larger hail. The right movers can't produce a larger hail, but more likely the left movers. Left movers are less of a tornado threat. Taking a look at this storm, and man, this thing is really starting to get some shape together. You can see those reds and greens right next to each other. We got some pretty high intensity movement across this entire storm, and tornado warning remains in effect with radar indicated tornadoes continue to head towards the east. This is for DeSoto, Festus, Hillsborough, Cedar Lakes, Imperial, Arnold, I-55, Peverly, and the Olympian Village. Please go to shelter immediately in Missouri. Here it is in motion. I want to show you guys in motion. Let me zoom out of it. I personally like the rain snow color table. Does it have a CC drop? Usually I don't confirm it unless it's a CC drop. Might be. It's hard to tell. Again, radar indicated tornado warning ongoing here. Let me see if they're seeing some new updates here. Looks like we do have a new tornado warning here in Illinois, so we're going to go up to that really quickly. New tornado warning has been issued for Illinois. This is for Clinton, DeWitt, Farmer City, Monticello. I did see someone in chat earlier from Monticello, as well as Maroa. Now underneath a tornado warning. This is a radar-indicated QLCS embedded tornado that's valid for the next 32 minutes until 7:15 local time. Please take immediate shelter. You can see the inflow notch right there associated with our hook on the actual boundary. Either way, this line is producing 70-mile-per-hour winds, so I need you to go to your safe place here in Illinois. That is a new radar-indicated tornado warning. So now we have 3 active tornado warnings across the embedded line, as well as 1 breakout tornado warning associated with a supercell, which has the highest concern, obviously, because of the potential to produce a violent tornado. So obviously, watching very closely here. So southern St. Louis is being approached by the supercell that is producing a tornado. Radar indicated so far. Please go to your safe place if you're in Arnold. That's kind of the suburb that's kind of closest, at least I'm going to classify it as a suburb if anyone wants to correct me. If you see a lot of people joining, guys, welcome in. If you wouldn't mind liking the stream right now, we have a radar indicated tornado in Missouri right now. This is a supercellular tornado, in which is the kind of the worst look we've seen so far. By worst look, I mean the most concerning look we've seen so far for tornado here. And actually, looks like, what is going on? I think we have a tornado warning for North St. Louis. The northern St. Louis suburbs have just gone underneath a tornado warning. Radar indicated tornado for 378,000 people. 378,000 people now underneath a tornado warning. This is for a supercellular storm, right? Boom, right there. Hook echo, right there towards St. Charles, Florissant, St. Peters, Alton, Godfrey, Wood River, Holiday Shores, and Edwardsville. If you just heard your town name called out, you need to seek shelter immediately. We have a radar indicated tornado moving eastward at 50 miles per hour. Again, this is another supercellular storm that's tapping into the environment here. Very potent kinematic environment. Please seek shelter immediately. That includes over 111 schools and 7 hospitals, as well as 378,000 residents of this region. Please seek shelter immediately. This is a dangerous threat. Right? Again, this is a radar indicated tornado. This takes our tornado count up to 4. 4 tornado warnings are now active across the United States as we continue to track these storms extremely closely. What questions can I answer as we track all the tornadoes? We're going to really now lean into tornado tracking, the warning tracking first and foremost, of course, naming out specific town names and other stuff like this, but as well as answer some questions. Sorry, I'm going to be a little bit less question-based, city-wise. Unless I see your city is within a tornado warning, I'm going to focus on active tornado warnings. This is what we've been expected. Now we're seeing multiple areas in which we're concerned about. Ooh, gosh, yeah, really big rotation here on this southern cell. The southern cell has the largest rotation, I think, out of everything I'm seeing. Taking a look at this one, a little bit of a blind spot. Why are we getting some blind spots here? within our tornado warning here. Yeah, not too obvious on this one. Still remain in your safe place. Go to your safe place if you are in St. Peter, St. Charles, Florissant, Wood River, Alton, Godfrey, Holiday Shores, and Edwardsville. Here, guys, a radar-indicated tornado warning is now in place just north of St. Louis in the St. Louis suburbs. So there you go. And if you are in O'Fallon, just east of O'Fallon is where that tornado, that radar-indicated tornado warning is. You can see how this is developing on the radar, in which is trying to catch up. Come on. Bad time for the radar to lag. Yes, and now we have multiple radar-indicated tornadoes. We'll see if anything reaches the ground here, if we get any confirmation. Of course, a lot of people within harm's way with a couple of these tornadoes. Currently, we have accumulated 500,000 people. 500,000 people are currently underneath an active tornado warning across multiple sectors here. You can see our tornadoes are developing. More supercellular shapes getting in position, tapping into the wind shear. I don't know what that was even in reference to. So please seek shelter immediately if you are within this active tornado warning zones. Let's take a quick look at our bigger zones here. It looks like we're getting some convective initiation here in Mississippi. Still struggling to produce convection here in our PDS tornado watch zone. But either way, guys, these storms are starting to make their way towards this more favorable environment. Even gets more and more favorable environment for tornado development. So keep that in mind as we continue. Wentzville right now, is kind of actually just kind of got passed by the line. So east of you, there's an active tornado warning. No concern to you, Wentzville, but you might be almost done. Appreciate the kind words, Granny. Yes, this is an emergency broadcast. I'm a student meteorologist with live radar, giving feed for this exact moment where we have multiple tornadoes ongoing. So St. Louis is currently surrounded by active tornado warnings to the north and south. The actual downtown metro area of St. Louis is currently not in a tornado warning. And I do have another update. When it rains, it pours here. We have our first tornado warning for Kentucky. First tornado warning for Kentucky. This is about to be popping and accumulating on my screen. There it is. Boom. This is for LaGrange and Eminence, Kentucky. Please seek shelter immediately. This is also for Newcastle. This is for Newcastle. And when it rains, it pours even more. We have another new tornado warning. Another new tornado warning also coming out here in just a second. Let me drop discussions for a second so we have a little bit more concise radar. There we go. And now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 active tornado warnings. Let's go up to our dual tornado warnings. These are associated with the QLCS threat here. So now it's new tornado warning here to the north. Farmers City and DeWitt now underneath a tornado warning. This is all approaching Champaign in Illinois. Please get ready to seek shelter in Champaign. And the other towns, seek shelter immediately. We have 2 dual tornado warnings north and south of St. Louis. Radar indicated tornadoes associated with supercells that are trying to produce a tornado. Please seek shelter within these zones. A radar-indicated tornado continues to move east at 50 miles per hour. Really fast-moving storms here. And lastly, we just had our first tornado warning issued for Kentucky tonight. This includes LaGrange, Eminence, and Newcastle for 40 minutes until 8:30 p.m. local time. Please seek shelter within that region. There is the recap on the active tornado warnings. Let me see if I can answer some questions. Supposed to arrive here at 2 a.m., but they seem to come at night. Yeah, it's we got a very, very busy ongoing. I want to take a closer look at these supercells down in the south here. Some pretty strong hailers moving into more of a tornado environment. So keep that in mind out there. Keeping a close eye on all these tornadoes. Still, all of them are radar indicated, but of course, obviously checking closely for obviously development and how things continue to further progress. So I'm gonna say we just had that was last night, wasn't it? The tornado in Joplin was last night, by the way. I've seen that video that's trending still on my profile. Unfortunately, I even put expired in the description there. Unfortunately, TikTok just pushes videos quite later than what's needed, but it's okay. If you're just joining in, seeing a lot of people joining, guys, this is a serious situation. We have 5 active tornado warnings right now. That means 5 active sectors that need to be taking shelter right now. Over, I believe, 700,000 people underneath the tornado warning. Let me guide you through the exact towns that need to be taking shelter. First, starting off with our northern ones here in Illinois. This is for 2 tornado warnings that are associated with our QLCS threat. Zooming in here. This is associated with this threat here. This includes DeWitt, Farmer City. Oh gosh, come on, please load. There you go. Farmer City, DeWitt, Maroa, Monticello underneath a tornado warning. Please seek shelter immediately. Downstream of that is Champaign. Get ready to seek shelter within that region. Then moving down to the St. Louis region. Your area to the north and area to the south are underneath tornado warnings here, guys, in just kind of the St. Louis region, kind of nearby. The northern one includes St. Charles, Florissant, Alton, Godfrey, Wood River, and Edwardsville, as well as Holiday Shores. This is a radar-indicated tornado warning. Please seek shelter immediately. Moving down to the south, we'll answer your questions. Just 1 second. Answer your questions there. We have a radar-indicated tornado warning for Cedar Hill Lakes, Hillsborough, DeSoto, Festus, Peverly, Imperial, Arnold, as well as I-55. Please seek shelter within that region. That is in Missouri. Now, also an update. This is an unwatched area in which we have a tornado warning here in Kentucky. LaGrange, Kentucky. Eminence, Newcastle are also underneath a tornado warning, radar indicated tornado warning as well. So things are getting more intense here. Going to be a long night, guys. Nocturnal tornado threat starting to bump up. Get ready. There is all the active tornado warnings, 5 in place right now. Thank you, TTY, for the donation. Appreciate that. Thank you. Jade for the donation. Appreciate that. What can city and state, guys? City and state. If you want your question answered, make sure you drop a follow. Hey, we need 5 more followers to get us to a nice round 75.2. We need 5 more followers. Join the rainy day with the family. Wentzville, Missouri, currently underneath a severe thunderstorm warning for 60 mile per hour winds and quarter size hail. Evansville, Indiana, currently underneath a PDS tornado watch. Significant tornadoes are possible here within the next 4-ish hours, depending on how things develop. Waiting for convective initiation. Stay on high alert. St. Peters, Missouri. For St. Peters, Missouri, you might be included in that tornado warning. St. Peters, underneath a active tornado warning. Go to your safe place immediately. Wait for that tornado warning gets canceled. I can tell you good news is most of the actual action is to your east now, but I want you to remain in your safe place until that tornado warning gets canceled. Peverly, Missouri. Why do I feel like that's an area that needs to be in their safe place? Yes, because it is. Peverly, Missouri. Also another area. Stephanie, please go to your safe place immediately. You have an active tornado warning for the next 36 minutes. Please wait till it expires or gets canceled. Please do not spam chat. You will be muted. And here we go. So we saw 5 active tornado warnings, and still them all radar indicated tornado warnings. How bad is PDS? So the watch, meaning PDS, is particularly dangerous situation. For reference, we have not had a PDS tornado watch this entire year until today. Of course, so far there has been absolutely nothing that's happened there. Mainly because the storms have been struggling to get convective initiation ongoing. But that doesn't really matter because the cold front is coming in to force convective initiation here relatively soon. So lots of ingredients are in place for some significant severe weather. Do you think it'll actually hit Cape Girardeau? There is a high chance of at least some severe weather incoming to that region, okay? You are within that PDS tornado watch. Champaign has just gone underneath a severe thunderstorm warning in Illinois here. 70 mile per hour winds and tornado possible tag. Where's the hail? So there is hail entering St. Louis. That's going to be around quarter size. It's most likely going to go across most of St. Louis here. Got a couple storms. Left mover supercell kind of entering the region right now. And yes, I'm expecting hail. I'm not really expecting super large hail. There's a chance of isolated pockets of that. But most of it seems to be on the lower end. More concerned about the high wind and possible tornado risk associated with the collision of storms. All right, still continuation of all 5 tornado warnings. 1 in Kentucky, 3 in Illinois, and 1 in Missouri. All of them are displayed on your screen. Jonesboro, Arkansas. Yeah, I mean, you're going to be seeing it later tonight. Seems like you're still underneath that PDS tornado watch. Going to wait for that cold front to possibly be the driver of convective initiation. Continuing to answer you guys' questions. Appreciate you guys being here. Make sure you drop a follow for the Rainy Weather family. We'll be storm chasing here in 2 weeks. 2 weeks. Owensville, Missouri. Oh gosh, I believe you're okay. Owensville just got passed by the line. You should be pretty much done for the rest of your day. Work a third shift in Bowling Green. Oh gosh, yeah, Bowling Green could see some severe weather late tonight. High wind and isolated tornado risk is all on the table. Alton, currently underneath the tornado warning right now, and I look at the rotation. You actually might have a circulation right over you. Let's take a look at rotation here. Yeah, it looks like possible tornado just crossing to the east of you, moving eastward. So hopefully you are in your safe place. Do not be near windows right now. There could be a tornado really close by as it continues to move to the east. A scary look on radar there. Nashville, going to see some severe weather later tonight. Main concern is high winds and isolated tornado risk. Okay. So we got multiple areas. We got 5 tornado warnings. Let's go over all the tornado warnings again. I know this is incredibly pressing information. So if you're just joining in, 5 active tornado warnings here, starting off in Illinois. We got Farmer City, DeWitt, Maroa, and Monticello, all underneath a radar-indicated tornado warning. Associated with a strong, look at that huge band of storms, that squall line, absolute monster of storms, pushing to the east here relatively quickly and heading towards Champaign. Champaign, you are up next. At least 70 miles per hour moving into your region, as well as that tornado risk. We'll see if the warning gets continued. Moving down towards St. Louis, tornado warnings remain in effect north and south of you. St. Charles, Alton, Florissant, Wood River, Godfrey, Holiday Shores, and Edwardsville underneath the tornado warning to the north of you, and to the south of you, Arnold, Imperial, Peverly, Festus, Hillsboro, and Cedar Hill Lakes, still underneath a tornado warning north and south of St. Louis. Those tornado warnings continue on and will please remain in your safe place. Lastly, tornado warning is ongoing in Kentucky. This is an unwatched area for LaGrange and Eminence, as well as Newcastle. Please seek shelter immediately within Kentucky. That's valid for the next 31 minutes. All right, with that, let me answer some questions. Over 300 of you guys, make sure you drop a follow, join the Rainy Weather family. We just crossed over that great border of 75.2 thousand followers. Welcome, welcome. Here we cover your live radar throughout today's severe weather problems. Obviously, lots of severe weather ongoing. We're talking about high winds ongoing and now numerous tornadoes. Hopefully, we don't continue to accelerate and exacerbate the risk here, but unfortunately, we got a long way to go before we are anywhere at a point in which we'll decrease in coverage. Is there a chance of tornado touchdown near St. Charles? City and state helps me out, guys. If you want to ask your questions for St. Charles, Illinois, not likely. Isolated tornado risk. Anything towards the bottom of Illinois, not currently. However, you are within a PDS tornado watch, a significant tornado watch, meaning violent tornadoes are possible with the ingredients in place. You need to be extra weather aware. West side of Indianapolis. Good to see a high wind risk as these storms continue to rush to the east. High wind risk is your core concern with the risk of isolated tornadoes. What does the main line look like in full? Okay, here's a combined radar. You can see our main line, which is really starting to form now. It's kind of this that I've highlighted there. It's pushing east. It's going to produce some high winds here. So it's a little bit more discreet here. It's less congealed down in the southern portions of Missouri, and that is moving to our PDS tornado watch area. Just a reminder, PDS stands for particularly dangerous situation that's been issued because of the high likelihood of significant severe weather happening there. It has not happened this year so far. Festus is currently underneath a tornado warning. Please remain in your safe place. Let's take a look at rotation, just off radar indication here. I think this is still rotating broadly on this western side, so I'd still remain in your safe place there. All right, what other questions you guys have? Thank you for joining the Rainy Day with the Family. Thank you for the guys' support. Over 22,000 likes. You make sure you guys like the stream so we get the word out to as many people as possible. Also helps your question get answered quicker. Manchester, Tennessee. Oh, that's not Manchester, Tennessee. Manchester, Tennessee, pretty far east. Might see an isolated storm very late tonight, but not likely. Should be good. Out there. Decatur, Illinois is underneath a severe thunderstorm warning, seeing around 70-mile-per-hour winds blow through your region. Please remain indoors. Not a tornado warning, but a 70-mile-per-hour wind severe thunderstorm warning. Might see some power outages along your regions, your area over there, Ella. Moscow Mills, Missouri. Hopefully everyone's staying safe tonight. No, a very stressful night for a lot of people across these regions. Moscow Mills, which just got hit by some storms. Your risk is now ended in Moscow Mills. So we have continuations of all these tornado warnings. So you can see they're getting a little bit smaller because they're getting chopped off a little bit. Unfortunately, cannot go by zip codes. I don't have access that's quick for that. Chesterfield, Missouri, though. I can help you out. Chesterfield, Missouri, currently underneath a severe thunderstorm warning for 70-mile-per-hour winds and tornado possible tag. A strong storm is moving through your area currently. Stay safe. Southwest Michigan. So I think Southwest Michigan is definitely a capable area in which you can see a high wind risk. 60 to 70-mile-per-hour winds. Look at this absolute beast of a squall lines developing some pretty high winds. I'm surprised the risks for today did not have a SIG 1 for the winds. Yeah, still not SIG 1. Here's the latest tornado outlook. See, focused around our southern area, which some of our storms are trying to work their way into this area. Here's your wind. Here's your hail. So, a lot of this area has actually not even been moved into yet from these storms. So, we haven't even... Let me throw that on the radar really quick. The southern outlook. You can see some of these storms are in the moderate risk now, so they're in a very favorable environment, but they still have a lot way to move through. So it kind of shows the expectation as well as what is possible here within the next few hours. All right, 1 second. I'm going to step aside to refill the water, and I'll be right back. Thank you for the kind words. Appreciate that. All right, I have returned. All right, everyone hanging in there. I know we got at least a handful of tornado warnings. So far, no confirmed tornadoes, which is good. No confirmed tornado warnings, I should say. I don't know about. I guess I take a quick peek at the SBC website. See if we've had a confirmed tornado yet. Loading. Still loading. Still loading. Still loading. Dan, Ohio, still good? Yes. The southern storms. Okay, give me 1 second. Okay, so far there have been two confirmed tornadoes. See, my accumulated model, which I did statistical analysis today on this report, my accumulated model said the most likely number of tornadoes today was around 10 confirmed tornadoes. So we'll see if that pans out. That's like using SPC analysis. I'm also going to check this really quick. This is looking at photographs, which we'll pull up here. Yeah, I mean, as you can see, really lots of curved photographs in front of our supercells here, especially in Southeast Missouri. I think Southeast Missouri, guys, has such a huge potential here for the next few, like 30 minutes. You see all our supercells associated in this southern portion right here. You're moving to the east. You're moving into a very potent environment. They're very discrete. And add those things all together. Boom. Huge problems. Huge problems. So we've been covering this storm now for 6 hours ourselves here on Rainy Day Weather. And I actually think the show is unfortunately just about to begin. Is there going to be a tornado in Louisville, Kentucky? I'm scared of clouds that look weird. So there is a tornado warning east of Louisville in Eminence right now. There's a tornado warning if you're in Eminence or also Newcastle. And east of there, a current tornado warning is in place. Beyond that, Louisville is currently underneath a severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour winds. Isolated tornado threat remains in place, not even for just those storms, but also the storms that will be coming through your region later on. Let's take a closer look. Champaign, Illinois, now underneath a tornado warning, Danny. Danny, you need to be taking shelter right now. Good call out. If you are in Rental, Gifford, Mahomet, Champaign, and St. Joseph, as well as I-72, you're now underneath an active tornado warning here in Illinois. Seek shelter immediately. Outlooks. There's a cow on my screen because it wants me to solve my CAPTCHA to make sure I'm not being inactive. It's such a stupid thing. And this is a radar indicated tornado warning. So if you're in Champaign or Rental, please take shelter immediately. This is a radar indicated tornado warning. St. Louis about to get smashed by a 70-mile-per-hour storm with tornado possible tag inside of it. Please be off the roads there. So we continue to watch that, let you know if tornado warning gets issued. Let's look down to the south here, in which we have a couple of concerning storms here. Boom, boom, boom. All discrete cells continue to move to the east, move into a more favorable environment for tornadoes. We'll obviously keep an eye on that. And it looks like a new severe thunderstorm watch has just been issued for the Dallas-Fort Worth region, Texarkana, and Paris across this area. So new severe thunderstorm watch. This is more of a looks like large hail risk and high wind risk rather than a tornado risk, but isolated tornado cannot be ruled out for there. And we just keep expanding the areas we must keep an eye on here. Joplin, Missouri, all good. Any chances of severe weather? Alabama, May 2nd or 3rd. A little too far out to say. I'll come back for more updates. Very dark in St. Louis. Stay safe. Storms are coming in. Yeah, that's what we're dealing with, guys. Okay, so we see we do have a new tornado warning. That's in Champaign. So Champaign, it is just straight up Champaign, right? Like I'm not like it's not like a special different pronunciation. Champaign, Illinois, underneath a tornado warning. The next 21 minutes, Louisville, Kentucky, underneath a severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour winds. Yeah, okay, so we're continuing to watch this develop, guys. Again, a couple of these bad boy supercells continue to march their way into a very favorable environment. We got 2-inch hail on both of them and 60-mile-per-hour winds. About lime-sized hail. A little bit less, a little smaller than lime-sized. That's just my first yawn of tonight. Not a good sign. Trying to plan to be at least live for 2 more hours here, so at least it really depends on how things develop over the next hour. We'll see. I hope not, but I really think this is going to develop into a significant event here very soon. These supercells down in the south here really have my eye. They're very discreet. They're moving into a very favorable environment. They're also very powerful. Kind of the most organized supercells we've seen yet. Let's take a look at rotation of them together. They also are rotating together, so some of them are rotating pretty rapidly. Nothing super concise yet. Maybe we're getting close. We'll see if that tornado warning gets issued here in the next few moments as well. Louisville, Kentucky. Yep, underneath the severe thunderstorm warning, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Are you sick? I'm slightly underneath the weather, but I'm okay. Don't worry. I'm not contagious. They don't even have a tornado possible tag. I'm shocked. Yeah, I'm a little shocked too. Now look at this kind of storm just steamrolling, guys. Look at this. Steamrolling into Champaign, Illinois. 70-mile-per-hour winds as well as that tornado warning in place. You should be in your safe place. Main reason we're seeing a tornado warning here is look at the collision of storms. Look at the collisions. We're going to show you. So here's the movement of this storm. That's not really good color to use. We have movements of these storms, and obviously we have our main line that's going to move in this direction. That collision of winds can cause quick spin-ups. Make sure you guys join the Rainy Day with Our Family. We are on the way to 80,000 followers. Storm Chase is active in 2 weeks. And we will continue to answer you guys' questions. Litchfield. I believe Litchfield was underneath the tornado warning earlier. Let me take a look currently on that update. And taking a look here. Oh, my battery died. Litchfield is currently underneath a severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour winds. A powerful, potent storm is coming through your region. Oh, gosh. I need you to not be outside. It looks like a lot of lightning associated with this storm, so be careful. Okay, stay safe. All right, I believe we haven't had a new tornado warning here just in a little bit, so that's good. Okay, one moment. There we go. Okay, just checking on other stuff. And there we go. Let's see if we have any more convective initiation across any of the other areas we're keeping an eye on. Some convective initiation ongoing. Dallas underneath a severe thunderstorm warning in Plano. 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1 inch hail from kind of a lone cell over there. Not expecting a high-end severe weather threat in Texas today. So if you are within this corridor here, guys, get ready for an increased potential of tornado development. As those storms continue to move to the east here, got a question for Cuba, Missouri. Let's continue to answer some point questions. For Cuba, Missouri, you're actually in the area wait, you're actually close here. 1 second. East, north. You just got kind of passed over by, and actually your severe weather threat is almost already over. From that storm kind of jumping past you. Any PDS or emergency warnings? I appreciate the kind of words, Vinny. Yes, we have not. Fortunately, we have not had that yet today. No PDS. Actually, no observed tornado warn tag storms, at least when I've been covering these ones. So the past 6 hours we've been live. However, we are kind of bringing a couple of supercells into a very potent environment here into our PDS tornado watch. So unfortunately, we still have a long way to go, hoping these things don't produce, but obviously keeping a close eye on all of that. I don't want to say the B word yet. No, I do not want to say the B word. Because the PDS tornado watch is literally right here. We have cells moving into that watch, and it's literally only 8 o'clock. And the last little thing is the lower level jet's about to kick in. All those things combined together. You look at the also the meso-analysis, in which we have the turning photographs. It's not a good sign. It's not a good combinations of stuff in which I want to say, okay, we're good. You can relax, because we're long from that point. All right, to continue to track these storms here. Chicago, you have a high wind threat coming in. With these storms, maybe be able to organize also an isolated tornado threat, but high-end weather, not likely. St. Louis, the eastern portion of your state, or eastern portion of your town and city, has been issued for 70-mile-per-hour winds and a tornado possible tag. That is valid for the next 1 hour associated with these storms pushing to the east of you. Just a reminder, Champaign, Illinois, and Rentoul is underneath a tornado warning. That's a radar-indicated tornado warning. I got a question for Alton. Alton's no longer in the tornado warning here in Illinois. You're in the all clear. Excuse me, that should be... Yeah, that is Alton in Illinois, right on the border. Okay. The sky is green in St. Louis. Oh, gosh, yeah. Powerful storms coming through the region. Kentucky, currently active tornado warning here for Eminence in Newcastle, Kentucky. The tornado warning is about to expire here, 15 minutes once it exits the region, heading towards Gratz. We'll let you know if that gets extended or not. Associated with some just crazy random convections happening within a bedded line, kind of a stalled boundary that's just kind of causing a flash flooding issue over there as well. What other questions do we have here, guys? Keep the questions coming. Let me know what you're seeing on the ground. You guys are my eyes, my ears. I'm waiting for what they're gonna do for Little Rock here. They're gonna issue the tornado watch, or like the central portions of Arkansas, I should say. Please not spam chat. Louisville is currently seeing some scattered storms, but it's not gonna be okay later. You have another severe weather threat on the back end of this late tonight. You have a way to receive emergency alerts later tonight. Anyone in the Discord who's in St. Louis, I'd love to see. I hear you guys are saying it's like green outside, but I'd love to see what it actually looks like. The Discord link is in the bio and in my bio. And you can submit photos, and then maybe we can try to get you on the stream. I got a report from St. Louis, though, by Danny. I see you in chat. That is such a weird-looking hailstone. I'm not going to lie. That is crazy. That is really cool. Yeah, let me see if I can get this on stream. 1 second. Okay. One moment. I'm like sorting it out. Alright, cool. Look at that. Hailstone. From Danny, reported in the Discord. That is northeast of St. Louis, and that report was made 4 minutes ago. Thank you for the report, Danny. Are you in chat right now, Danny? I wonder if you're in chat. Well, anyways, I appreciate the report, but look at that's such like a weird looking hailstone. I don't know. It's just, you can see like the layer is really cool. You can see like the air filled layer, and then kind of a solid more layer, solid ice, and another air filled layer. That's where we have like more opaque ice from kind of different forms of freezing from hailstone. That's pretty big. I mean, it's hard to tell with Danny's hand. But it looks, decently large. Okay, back to stream. Yeah, I mean that's a really cool image. Oh, yeah, you are cool. Thank you for the report. That was a really cool. Either way, like that was a really cool image. Appreciate the report. And we have a continuation. So we haven't had a new issue in its idea of updates though. Tornado warning in Kentucky has expired. Tornado warning in northern St. Louis has expired. And tornado warning remains in place for Champaign and Atoll in Illinois. And southern tornado warning here for south of St. Louis is still in place. Jeez, how are you typing so fast? Please do not spam chat. Thank you. Hey, can you check on severe weather thunderstorm moving into Washington County? I need a city and state, please. Unfortunately, there's like a lot of Washington counties across the country, so it's a little tough. Louisville, Kentucky, underneath that severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour winds. Gonna see severe weather later on. Okay, Avery, 1 second. For your region, you're close. You're currently getting approached by some severe weather to your west. That is going to come alongside mainly a high wind risk with an isolated tornado risk. Poplar Bluff, underneath a PDS tornado watch. That means significant tornadoes are possible within your region, and really all eyes are onto the west storms to right here, these supercells. Let me scoot you over a little bit. So here you are. Here are the supercells to your west. They're approaching. Oh my gosh, bro. Please stop spamming chat. Whoa. The big question is if they can sustain their strength. There is a unfortunately high chance in which they will gain tornadic abilities. These are moving into a very favorable tornado environment, and obviously that is concerning. Any storm that's fired up in the PDS, so far no storm has fired up in the PDS tornado watch. Still, it's been very, very quiet out there so far. So yeah, as we're going to continue to watch, here's our PDS tornado watch. Just a reminder, PDS stands for particularly dangerous situation. Kind of funny. It's been anything but that. Knocking on wood right now. However, the environment still remains in place. The main thing that's been really different here, that's been not expected, is there's been really It's really hard for convection to continue here. It's just has not been able to sustain. However, we have a cold front forcing that will at least sustain some convection. It will push the convection up. It will trigger a convection. The question is, will it be discrete or will it become just an upscale line as it approaches and enters the region? If it remains discrete, then we have the violent tornado risk still in place. If it goes large scale, which is what we want, that means the more linear fashion. We switch from a violent tornado risk to more of a high wind risk, which we still have damaging possibilities, but rather have high wind risk than a violent tornado risk, in my opinion. Wisconsin's developing a hook. Let me check. Dodgeville. I don't see any storm near Dodgeville. North of there, a few storms maybe. I don't see anything. Oh, I feel. Excuse me. I see a light, tiny bit of rotation on some of these. Nothing that's really popping out to me. I'll let you know if anything gets warned, but I don't think that's too concerning at this point. Oh, south of Dodgeville. Honestly, I still don't see it. Maybe a tiny bit. There's no rotation on those ones, so should be chilling. Just not a ton of instability up there. Alrighty, we have now 2 tornado warnings still. We'll see how long they continue to extend here. Appreciate the support, guys. Welcome to the Rainy Weather family. Join up. See if we can hit 80,000 followers before we hit the road here in 2 weeks for the first official Rainy Weather storm chase. Strong winds, South County, St. Louis. Thank you for the report. That warning polygon is for 70 miles per hour, so hopefully you are hanging on over there. The rain is going crazy. We might start to seeing some power outages tick up with the kind of accordance of the high winds. We have a severe thunderstorm warning for Paris, Texas, by the way. Paris, Texas, 60 mile per hour winds and 1 inch hail. That's quarter sized. Here's your total radar for what everything's happening right now. So we got kind of 2 core parts that are happening. We have a kind of stalled out stationary boundary that's just absolutely pulling moisture right into it and causing some flash flooding, some isolated tornado risk. We saw that one tornado in Kentucky a few moments ago. And then a couple of storms are producing 60 to 70 mile per hour winds. Then we have our kind of giant cold front that's driving our storms. It's become very much a linear fashion anywhere kind of north of St. Louis. So the linear is going to be less of a high-end tornado threat, but still QLCS, a quasi-linear convective system. It's just a squall line with embedded tornadoes. And if you want to ask me what my biggest concern zone is, it's right here. Boom. These, basically 3 Musketeer current supercells, in which they're trying to remain discrete, are entering a very favorable environment for tornadoes. This is our PDS tornado watch. It still remains in place. If they survive and remain discrete, we're going to have major problems on our hands. I'm really hoping we go upscale here, in which we become more linear like the northern friends. This will unfortunately become more of a high wind risk if that happens, but it will decrease the significant to violent tornado opportunity these supercells may have if they traverse into the more favorable dynamics. So let's continue to hope, guys. So far, been a good 6 hours of tracking. I say that we still have dangerous storms ongoing, so I don't want to undersell that. But what could have been so far has not been realized. Hoping this continues. Detroit, Michigan tonight. Not really expecting severe weather. Arnold, Missouri. Let's answer some more spot questions. Arnold, Missouri. Currently, oh my gosh, getting pounded by some severe weather here. And actually, you are in a tornado warning. You are still within a tornado warning. I was wondering if that's still extended. Tornado warning in place. And guys, just to note how extreme these supercells are, we have confirmed, we have baseball-sized hail within this one. Mountain View in Missouri. Baseball-sized hail entering your region. So we have a supercell producing baseball-sized hail moving eastward towards Birch Tree and Pomona. Please take shelter. You don't want to be outside for this. This is also a destructive tag, so windshields, cars could be very, very badly damaged from a storm. All right. St. Charles is no longer in the tornado warning here towards St. Louis. You are still within that severe thunderstorm warning, but I believe it's past you, so you should be done for tonight. That's going to be St. Charles, Missouri, I believe. Oh, St. Charles, Illinois. Let me correct that then. That is probably a different story. For St. Charles, Illinois. Currently, you have sub-severe thunderstorms coming through the region. Could see another storm with high wind risk. Your severe weather risk is starting to fall down, starting to decrease. All right. South Fulton, Tennessee. Starting to lose my voice. I'm trying to hang in there. I'm just unfortunately slightly underneath the weather here. For South Fulton, Tennessee, you are within a PDS tornado watch. That means there are ingredients in place for significant severe weather, including violent tornadoes still. I know it's been very quiet. You've had this watch in place for a while. There is convection that's to the west. It's entering the watch zone now. It could be a nocturnal threat tonight, okay? That's still very much on the table. I need you to have multiple ways to receive warnings. Dayton, Ohio, I'm not expecting severe weather there. Maybe an isolated high wind risk, but maybe a couple rumbles of thunder. Severe weather, not expecting to get all the way over there, though. Can you check for any thunderstorms, winds, or chances of a tornado in Bowling Green, Kentucky? Yeah, I think Bowling Green is going to see kind of the downstream effects of this severe weather, mostly a high wind risk. An isolated tornado risk does exist within the Boeing segment of the line. Naperville, Illinois. Naperville, Illinois, kind of similar situation in which the severe weather threat is really decreasing right now. An isolated high wind risk from one of these lagging storms are possible as they push through. However, not too concerned out there. Excuse me, guys. Just hit 6.5 hours of streaming and it's starting to really hit my voice. Being under the weather really does suck. Guys, please do not spam chat. You will be muted. How's it going, Santi? Hopefully everyone's hanging in there. I know it's been live streaming. Look at all this flash flooding going on in Illinois. Blah. I guess I'll use a better color here. Got a lot of green colors you work with. Flash flooding across here and flash flooding across here. Stay safe, guys. Do not drive to flood roadways. I mean, we got a couple tornado warnings. Still, we have 2 tornado reports today so far. And, you know, the main thing I'm really concerned, continuing to watch out for is these supercells that are entering the PDS tornado watch. We'll see if they develop. If they don't develop, we'll probably wrap it up. It's kind of the last step to getting this full bust underneath the way. Knocking wood as well, because obviously there's a large sector to get through, guys, to avoid a significant severe weather event. So, kinematics are so much in place here. This would not be this would be another bad miss if things don't happen here. It's a tricky situation ongoing. See if there's any. I'm gonna look if there's any mesoscales. Yeah, the cap is really saving the day. The cap is winning today's battle, especially the warm sector battle. That's a categorical outlook. I wanted to see the discussions. Severe thunderstorm definitely possible in Indianapolis. Mainly concerned about a high wind event there. Couple of mesoscale discussions. Seems like they're going to issue the severe thunderstorm tornado watch here in Arkansas soon. They gave it an 8% chance of happening. That was just kind of issued, actually. So, get ready for the tornado watch. That watch will probably go very late into tonight. So, Buckle up for nocturnal tornado threat to start to increase, guys. Yeah, my voice is dying. It's not good. We'll see how much I have left to limp through this. Luckily, I decided just to sacrifice my voice because I figured this would be a big day. I wanted to be out there for you guys. The line of severe thunderstorms going through Indianapolis, right? It is possible, yes. You can see to the west of you guys. It's on the radar now over here and currently in Illinois. It's going to cross over. Currently concerned about the 70 to... Honestly, I'd bump it up to 70 to 80 mile per hour winds. I know there's not a SIG 1 tag out for your area. There's no SIG 1 winds at all, which I disagree with. But that's kind of how it works. Not too sure why that wasn't issued. Okay. No, I mean, I can't say that this is a tricky situation, right? I would not say the National Service is doing a bad job. I honestly think they're, see, it's such a hindsight bias, right? It's hard to, you don't want to use hindsight bias. And also, we're just not through this yet. So I'm not going to really comment on something until we get through this. Because I know the moment we start commenting about bust or oh no, like nothing happened, like we're going to have like a strong, violent tornado just pop out of nowhere on one of these supercells out in the south. And then the story will vastly change. Because we only need one tornado here to have a huge story change, right? I just don't want that to happen. I also don't want to like have someone here or have someone online see in which we're like saying, oh no, nothing's gonna happen, and let's say you're like in popular bluff or something, and one of these supercells, which are obviously evident right here, pretty strong, produces a large and dangerous tornado. You could be theoretically putting someone's life at risk by talking like that. So, gotta get through the rest of this event, and then we can reflect upon stuff like that. Always open for discussion, but Fremont, Indiana, someone screams. Large wind risk coming. Large wind risk continue to come in. Which Mesos discussion specifically? You're good. This one. Is this one you're talking about? Mesoscale discussion. Oh, the Arkansas one. Here's the mesoscale discussion for Indiana. Severe potential expected to increase over the next couple hours. A watch will be needed. So they're going to reissue a severe thunderstorm watch. Most likely, maybe a tornado watch over Indiana. Associated with the squall line that's about to enter the... Man, that's a potent squall line, by the way. Take a look at this one here. Again, this is an EF3. Severe hail tornado threat may be increasing across portions of Arkansas. Blah, blah. Watch assurance is likely. So they're going to issue the watch. The Western Plains, anywhere west of this active severe weather threat is inactive. Georgia misses severe weather. I'm not sure everyone would agree with you on that fact. Bro, I really, what a severe thunderstorm warning in Indianapolis beside Lake Minerachi. Yes. Well, also look at this little firecracker here in front of the large squall line. It looks like the lone supercell trying to cause some trouble here across Jamestown. Got a little bit of a hook on it too. Let's take a look at rotation quickly. What the heck? What is going on here? Something ain't right with that. I feel like there's a tiny bit of rotation. And just our update here, we are down to one tornado warning. That is across Ramsey in central Illinois. Okay, there we go. All right, what else do we got? What other questions we have? I know we still got a long way to go. We got I think the biggest concern right now, 3 Musketeers in the south. St. Louis turned orange after the rain. Oh, jeez. Sounds crazy. Some different pieces. I see, Danny, the updated photos you put. Those are so cool. So cool. You have school tomorrow? Yes, I do have school tomorrow. I have class at noon, so it's not like that early. We'll see how much longer I last here. I don't want to like drive myself to die in sickness. That would not be fun. Looks like sun's setting on one side and dark gray on the other. That sounds really cool. Is Lafayette, Indiana going to get a tornado? No, Lafayette, Indiana looks like you're most likely going to get a 70-mile-per-hour windstorm entering the region. Isolated tornado risk is associated with the embedded QLCS threat. If that one does materialize, which still is TBD, to be determined. Continue to watch, obviously, very closely here. Bowling Green, Kentucky, I assume, is just outside of the active tornado watch. Continue to monitor if there's anything that's going to be breaking the cap within front of here. You can see our PDS tornado watch has been the most inactive spot. It's actually, if no tornado warning happens in the PDS tornado watch, this might be one of the worst issued PDS tornado watches. I'm not going to lie. Which I think tornadoes will happen in it once these storms get closer. I hope not. But currently, looks like we're moving towards. Glad we're getting all the bust out of the way before we go out for storm chasing. Because I'm hoping we won't. Well, we're getting them out of the way, so we're done with them. So we can be out there and support the coverage. The red outlines are the tornado watches. So yeah, this is a little lot going on here. We got the circles, which those are indeed the mesoscale discussions, and then the kind of blocky red outlines, those are the tornado watches. Yes. That's great. I have to wake up at 6 a.m. again. Oh, gosh. That's worse than me. Bro, how are you up right now? Joplin, Missouri. No threat now. All clear. I see so many... looks like... I don't know if this is still going, but my Joplin post from last night was really getting action just recently. It looks like it's still going on. 28,000. Oh, I know it's cooled off. Bro, like, TikTok, like, makes the most random stuff go viral, like, too late. Not National Service fault, just cap. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to forecast for this, especially when almost every convective model had the forcing winning the cap, in which is just not happening right now. Take a look at the live radar. And it's still not happening. There's still something trying to get started just west of Clarksville, but it's just not tall enough. It's just this can't puncture through. And what we're talking about the cap here is basically there is what's called an inversion above the surface. So the storm starts, it's rising, right? And what an inversion does is it reduces the buoyancy of the cloud. So it's going. So, we're almost there to the point in which it has the buoyancy. So the cap is temporary because above the cap, up in the upper levels of the atmosphere, a little bit upper, like mid to level upper levels, there's a ton of cooler air, which will really increase its buoyancy. There's a ton of it. But it tries to get to the point in which it can break through this so-called cap. And then we've been seeing a lot of this in which it fails to do it. So it's oh my gosh. But then it gets squandered, it gets squashed, and then it fails. And we've seen a lot of this happen. The cap is a bit more stronger than initially looks like forecasted, or at least is currently winning the battle, and it looks like it has won the battle. And obviously that's a huge difference between having a storm and not having a storm in one of the most kinematic, favorable environments of the year. It is night and day compared to a tornado outbreak versus just partly cloudy skies. Welcome to meteorology, everyone. Hopefully you're enjoying this. Forecasting is hard for these events, guys. And I think it will be hard for a very long time, probably all of my lifetime. Is there a storm in Indiana? I'm out of town, but I heard it was raining a lot. There are storms moving through the area, yes. And there are some flash flood warnings out for the area, so I can concur. There's a lot of rain coming down. getting some hail down in Texas near Dallas. So let's take a look at down there. Maybe it's something interesting going down there. It looks like a couple of supercellular storms that are non-tornadic are across Dallas right now. Garland, we got, looks like reported quarter-size hail, and then down to the northeast. Up to the northeast in Greenville, Commerce. We've got up to lime-sized hail in that region. Glad you guys are having fun with your hail. This storm in Illinois, Amboy. Let me check here. Just crossed over. We're getting close to 7 hours of streaming now. Amboy, looks like there's sub-severe weather happening there. Maybe a strong downpour. Excuse me. Am I going to die in Jonesboro? We're getting right to the point. Well, first of all, no. And second of all, what state? I'm assuming, I actually don't know. Jonesboro, Arkansas. Anyways, Jonesboro, Arkansas is underneath a PDS tornado watch. That means strong tornadoes are possible. So far, it's not really done anything, but the tornadoes that have the potential, the storms that have potential for tornadoes are to your west, moving east. So, I can tell you're not going to die. No, you just have to be prepared, okay? You're still in a PDS tornado watch for, overnight. It's going to be nocturnally, possibly even to your 1 or 2 or 3 a.m. But I need you to have a way to receive warnings if you go to sleep tonight. Right, just get your rest, but have a way to receive warnings and have that plan in place if you do get a warning. Thank you, Indiana. Finest couple for the donation. Appreciate that. Is a tornado on the ground? No, currently there is one tornado warning here for Ramsey, and that is it, guys. That is it. So my plan is here for the rest of the stream, because we've been live for approaching 7 hours, as I'm going to babysit these cells as they march into a more favorable environment, I believe, to see if they produce a tornado or two. If they don't produce, I might call it a night for the sole fact of I'm being a bit sick, and I don't want to stay up all night and possibly watch completely nothing. Now, I know the moment with my streamer luck, the moment I call it quits, we'll get 5 tornadoes. So we're not calling it quits right now. Just saying, as a current plan, so you get some expectations. Keep asking questions. We'll obviously continue to track here, at least for a little bit longer here. I'm waning a bit. If I wasn't sick, I'd be good, but yeah. I got my last 2 days of class, so we're almost done. And then once I'm retired from class, for at least my 3rd year, we got 1 more year. I have my full summer to devote to everything we're gonna be working on. Okay. Someone said there's rotation. The Dallas one. Let's take a look. That's gonna be negative on the Dallas one. There is a bit of rotation on this kind of northern cell. Maybe a tiny bit on this northern cell here, and maybe a tiny bit on this one. But it's a little messy. Yeah, right here. You see a tiny bit of hook. Let's line that up. Yeah, tiny bit. Nothing too crazy. Obviously, we'll keep an eye on that. What in the world is going on? We got a tornado warning in Wisconsin. Incoming. Tornado warning in Wisconsin. Let's take a look here. I feel bad for that chatter. I really thought that was Wisconsin, right? I just saw it pop up. When will we get a gaming stream? The gaming stream will be coming out very soon. I'll announce it on the Discord. That's a huge thank you for everyone making it possible. 75,000 followers achieved today, which means we have unlocked a gaming stream. And look at this. This tornado warning's all the way up here. What are you doing, bro? You are not allowed to produce a tornado. This radar presentation is ridiculous, by the way. The reflectivity is nothing, but you look here, it's okay, yeah, that's a tornado warning. This includes I-94, as well as Millston in Wisconsin. Guess what? You have a tornado warning. Yes, seek shelter. Anyone in Millston? I believe there's not a lot of people there. Let me check. Currently 747, so the chances of that happening are very slim. Very slim. But we do have a tornado warning in Wisconsin, I guess. So that's fun. So there's currently been more tornado warnings in Wisconsin than our PDS tornado warning, or tornado watch zone. Kind of shoving that in the face of the National Weather Service. Why is this updated? There we go. Oh, okay. You know, I knew the moment I say, speaking about logging off, we'd start to get some action here. And I'm seeing some pretty aggressive rotation just east of Pomona in Missouri. This is now in the southern portions of Missouri. And also we have an expansion of the destructive tag, severe thunderstorm warning, which includes the tag of baseball-sized hail now heading towards Thomasville, Winona, Alton in southern Missouri. You should be off the roads and protect your oh my god, there's so many polygons on my screen, just getting distracted. Protect your vehicles, guys. I'll be watching this very closely. Three Musketeers, that's what I'm calling them. They're moving into a very favorable environment for tornado development. If they can stay discreet, man, we are going to in for some serious trouble. I don't even, oh, who this person is. Bye-bye. Just threw someone into the void because I have that power. Farmington, Farmington, Missouri is currently being approached by a severe thunderstorm with a tornado possible tag. 60-mile-per-hour winds associated with this. Please be weather aware as we monitor the situation with this storm continuing to march its way to the east. At this point, seeing a lot of people join in. Welcome. If you're just joining in, we have weirdly a tornado warning here in Wisconsin for 747 people. That one's really not super important. That's for Millstown and I-94. But if you're wondering, guys, what is going on, right? What are we talking about right now? Well, we got so much crap going on the screen. Let me make it a little bit more simpler for you first. And take a look here, zooming out here, and whoa, boom! Told you, tornado warning here, and I knew this moment. I just call these things. Tornado warning now has been issued for our supercellular storm here in southern Missouri. This is for Pomona and Thomasville, now underneath a tornado warning. As a radar indicated tornado warning, also included in that threat is baseball-sized hail moving eastward. Downstream, guys, is Poplar Bluff. Poplar Bluff is downstream of this tornado warning. You should be ready to go and near your safe place, guys. So that is a radar indicated tornado. We are moving a couple of supercells that are going now to try to take advantage of this PDS tornado watch, which means the environment is very, very potent. Someone said you shouldn't have said anything in stream. Yeah, that's how things are going. I believe we also just got another tornado warning. Now, that's just continuing this tornado warning here in the eastern side of the polygon, which includes like 900 people, but I don't have a town on it. Okay, here's the full line of what's going on, guys. This is a huge squall line. Look at this thing. Psh. The squall line stretches hundreds of miles from Lafayette, Indiana, down through central Missouri. Anywhere associated with that squall line could see a QLCS tornado, embedded tornado, as these storms continue to move east. And we're talking about what area could still see significant tornadoes. It's really associated with these Three Musketeer, that's what I'm going to call them, Three Musketeer supercells, continuing to march their way to the east. Full-on right mover is producing baseball-sized hail, and this middle one is now producing at least a radar-indicated tornado warning. Quite interesting here. Pretty strong rotation, and man, this thing is strengthening in rotation. I actually might see our first significant tornado. This would be a perfect time to have it. It's just we want to avoid Thomasville, but taking a look here, I'm seeing a lot of just forest in the way here. So the storms, I'm giving you permission to hit these random hills with just some trees to get it out of your system, and then we can kick it out of here, right? That'd be nice. Literally, what is going on? This is the streamer curse, the streamer jinx. I'm going. What questions can I continue to help you guys out with? Washington, Indiana. Yes. One moment. Let me switch over here. Okay, for some reason I don't see Washington, Indiana. Okay. Yeah, it's a streamer curse. I knew it. It's okay. I'll probably go for like another hour max. Okay, yeah. So here, I mean, here's the update, guys. There's other than well, actually, I do have a new update here. Cincinnati, Central Indiana, and Louisville has now just gotten underneath a severe thunderstorm watch. Just a brand new watch. This watch includes the threats of low threat for tornadoes, isolated tornado threat. Main core risk here is going to be isolated large hail as well as high winds. So damaging winds included with this squall line that's going to march into your area. You can see the squall line right here. It's going to move into this region here. It's going to take it over. High winds likely within that region. Would not be surprised to see a lot of power outages associated with that. Washington, Indiana, no nugs. Expecting high winds to enter the area. Isolated tornado risk. What happens when it's yellow in the sky? Is that from your sunset? Might just be the colliding colors of thunderstorms. Guys, we need 10 more followers to achieve 150 followers this stream. Join the Rainy Day with Our Family. We are just 10 minutes under 7 hours of streaming today. And continuing to track your forecast here. So I was just looking at forecast. New Madrid, Missouri. One moment. New Madrid. That one's close to home. Literally. New Madrid, Missouri. Oh gosh, you are. So you are within our PDS tornado watch. It means the high-end environment is within your area. So you should be weather aware. You got these 3 Musketeer strong tornado potential storms with the supercells moving to your region. Please be weather aware within that region. Significant tornado is possible. That's going to be the next 1-ish hour. And that tornado watch remains in place for the next 3 hours. Tammy, you're about to be underneath a severe thunderstorm warning for 70 mile per hour and a possible tornado within your region in western Indiana. Nothing's happening in West Virginia, I can tell you that. And we're having another tornado warning. I believe this is going to be an extension on this tornado warning here. Take a quick gander at the velocity. And yeah, it's right there. Oh, wait. There we go. Whoa, this entire line is really. We could be having another QCLS printer. There you go. Another tornado warning. This is for Effingham, Montrose, Sigel, Stewartson, and Shumway, as well as Beecher City. I-57. Please seek shelter immediately. A radar indicated tornado, 9:30 p.m. Looks like a QCLS printer, so multiple embedded tornadoes within the line. Please do not try to visually confirm these tornadoes. They'll drop down quick and lift up quickly. This is a radar indicated tornado for Illinois. Okay. That's good. What other questions we guys have? Really want to check these supercell storms out in the south. Well, tornado warning in North Wisconsin. Oh yeah, we can check on that again. The tornado warning is still ongoing here. Radar indicated. And kind of broad rotation. Really not feeling that. That's going to get extended there. What do you recommend for people who are slightly in that area? Well, for the wind, if you're talking about Indiana specifically, bring anything that it might blow away inside and be weather aware as we continue to track the storm. And look at this, a brand new tornado warning east of St. Louis. This is going to become more of a common thing here, in which we're going to see this. We're going to have multiple severe storms breezed, Bartleso, and Carlisle are now underneath a tornado warning. Please don't spam chat. Welcome to stream. A lot of people joining in. Welcome, welcome. We got a numerous QLCS tornadoes that's embedded within our squall line today. And we also have a 3 Musketeer pack of supercells that are entering into a very favorable environment for tornado development. And we're talking about significant tornado development. We've been waiting basically all night for this. And now we got our also tornado warning here associated with the supercell. Not for a lot of people, but for Thomasville and some trees. Let's take a look at rotation together. These cells really have the potential to cause violent tornadoes. And looking at this absolute crazy radar imagery. Where's our radar? One of these sides are producing. Yeah, there we go. So we got winds coming towards the radar. Boom. We got winds coming away from the radar. Boom. Possibly an anticyclonic tornado. So we might have twin tornadoes on this bad boy. And completely rain wrapped. So just an absolute monster of a supercell. That is basically impacting a grand total of about 1,000 people. So not a ton of people, but it's still very dangerous. Also producing baseball-sized hail. Kind of had a collision here with a impending storm. Popular Bluff. Obviously, downstream of this large storm. That's basically where I'm going to babysit this tornado and see where it goes. And great question. What are supercells? So they are a single kind of discrete storm in which you can see kind of are shaped. They're uniquely shaped. They're shaped where they have like a hook down to the southwest corner. And then it's their updraft, so the air gets pulled in from like the south, then updraft goes up into the air, and then twists as it goes up in the air with the change in direction of height. So it kind of twists to the right or east in the direction. And these supercells are so dangerous because they're the storms that can produce the largest tornadoes because they're just able to efficiently tap into the spin of the atmosphere as you move up. Hopefully that helps. Yeah, now 3 tornado warnings. Please not spam chat. You will be muted. Jackson, Tennessee, in our current PDS tornado watch. That means you still are remaining in an environment which has a high-end severe thunderstorm and tornado potential. I know it's been very quiet across your region, but storms are finally entering into the actual watch zone, in which we have to be careful of for storms that will continue to push to the east here. So the main reason why the watch was issued is because almost every single model, at least the convective models I saw, had convection initiation across this region. I mean, it just was very likely, except it didn't happen. The cap really won. What's called the cap, basically a kind of cooler or a warmer layer of air right above the surface, which kind of stops our storms from rising. It was projected to be crushed, it was expected to be destroyed, and it did not lose the battle between convection and no convection in the cap. So, in response, we had no discrete cells that were able to fire here, which is really good news. This is not like a bad thing. That avoided multiple rounds of supercells. Now, the last thing we have to deal with is this forced ascent due to a cold front. So now we have cold air behind this that's forcing the air up over it and kind of triggering the supercells artificially or normally, but more of a forced setup rather than the cap losing. So this will break the cap, and what I'm really concerned about here is we have discrete supercells within this area, so that means we're not forming a line like we have up here. Just for reference, this is what a line looks like. It's less of a tornado risk. Oh, wait for a second. That's what a line looks like. Less of a tornado risk here because it does not efficiently tap into the spin of the atmosphere. It more mixes down the high winds down at the surface. So there's the cold front associated. It's all one front, but this one down to the south has a little bit more discreteness to itself because you can see gaps, gap here, gap here, gap here. That allows for discreteness. And that's why we have a tornado warning here associated with our supercell down here as well. If they stay discrete, they can more efficiently tap into this area that is underneath that PDS tornado watch, which has just a ton of spin within the atmosphere. So there you go. There is a breakdown of what we're tracking. And that's why, unfortunately, we can't say, hey, like, things have been quiet for most of this afternoon to evening. Nothing's going to happen. Unfortunately, that's not the case. All right, so that's the breakdown. I'm losing my voice. It's okay. That's also a breakdown for you. Rain in there. I don't know how much longer I'm gonna last here. I'm like a little bit underneath the weather, and I don't want to like die. So if there was like a full blown craziness going on, maybe I would be a little bit inclined to do something different. But Cincinnati just went underneath a severe thunderstorm watch. Main concern there is high winds associated with our squall line. How bad will how bad will Little Rock, Arkansas get tonight? Well, it really depends on how much convection fires down to your west here. Convection can punch through the cap associated with the capping in here. Then you go underneath the tornado watch. You have the chance for at least a few tornadoes within this area. I'll take care of myself. Appreciate the kind words, guys. Yes. Massive scale session saying 140 miles per hour. Okay, with those tornadoes. Let me take a look at that for myself. Oh yeah, no new ones have been issued. Only the Arkansas one, yes. 145 EF3, 80% chance of tornado watch. That was issued about 30 minutes ago. Tornado watch has not been issued yet. Will Nashville be getting any bad weather? I'm mainly concerned about this all congealing into a high wind risk as it gets to Nashville very late tonight. City and state, guys. City and state, please. Seeing some more people joining, guys. We need 3 more followers for 150 new followers to stream. Join the rainy day with the family. Hopefully you're having a decent Monday here. Barnhart, Missouri is now... You might be in the city rather still. I think you're good. Yeah, you're basically all in the all clear. Alright, looks like we're getting some more updates here. Memphis, Tennessee might miss out. It really depends if the cold front can linger down those storms. I think Memphis is probably still going to get into it. Just because we're seeing a slow expansion. You can see some convection starting to fire off in this zone. Eventually the low-level jet's going to really start kicking in here. Start providing some additional support. And I do have a new update for you guys. We have our first observed tornado of the entire evening so far, at least warning-wise. We had observed tornadoes reported. We have an observed tornado on the ground here for Trenton, New Baden, Albers, Bardezzo, Carlisle, and St. Rose, just kind of east of St. Louis. This is an observed tornado on the ground. Let's see who observed it. We have a radar-confirmed tornado, so we actually probably can see it for ourselves here. It's really not a better radar. Come on. Come on. There we go. Oh, gosh, this actually has some pretty decent potential here. Right there. Looking at CC drop. Boom. Wow, we actually have damage confirmed by Trenton. So this is a dangerous tornado. Please seek shelter immediately. Look at that. That's been on the ground for at least 2 scans. And oh, gosh, it's heading right into Trenton. Pretty sizable town there. You can see multiple roads at debris ball right there. We're currently looking at CC drop. This is the first CC drop we've seen all night. If you look at rotation, guys, this actually has a pretty high potential for a embedded tornado. I need you guys to take shelter immediately. This is a dangerous tornado, a radar confirmed tornado on the ground. First one of the evening, guys, here in Illinois, just east of St. Louis. And looking at the new radar scan, boom, even a bigger rotation here. Now heading, just paralleling kind of Route 50. So heading towards, just went through Trenton. Now kind of in a kind of a more this direction here as we continue. This is a radar confirmed tornado on the ground heading eastward at, I believe, 50 miles per hour. We're moving eastward at 40 miles per hour. Please seek shelter immediately. This is a radar confirmed tornado in Breeze, Carlisle, Viston, St. Rose, Albers, and Bardezzo. Please seek shelter right now. So I believe this is our first confirmed tornado of today. Because why not? And I actually have a new update here. Farmington, you're about to go underneath a tornado warning. Tornado warning incoming for Farmington. 1 second. Hopefully it populates. But yes, the moment I say, yeah, there it is. The moment I say we're done, the weather's like no. This new tornado warning includes Boone Terry, Park Hills, Farmington, Doe Run, Bismarck, Irondale, and Caledonia, now underneath a tornado warning for the next 39 minutes. Radar indicated tornado. And just a reminder, we have a confirmed tornado on the ground here in just west east of St. Louis. I'm going to go refill my water here. This also is another new tornado warning that is for like no one. I literally see 0 towns in this one. Is there even anyone who lives here? What in the world? Sorry, I'm just seeing this. There's 77 people in this tornado warning, so most likely no one's in that one. All right, Festus is all done for tonight. Here are your tornado warnings. We now have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tornado warnings. We're back up to 5. I'm pretty sure that's our max for the night so far across the line. I'm going to take 1 second to refill my water bottle. I'll be right back. Again, seek shelter immediately if you're in the tornado warning. All right, what's going on, peeps? We're still okay, right? Okay, I don't think anything crazy happened while I was gone, right? All right, Paducah, Kentucky, underneath a PDS tornado watch for incoming tornadoes. Please be weather aware for this line of broken supercells that are entering the region. We have an extension on our 77-person tornado warning, which now includes a town, Ellington, now underneath the tornado warning. Piedmont, you're downstream. Be ready. That's going to be Missouri. Jackson, Tennessee, timing probably the next, I'd say 1.5 hours to 2.5 hours, if I had to guess. Might be even later than that, so be ready for possibly late night. Unfortunately, we're working, yes, into a nocturnal tornado threat, which honestly might be more dangerous than an earlier threat. So, you guys have ways to receive warnings. It's very important this evening and kind of working into your evening and late night hours. Wow, we look at this one. This one's also starting to look a little sketchy. It's producing baseball-sized hail. And so I might need another tornado. This might need a tornado warning right here. So all 3 of our musketeers are now seemingly producing tornadoes, as I had unfortunately predicted. And if they can remain on their own, which they're starting to interact with each other, it's definitely not a guarantee. If they remain on their own, they still can possess that major tornado risk. Yes, that's a good point. Do not look for tornadoes, guys. Rain wraps. Either way, still can be very dangerous to try to visually confirm tornadoes. You think Tennessee? Yes, Western Tennessee is very much in tornado risk. There's very strong photographs, strong support. So yes. Thank you, Jess, for the donation. Appreciate that. Thank you, Earth and Dryer, for the donation. Taking a look at the full radar here, guys. think I'm really starting to lose steam here, so we honestly might wrap it up soon. It kind of hurts to do because I know there's definitely a significant threat coming. That's still possible. But honestly, we're really losing steam. But I can give you an update. Just kind of wrap it up here. I think that's how we might end it. I need to survive long enough so we can do a storm chase, guys. So it only is right. We officially hit 7 hours of streaming, so it has been a marathon. Still not my longest stream. I believe my longest stream was 9. We're kind of close. Yeah. Okay, so to wrap up, in which I will now be doing my last kind of sequence here, we still have a PDS tornado watch in place. The environment's still very strong, especially the kinematics, which is the wind direction change, every single portion, and even then, I want to show you the meso analysis, which will see how much surface-based cape we have. There's still plenty of surface-based cape available in western Tennessee, western Kentucky, which I got 3,500 joules of cape, still plenty of cape. Look at all the inhibition, though. The sin, that's in blue. That's why our line's struggling to fire here in northwest Arkansas. Even with 4,500 joules of total cape, there is a lot of inhibition at the surface, which is stopping our storms from happening, which even if you have it 2 hours ago, inhibition has been winning a lot. The cap has been winning a lot, unfortunately, here. So, or fortunately, I should say. Fortunately, it's been winning, which has been preventing storms. It's not been helping the forecast verify, I can tell you that. And that is not going to be the case, though, associated with our squall line. And you can see a new mesoscale discussion. Once again, new mesoscale discussion just went out, actually, associated with the line of storms. And it states, as a summary, damaging wind threat increasing as organized QLCS advances eastward through the evening. Some QS tornado risk may continue across the central southern Illinois and eastern central Missouri. So there you go. We have numerous tornado warnings ongoing right now. And I do think the future threat continues. We might still see a significant tornado, guys, as these tornadoes continue eastward. I'm going to keep an eye out as I might wake up a few times when I'm sleeping just to check if we have any major tornado happen towards the population center. I might throw on the iPad and put on the camera on TikTok. But yeah, that might be where I call it quits for tonight. I really appreciate the support, guys. It's just unfortunately the sickness is getting a little bit to me, so we might need to call it tonight. With that, I wish you guys a safe rest of your evening. Please stay weather aware across these regions. And hey, we are literally 14 days away from the storm chase. We are so close. So get ready. Lots of fun and lots of educational content coming in, and we'll be back stronger than ever just after I get past whatever probably a small virus is affecting me. Appreciate the well wishes, guys. Have a lovely evening, and I'll be ending the stream in 10 seconds. So follow for more updates. Also, tomorrow's an enhanced risk. I just want to see what they got. I didn't even look at why I got it enhanced. Wind. That's fun. So if you want wind, tomorrow's your wind day. We'll see if we live stream for that. Maybe the tornado risk gets a little upgraded. We might live for that. Everything else, nothing long range. Bye-bye. Peace out. All right, YouTube. Thank you guys so much for the support over here. Stay safe, and I'm going to go sleep.